Hello and welcome to Adobe Live. Today is all about the news in Photoshop and Illustrator, and today we will focus on Illustrator with Dave Clayton.
Hello, thank you for having me back.
Good to have you here. You're always the person I think about when there are Illustrator updates.
Thank you.
Because you know so much about it.
That's good to know. Worries a lot of pressure on me.
No, not at all. Hello everyone who's just joined in the chat. I'm Melanie, I'm your host today. I'm an experienced designer and artist, and I have the great opportunity to learn everything firsthand from Dave today. If you have any questions, please just drop them in the chat and I will forward them to Dave. Before we start, would you like to give us a little intro about who you are and why you're here? Because you're such an... We see each other regularly now.
Yeah.
And you're so well known in the Adobe community.
Weirdly, I've been a graphic designer for a long time, but yesterday, 2 days ago, was actually only the 8th anniversary of me doing any teaching. The first one was in Las Vegas at Photoshop World 2016. So I've been fortunate enough to be involved with Adobe and do quite a lot of things, and doing Adobe Live now. Like you said, we were here not that long ago doing another session. So I also worked for Astute Graphics for 4 years, so I was quite heavily involved in the Adobe Illustrator world. Got to meet some great artists and become friends, and I've learned so much from them. And the thing is with being creative is you just never stop learning. It's just something new every time, and no matter how long you've been using software for, you just learn something every single week. And obviously we've got Monika next, and I learned so much from Monika. She's an absolute wizard.
Yes, that's very true. You already gave us a little bit of a teaser, because this stream is not just 1 hour with you. There are 6 in total, and it's all updates about Illustrator and Photoshop, new workflows and everything you need to know. Dave, you're a designer, you're an educator, but you're also a speaker.
Yes, yeah, that was the thing that's kind of come the latest in my career, but I'm fortunate enough to be a speaker at Adobe MAX this year. which is going to be fun. So I'm going to be, it's not actually on the website yet, you can't actually book the session, but in the community hall or the pavilion, I'm going to be doing what's called a ring lab. So where you have the main labs in the classrooms, there's kind of a smaller section, I think it's about 30 minutes. And I'm going to be doing sessions on Adobe InDesign, poster design in Adobe InDesign. We've got 30 minutes. It's going to be hard and fast, but I think the class will go up live on the Max website soon. But yeah, I'm just on some great speakers as well. People have become friends. Aaron Draplin, James Barnard. Where's my little face down there in the corner? So once the class goes live, this will change down below. But if you've never been to Adobe Max, can't recommend it enough. Definitely worth a visit. Yeah, it's an experience.
It's always a lot of fun and a great experience.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Yes.
in case you can't come and you don't manage to go to Miami, which is the location for this year, join online, have a look on Instagram. There will be some live streams, so make sure to just have a look at Adobe Max.
Yeah.
It's on October 12th to 13th.
Yeah.
And it's a pre-conference.
Yes.
So it starts a couple of days earlier,
Yeah.
and then from the 14th to the 16th is the main
It's
conference.
the main course, yeah. And also, for those that don't know, apart from the fact that you can watch online, you can actually go into Google and you can see the online classes for, I think, the last three or 4 years as well. There's a lot of content that you can go and watch older classes, which is definitely worth doing because it's great content and lots of very well respected speakers.
Absolutely. It's as you mentioned, a great experience. And you meet the community firsthand, which is always the most interesting and most fun part.
And the Adobe community experts as well, run by Sil Cleary, they're a great bunch of people, so they're always good to ask for help and advice.
Definitely.
So, yeah.
Otherwise, we're here streaming live today. Drop us your questions in the chat and we will answer them about Adobe Max, but mainly about Adobe Illustrator, because there are a couple of new things.
There are today. I've been working in the pre-release to be prepared for this. So for those that don't know where to find the apps, I've got to switch glasses. So if you go into Creative Cloud, you can go in and find out where the apps are. So if you just click on the left hand side here, you can see all the apps that you've got available to you. If you've downloaded them, they'll be there to open. Some things open in browser like Adobe Stock, Adobe Fonts and things like Adobe Express. But also across the top here, you've also got beta and you've got pre-release. Now I'm fortunate enough I get to be on the pre-release, so it means I can test things ahead of time, which was very fortunate for today because many of these features, some have been in the beta, and some are completely kind of brand new the way they're being presented in Illustrator. So if you do want to download any of the betas, you can here and you can run it alongside, but just be aware things like any plugins or third-party tools that you use may not work with the beta and certainly not with the pre-release, so only use them with the normal regular version. And obviously here with the pre-release, where I've been using, if you're on a pre-release program, which you can apply for, we're using Illustrator pre-release today until everything's been rolled out. So that's if you don't know where to find anything on Adobe Creative Cloud. And there's a lot of really cool things around in the Creative Cloud, particularly apps that you can go and test and try out. And those things like Dimension, I've not even used yet. And the amount of times I see people using Dimension for product mock-ups and demos is I need to get my hands dirty. Yeah.
And also Substance 3D with Painter and all the other tools. It's really cool to dive into it. It's a bit different from the apps, like Illustrator and Photoshop. But once you know how it works, it's awesome.
Once you my Achilles heel is After Effects.
Ooh,
that's the one that every time I open it, I look and go, maybe another day. So
it's worth it.
I know it's worth it. I've got too many other things to learn at the moment. So today, obviously we're going to be talking about a lot of AI rollout in Adobe Illustrator. And I know there's a lot of discussion. There's lots of different ways people are approaching AI. Now I'm a fan of anything new. I like, if there's a tool that I can use and learn that's going to help me, I'll certainly experiment with it and see what I can do with it. So for me in Illustrator and Photoshop specifically, I use AI for, do you see what I've done there with the AI?
Yes, of course. Immediately.
I use it for ideation. So quite often we get things in our head that we kind of want to put together and think, oh, I've got this idea, but I kind of don't really know how it's going to come together. I can sketch it out, but it's never quite right. So ideation's great. Then experimentation is what we use the software for. You can't break Adobe Illustrator. I mean, you probably could if you tried really, really hard, but you can't break it by playing. And once you've done the ideation and experimentation, then you've got creation. And what we're going to look at today is some examples where we can use AI to help us, and generative fill and letters and everything. But we can use it to build stories, build ideas, so that we can then go on and build from that. So quite often, as you'll see today, there'll be a lot of things I make in the features in Illustrator. I will go on and create them myself because AI is still relatively new. The thing with the prompts is quite new, and I've got a little bit of audio I wanted to play because I've been watching a lot of content around people doing prompts, and it feels like the danger you can fall into is you want to write everything in a prompt. You just want to keep going and going. I've got to play this because this is what reminded me of.
Have you ever had a dream that you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
Right, so that's how you can fall into the trap with prompts. Is you kind of don't know what you want to say, so you just end up typing out a load of gibberish and it doesn't really make sense. And God, if I had £1 for every time I'd seen a monkey in a spacesuit on a unicorn on a planet with rainbows, I'd be a very rich man. So at first you've kind of got, it's like telling someone the dream you had, and you kind of get all that detail out and you're sort of testing it and you want to see, like, I wonder what that would look like. How far can I push this? And it's great. And then once you've kind of got past that and you've seen kind of the fun side of it, that's when you can start to look at it as, okay, how would I use it day to day? What would I use these tools for? So over the next, however long we've got, 44 minutes, I'm just going to go through some of the features and show some things I came up with that you can try. Now, obviously, this is just how I'm approaching it, but I've had a lot of fun playing with this and preparing for this session. So I accepted a challenge from somebody on the Adobe Community Experts. Somebody put in the question, why is it whenever anyone does tutorials, they never use Bridge?
Boop, and there it is.
So there it is. Challenge accepted. I'm going to use Bridge because someone asked for it. So let's just go text to vector. In fact, intro stock. So before I go into this, I've just got some graphics here. Now, what I tend to do when I'm kind of ideating and thinking, okay, I want to come up with an idea, what I usually do is I go over to Adobe Stock. So if we just come over here, go to Stock, come over here. Now I've got credits, but there's a free option in Adobe Stock. So if we just typed in, we'll just do space logos, and we were just talking about astronauts. And
do you want to know what happens if I go on the Adobe Stock page?
You get lost.
I immediately get lost in the collections. I browse through the amazing images of all the nice artists.
It's like Pinterest, but with stuff you can download and use.
Collections are beautiful.
Oh yeah, and I love vintage and retro things. As soon as I find someone who's got a whole collection, I'm lost. But what I generally do if I'm trying to come up with an idea for something is I end up downloading like 5 or 6 graphics. I'll scroll through them, like, I like that one, I like that one. And because these ones are free, it's great. You can just download them and practice with them. So if I come back over here, just for an example, I wanted to come up with this like fishing tournament logo. I like the logo that came up. So what I would end up doing is downloading all these elements. So if I just highlight them all, and we'll open with the pre-release. I get them all open and I'm like, okay, well I want, let's just zoom that in. So I wanted a guy in a boat, so I need to try and get the guy from the boat here. I've got this fish, so I wanted this kind of fun fish, so I'm copying him. come back over to this one. I've got some mountains there I wanted to use. I'm just going to drop this in here. And I end up kind of building an idea just by pulling all these kind of bits and pieces together. And the thing is, it's good because obviously these are graphics that have kind of been authorized and put on Adobe stock. But that's how I would ideate. I just bring all these pieces together and kind of put them together as a recipe. And when I see something, I'm like, okay, that's kind of where I want to go. Then I go away and make my own thing. But the great thing with the AI is I can do the same thing just with a prompt without having to go through this whole process of downloading loads and loads of vectors. And if you're a graphic designer, that means you've got 1,000,001 fonts, and you've probably got 1,000,001 downloaded free vector resources from however long ago.
You're reading the chat's mind.
The what?
Their chat's mind. You're reading the chat's mind because this was one of the comments. Oliver just said stock and fonts hours can be lost to both.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
and there are tons of bridge lovers there, so you made a lot of people happy today.
Oh, good. That's nice. I love bridge. I know it doesn't get a lot of love. I know somebody once said there's a reason that bridge is free, but I love it. It does exactly what I want it to do. I want to be able to see previews of all my images. So let's just close this one down. We'll go back to lessons. So if I just come into text to vector, and I'll just explain a little bit what I'm doing here. So one of the things, let's just open this graphic. There we go. So one of the conversations I had with someone about AI at work was about talking about the prompts, and that is you can sometimes be guilty of asking for too much, and then what happens is the result you get can be a little bit overcomplicated or just a little bit funky, because AI is still new and we're still learning it, but it's still good fun. So for example, I did this first prompt and I wanted a lighthouse on an island with some puffins. This puffin is giant. He's going to take over the world. He's going to knock that lighthouse over. I mean, these two are pretty big, to be honest. But what I wanted to do was think, okay, well, how can I simplify this to at least get me to a point where maybe there could be something I would actually use? So instead, what I did was, and we'll see how we're going to create these, but I decided to break it down. So obviously I've got some funky puffins on the first one. So I just typed in a puffin and I got a much better result. I got a vector puffin that I can use. Yeah. I can flip him around, make him smaller, different sizes. Same with the lighthouse. Took a few goes with the prompts to try and make sure that it was just a single lighthouse, but I ended up drawing a rectangle, so we'll see that as we go. But I just drew a rectangle and said fill the lighthouse. Came up with a lighthouse, and then I got this little island. So again, ideating, what I can do now is put these pieces together and kind of recreate what I was trying to make over here. So this is a very specific example, but this is how I would recommend if you're going to start using AI. Don't do a trolley dash around the supermarket and fill the basket up with everything that you can. Take a few pieces at a time and learn what the results that you get. So what do they look like? How clean are they? Are they fully created? And
the challenge is to create a good composition, right?
Exactly.
It's not to have everything at once, but to
that's exactly it. You know, that's how you don't, if you're cooking a meal, you don't put every single ingredient in one big dish unless that's what it needs. But you cook the bits and pieces all differently and then bring it all together as a meal. And that's kind of how I see AI. So
can I ask you a question up front before we go through the process? Because the colors were really nice on those two examples you have here, and Val also compliments you on the colors. Were they the prompt? Or did they happen spontaneously?
That's what the prompt gave me. The prompt was a lighthouse on an island surrounded by puffins. I wanted to start with basic and see what the AI will give me based on where it's coming from. These two down here I absolutely love. The colours from them. And the good thing is as well, is again, this goes back to don't just take what's given to you, but I got these two really good graphics and I really love this gradient. So I just created a little square, did a eyedrop, picked the gradient. I would save that gradient because I really like the colours. And you can do that with these results. It's a good way sometimes of just, it gives you a really good colour scheme, and you can save that as well and save that to your swatches. And we'll show you how to do that. But yeah, so with the AI, my recommendation is to approach it slowly and kind of learn yourself into it. So if we come back to bridge, there was a really cool one here. I was showing Monika earlier because she's going to be covering some of this. I had this piece of stock artwork. It was this one of the ones I was going to show was around ice creams and lollies, but I changed my mind. But I had this little vector, and let's just get rid of that one. And I wanted to see what it looked like in an isometric environment, because I've got a really cool plugin that's great for helping with isometrics, and I love doing isometric stuff. But I just kind of wanted to see, I wonder what this would look like if I could put this singer. I don't know if any of the American audience, there was someone just sang the national anthem in the US at a ball game, and she was drunk and it was very bad. It was funny to watch. So I was thinking, okay, if this thing's singing the national anthem in a stadium, I did a prompt. So I just went down here, I went not Gen Shape Fill, because I don't want anything selected, generate vectors, and I just typed I think it was a football stadium made of candy. I didn't change any of the settings. I knew I wanted a scene. I can actually pull the colors from here as a reference. So if I did the style reference, I could choose the asset, but there's a reason I'm not going to, because sometimes it will pull imagery from the asset, not just the colors. So what I like to do is actually create the colors myself. But the style reference is going to be on auto, so it should come back with the colors. And I'm just going to click generate, and it takes a little while because obviously it's going off and doing some work. It's not the bigger the prompt, the longer it's going to take to get the results, and obviously you're getting 3 results every time as well. And if you do get multiple results and you start to see it filling up, I'll show you how to, but you can just delete some of them so you don't have them just sat in that stack of generated variations. So we'll see what this comes up with. And okay, that's cool. Because I didn't type isometric in. That one was isometric. But, I mean, look how detailed that is. It's really nice, yeah. It's really cool. Now, I wouldn't necessarily use that in maybe a piece of client work, but it would give me a good idea of how I could piece together a piece of work. And then, so like with this one, when I did the isometric search, we just delete that. I just put it behind. Oops, let's grab my little person there. I'll just bring him over here.
I actually really like the new panel you have for generating vectors, because you have more space, you see what you're changing, and everything is a bit better explained. It's really cool. And
the settings are great, because now it is more powerful. You can tinker, and you know there's enough. I can't remember what the credit thing is now with Gen AI, but I mean you can keep creating. You're not going to run out instantly doing this. But what I would do here now is I would take this and go away and rebuild this stadium myself. But visually, I can work out what I want this to look like, and it's a lot of fun being able to do that. So if we just close these two down for a sec.
Before we close this one,
yes,
Kate has a question in chat, and she would love to know what the settings for this prompt were.
That's a good question. I don't think I can go. I don't think I can see.
Maybe we can have another look at the settings in general and just give it another try.
Let's just try it. Let's just do one more.
Because we forgot about the isometric, and I think if we add the isometric, this could be
so
really
isometric
nice.
stadium made from candy. Style reference, effects. We're going to do we'll do flat design, color and tone. I'm going to let you do auto colors, and we'll click generate, and we'll see what we get this time. This is the one fun thing, is the fact that it will just generate a brand new image. Like, just think the endless variations you can get, and depending on how basic or how detailed you are, you can break some of them apart and combine them. I have done that. Same way I do with vector artwork from stock. Yeah. Just take pieces, or even do eyedropper. Save the colours from them. Let's just see what this one comes up with. You can actually see some of the other ones that I did down here, so I'll click on those as well, in case we don't.
I really like the generated versions. It really helps to see the thought process.
Yeah.
And all the trials you do, and then you pick bits and pieces and merge them together. It's cool to have this like a little box of, I don't know, it's like a mood board.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, yeah, that one is nice.
Yeah, so this one I did actually create a color swatch from here to create this one, but if I come over here, you can see the other variations that I made.
Is that a new thing that you can add your own color swatches?
Yeah, so let's have a look at that, because I will. Let's just delete that one for a second. So if I take my little ice cream man and select him, this is a little tip that some people don't know, and this is what I try to do in artwork. If I open my swatch panel, quite often you'd have all the regular colours. So what I do when I've got a piece of artwork open and I'm going to start creating, I go in and say, select all unused. And then what it'll do is it will just go and look at all the colours in the swatch panel that aren't used. Then I can just, once they're selected, I go down to the trash, I delete them. All I've got left now are the colours left in my file. If I've introduced something into the file, I can now do add selected colours. Now, because I've highlighted the artwork, if I do add selected colours, it's taken all of the colours from that piece of art and now added it into my swatch panel. So now if I come over here and do generate vectors, and let's say we're going to do the isometric stadium again, and we'll say we're going to do 5 colours. If I come over to specify colours, all I'm given are the colours in my swatch panel. Now, had I not deleted all the others, I'd have a load to try and pick from. So here I know I want to pick 5 colours specifically from the artwork so they match. So at the moment, this is a little bit of a slow way of doing it. I think as the AI progresses, there'll be more options to select a whole group of colours in one go. But all I would do here is select my first one, select the second one, I'll do it blue, I'll do this pink, and when I select the last one, we'll do yellow. Now you see I can't add any more colours. So it's maxed out at 5. If I change it to 10, I can add 10. If I want to remove any colours, I have to go back in here and use the remove colour and add a different colour. So now if I do generate, it's going to go off, have a little think about it. Let's just move that up there. And it should now come up with a result that's a little bit more colourful.
For anyone who just joined in the chat, everything that's recorded here on YouTube will stick around and remain on the Adobe Live channel here, so you can watch the streams also later in case you need to catch up on some things. This stream will be a longer one. We have about 6 streams in total that are coming, so this one plus 5 more, and it's all about the new Illustrator updates. So the things you see here are pretty much very, very new, or just released new features, so it's pretty exciting.
They are. So here we go. Here's a result. Now, like I said, some of them are not necessarily going to be the greatest results. Some of them are going to be really cool. And again, for visualization, I have done a very rough one here, but for visualization, at least you can see what it looked like. You can try different colors, but that's how to quickly use colors from a piece of artwork. And I think we're going to cover that later in another example.
It's one of the most pressing questions in the chat. Can you pick a color group? Can you use swatches? So it's something people are really interested in.
It's yes you can, but it's a little bit more of a manual process at the moment. You like I say, that's how to create a selection of swatches, but then when you do choose the color, you're going to have to add the colors automatically. Sometimes it will kind of pick the colors from the artwork that you're in. It kind of knows the scene that you're in. But I generally like to be in control of the colours, what I'm going to do, so it can give me a better idea of what I'm going to end up with. So if I just get rid of this, don't save, and I'm just going to, because this one's going to lead on to the next tip.
Since I see the lighthouses here, the prompt for the lighthouses was just lighthouses on an island with puffins around.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Try to keep it as basics, because then I can build on it. Then I can kind of say red and white lighthouse or blue and white lighthouse with 6 puffins on an island with 2 trees. I like somebody did a demo the other day, and I can't remember who it was, and they wanted kiwi fruit, but the result it gave was the bird. Kiwi bird.
That's a good one.
So this one again, another prompt. This was just a female wearing sunglasses with a mountainscape background. Now, I saw Paul, I think it was Paul Tranny did a tutorial with this, and this is what made me think of the next feature, was he asked for a similar thing, and he asked for the glasses to have a reflection of kind of the scene around. So it was like female sunglasses with a reflection of mountainside. But I was thinking, but what if I wasn't happy with the original result in the sunglasses and I want something different? So I didn't ask for a reflection, but now if I come over here to direct selection tool and just select that lens and then go back to the selection tool so it's selected, I can now choose the new Gen Shape Fill. And what this is going to do is it's only going to put a generative result into that shape. So if we just click on that, and this time I'm going to do a mountain scape with lake. So it's going all the way around her. We'll just come over to the settings. So you've got 3 settings now on this panel. The first one is shape strength. So if you do it tight, it's going to keep it nice and tight in the frame. If you do it loose, it's going to be loose. So it's going to be don't know how better to describe it.
It's a floating one. Yeah.
And detail, minimum, maximum. Again, if you keep it minimum, it's going to be a very minimum result. If you maximum, it's going to have a lot of detail and colour. So I tend to kind of keep this is what I start with first, because you can always go back and create more. The next one is going to be style reference. So I want it to match the artwork style this time. So we'll leave that in, and how you do that is if we just get rid of that, if you want to choose the asset, you get this little eyedropper and you just click on, why is it not selected? Oh, it's because I've not got that selected. Hang on, let's do that. Let's go back, select that, and we'll go back in here. Now it should. It's not going to let me. Why is it not going to let me? I'm not going to worry about it because it will do that anyway. I'm going to. The options here for the effects. So you've got flat design, geometric, doodle, pixel art, low poly 3D, minimalism. That's hard to say. Isometric, comic book 3D. I've not tried all of these yet. I've tried a couple. Doodle, I did try in another example when we do the pattern. I generally go with flat design or geometric to start with because that's the style I'm going to be using. The last one is all the features. So if you want to have full control over everything in one panel, you've got your shape strength, you've got your detail, style reference, effects, and color and tone. And again, I could come over here. I'm just going to leave it on auto this time. I'm not going to specify the colors to see what result we get. So I'm just going to click generate. It's going to go away and think about it. Over here, you can see my variations are going to start to appear. You get, if you do Command Y, you get that kind of black and white line. That's what you sort of see as it's building. You get that kind of line to get an idea of what the appearance is going to be. Which is the indicator that it's all vector shapes that can be edited, which is cool. Yeah? So just a pixel graphic. See, this is the weird thing that the AI can do is it's giving me the same result again. So sometimes with the reference, you kind of want to be very specific. Now I know I did have a result somewhere. I think this was it. Oh, I think actually I deleted it. Let's just. Oh no, I know why. It's because it picked up the last. Prompt, yeah, it's the wrong prompt. So let's do mountainscape. Oops. Mountainscape with lake. That's the thing, it's depending on our input. And I noticed that sometimes I'm a little sloppy and don't do prompts properly. And then I get the result for it. And then when you're broadcasting live, you completely forget to go and check the prompt and go and hit generate anyway. So that should now come back with the result that we want. Have a little think about it. There we go. You can see it's the appearance starting to appear up here. So what I can now do is if I come over to the layers panel
Whilst you're having a look at the layers panel, hi everyone who just joined the chat. It's so good to see you. Have you tried the new features already? Well, they're pretty much out since a couple of minutes now. But have a look at Illustrator, have a look at the new features, watch this stream from the beginning onwards to see where you can have a look at the new features, because some of them are still in beta. And hi Kate, hi Kevin. Good to see you all. Isabel, nice to see you, Val. Thank you for posting all the links to Adobe MAX and to the Creative Cloud apps there. So it's so good to see everyone.
Oh,
see, Kevin says hi.
Kevin, yeah, I know Kevin very well. We met a very long time ago. The other cool thing, it's given us the result now. So what I would do now is I'll go over to the transparency panel. I would just drop the transparency a little bit so it's not too vibrant. I probably wouldn't use a blend mode in this because it's a dark shape behind it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can lose some of the detail. But the cool thing about it is it leaves the original shape. So whatever you create kind of sits on top. So you can go through the variations, but it doesn't replace the graphic that it's using as the reference. So for this, I can pop it back on there. And if I go back over to generated versions, I can try these other ones. Now, as I change them, I have to go into the transparency panel and change the opacity again for these. But that's how I like using I keep forgetting what they're all called at the moment. But what we'll do is we'll go back to the lessons, because I'm going to come over to Generative Shape Fill, and I'm going to show you a couple of examples of how this is really cool. So I'm just going to open up this first one, and I've got a couple of images here. They're just posters that I just quickly got down off Adobe stock and just amended them slightly. But what I had here was I had some butterfly shapes, but I didn't want flat color butterflies. I actually wanted a butterfly inside. So all I needed to do was click Gen Shape Fill Beta, and I'm just going to put colorful butterfly, and we'll go through. Let's just check the settings. So again, I could pick the colors from the artwork, but I actually want it to come up with what it thinks is best. So I'm going to go a lot more detail. You kind of get like minimum detail 25, 50, 75, 100. It's got like 4 stops. I'm sure in time that will be a little bit more flexible. Shape strength height, and I'm just going to click generate and see what it comes up with. Now again, this wouldn't necessarily be the result that I'd use, but with some of the features in Illustrator, like the radial repeat, I could probably go in and create a butterfly pattern, not a butterfly pattern, myself, and do the flip. Or there's a couple of other tools I can use. See, this is actually drawn. It's used the reference. It's used the image as a reference for the colours, so it's not going to be that pretty. So let's go back in.
Which is the case as far as I know. If you have it on the same artboard, it
picks it up already. So I've got it clicked auto. So we're going to get rid of it, and we're just going to run that generate again. But like I said, it'll give me an idea. Then I can go off, and if I want to use Adobe stock, maybe if I just don't want to draw butterflies, I just want to use Adobe stock, I'll go and find something that I can then take the assets from. Because like I said, some jobs you want to build yourself, and other jobs are the ones that the designers get asked the most of the free ones. Can you just? Sometimes you know, if you are doing a freebie or a very cheap one, it's sometimes quicker to you. But straight away, it's given me a really cool butterfly effect. And if I come over to this one and I do the same again, let's just close these down for a sec.
And you can still change everything. You can change the colors and whatever you need. So it's editable. We can use
recolor. In fact, I'll show you a little tip with the color wheel as well. That when you ask it to do auto, if you go into the recolor wheel up here, it will tell you how many colors are in the artwork as well.
Yep.
And there's a really cool tip from Laura Coyle on YouTube where she shows you how to remove colors from part of the artwork if you don't need them, just to reduce the colours down. So you can see now I've got better butterflies. It's not easy to say if you were trying. But that's what I can do. I can now go through and the same I did over here, which was just a very simple shape. I just did a circle, and said again, you've still got the original colours, we don't want that one. I've still got the original artwork behind, so this isn't going to affect it. I'm not going to lose anything I've done. This is just for the ideation and then experimentation. Then we move on to creation. This one over here was just a really simple one. I just drew a circle, and I wanted this to be, let's do a lemon. Hopefully I could spell lemon slice. And let's just check everything else is okay. Yeah, good. I'm not going to do that.
It's so good to read that everyone in the chat is excited to try the features themselves. Curtis just says he can't wait to get back to his workstation to give it a try. So, well,
it's the thing I love the most. I mean, like, it shouldn't be hard work having fun. And the fact that we keep getting updates on all these tools and new features, it's like, don't resist, embrace them, because I said a long time ago, I remember musicians were scared of synthesizers, and they were saying, oh, when the synthesizer comes along, musicians are going to be out of business. They weren't. They now use the synthesizer as well as live instruments. So I've got this lemon slice now. I can get rid of this circle. I'm not gonna create another one, but I've got an orange and a lemon slice that I just created. Now I can make it myself, but I wanted to see what they look like. So
you always have the free options, which is really cool.
Exactly.
You can do style changes and use various effects. It's
yeah,
perfect.
so I can replace these. Aaron Draplin always says vectors are free. You know, create as many as you want, keep duplicating and replicating and using, but it gives a really good result. And every once in a while, it's going to throw out an absolute peach of a result, and you're thinking, I'll keep that, I can use that one. So yeah, for those two, that's where it's a really good way of testing it and seeing how far you can push it, but also how to quickly create something. I did have a couple more examples here.
There's tons of examples here.
Yeah, I
want
know,
to see all of them.
because I wanted to show that it's how you think about them. So for this one, this was a tricky one because I wanted some guitars, and if I just put in a prompt of generate vectors, and I'm just going to do a rock guitar. I'm not going to ask it for anything else, just a rock guitar and no background.
I'm excited to see the result for that.
Yeah,
prompt.
so we're just going to click OK. And that is just text vector. So there we're just looking at what can I ask for, what will it give me. The reason why I've got these four here was because I wanted very specific shape guitars. So let's see what it's going to throw out at us.
Well, as it's generating, we have a bit of a tongue twist in the chat. Do you want to give it a try?
Brits build better butterflies.
That's a good one, right? Thank you, Kevin, for this suggestion. We'll keep that for later, and just try to say it 100 times in very fast.
Whenever I go over to Matt's, Kevin always wants me to say British things. Teach British words. Not always necessarily good ones. So, like, that's not good. You know, that's kind of, I don't know whether it's leaning into the distance or what, but it's chopped the top off. It's not been a great result. So what I did was I just went onto Adobe Stock and I downloaded guitar silhouettes, because then I took the silhouette and I said, just rock guitar. So let's fingers crossed that it gives me exactly the same as the first two. But yeah, what I wanted was a very specific shape. So I wanted to use a very specific, the silhouette was the best way. So if you've got something that you want to create that's a very specific outcome, it's a good way to use silhouettes and use pre-existing shapes. So there you go.
And that looks better.
Yeah, so I've got, now admittedly, you know, there's some bits missing in the artwork, but I can replace that. I can put that in the background. But it just gave me the option of using those shapes to create a graphic. And if I just do one more, this one didn't come out very well, but I'll show it quickly because it can show how you can use a reference. So I quickly drew this today. Obviously, I'm not going to win any awards for it. But what I wanted to do was use it as the reference. So instead of using like a colourful piece of artwork, I just had a hand drawing. So if I just zoom out, because I already got the results, because I know we're gonna run out of time before I want to show some extra bits. But the prompt was that I wanted rock guitars, amps, stars and a rock and roll hand, and I had to use this as a reference. So this had no color, so the results that I was given also had no color, but apart from there was one, the fingers were really weird. This was my favorite. So this was like, oh, okay, yeah, cool. Now if I'm going to make this poster for this music event, I kind of know, right, I need to get a couple of different amps, couple of guitars leaning in, the rock hands coming out the back were good, so I'm thinking I can make it more of a crowd. But that was the prompt, but it said like use this amazing drawing as a reference. Now I added some colour, didn't really get what I was looking for in terms of colour, and the fingers, I don't know how this hand's working, it's my Wolverine. But again, it's experimentation, it's fun, it's just try things out, and it might just throw up a really good composition, because that's another big thing, is it does give you some really cool composition, and then you can just break it down and use your own elements. This last one was pretty cool that I liked, was a similar kind of thing. I won't go through the whole thing again, but all I did was I just drew a rectangle, rounded the corners off, and then just said skateboard deck design, and
that was the result.
And that was the result. That was the first one I got. And if I come over here, that was the second one, and that was the third one. They were so cool.
Yeah.
So for the idea that I was having for a skateboard, I was thinking, what kind of design will it give me? Because I can recreate that design. But it did a really good job of coming up with a skateboard deck, instantly recognizable just from a simple shape. And by using the shape, it allowed me to get the skateboard exactly at the plane that I wanted. Now Monika's going to show, I hope she's going to show it. She's going to show a really cool way of doing something with skateboard as well. So I'm not going to steal her thunder on that. Let's jump back.
Since you mentioned it a couple of times, Monika will be on stream, so you just stick around and then
Yes.
Monika will be here. She's the second Illustrator wizard I know. So make sure to just stay here, grab a glass of water, and
I'm
enjoy
gonna
the
watch,
show, because
'cause
this is going to be really cool.
Honestly, every time I watch Monika, she teaches me at least 3 new things, guaranteed. So let's go to the last one. This is my favourite. I've got lots of ones ready here, just depending how much time we had. This is my favourite update. This is text to pattern. Now I think I've got to try and remember. No, we're in Bridge, so let's go back up to Window, and I'm trying to think where text. Generate Patterns beta. That's it. So this, let's really pick a basic one first. So I'm just going to open this. So I've got the word pattern here, and what I want to do is, quite often I have created patterns for myself in the past, and again so it's going to be fruits or leaves. I've got to go away and I've got to draw them, and I've got to build the pattern. I've got to get everything right so it's seamless. What's cool about this is if I go over here, and I'm just going to outline the type, and I'm going to come over to Generate Patterns panel. Now you can see I've got some here already, but similar kind of thing. Slightly less control over it because you don't really need as much as you do on the others. But if I just type in here, let's do mint leaves, because I was inspired by a broadcast I saw on Adobe DE Live with Marcus.
We're streaming all day today, pretty much, and there was a German live stream with Markus Rentsch, and he did a great job and just showing all the new features. So in case you speak German, hop over to the Adobe Live German, Adobe Deutsch.
I can't speak German, and I watched it and I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I could tell what he was doing. It was really cool, especially with the icons.
Yes.
It's really good, because I'm not showing that today.
Beautiful stream.
So I'm going to do mint leaves various. Now again, I can go and choose geometric and colours. I'm actually going to say choose 5 colours, and I think I can only choose 3 because I only had 3 in this piece of artwork. So we'll just add those 3. That's like one of the new features I hope they add, is where if you've got a folder of colours, you can add all of them. But let's go ahead and click Generate. And the cool thing about the patterns is not only are they seamless, but they're added, as soon as you click on one, they added straight to your swatch panel. Unfortunately, you can't add that. I only discovered this today. You can't add them to CC libraries. You can in Photoshop, you can add patterns. There is a workaround, but you can, what I would recommend is, like I do anytime I create any kind of patterns, I save the patterns anyway. I save the swatches. So while they're in the swatch panel, I save my swatches out. So if I've come up with something really cool. So here I've got this pattern. If I double click on, where's the swatch panel? Let's just open the swatch panel here. So you can see my text. Admittedly, this isn't live text, but we can come back to that in a sec. Down here, I've got my patterns that I'd already made. So I can click through on each one, pick the one that I like. If I wanted to edit the pattern, I just double click it. I can come in here, I can change the color of the background, I can move the leaves. I'm not going to, because there's a ton of content there, how to do swatches, how to do patterns. So we just click done. But what's cool about this is I just outlined the text. So I'd live text, I outlined it. If I go back to do live text, and we'll just type in pattern, we won't mess around picking fonts. Let's just make that maximum. So this is something I see people do, and they don't realize that they can use the appearance panel for this. But if you come over to the appearance panel, let's just pull that down there. So we'll go into characters. So you can see here we've got black fill, no stroke. So what I want to do is add a new fill to this. So I'm just going to click on here, and then from the fill, I'm going to select one of my patterns. But what that means is that's still live text. So if I come back up here and type, I've still got the pattern. So no matter how many patterns you create, you can leave them in the swatch panel, but then you can apply them to live text as well. What we got left, 5 minutes. So one of the other cool things I wanted to show was, we'll go to this one. One of the choices when you're creating patterns and vectors is there was a choice for doodle. And I was thinking that'd be quite cool. As soon as the kids break up for school, everyone's advertising going back to school. As a child, you hate it because you just want your summer holidays. But I wanted to test this out. So I actually did a prompt. If I just zoom in here, I did a prompt for, let's just look at the 3 variations. There we go. And I just did hand-drawn, in fact, let's see whether, yeah, hand-drawn doodles of pens, pencils and books to give me this pattern for a background. So I was going to do a poster, back to school. Didn't really want to go off and use any credits in case I couldn't find anything free at Adobe stock. So just created this simple pattern, and the 3 variations were really good. So if you were maybe doing a job for a client and you wanted to just go through that process of ideation at first, this is what you can use to show them what you're thinking of. So all I did was, oh, don't want to rotate that, but actually I've done, let's just come back. That is not, let's just draw a new shape. That's it. Let's get rid of this one. I think it was, I know what I did there. So
it's so simple. It needs to bug you at some other point.
Oh, honestly, yes, it does.
Otherwise, it would be too easy.
Right. But basically, I'm just going to come back here. One of the things I wanted to show was, let's choose this one. No, it's not doing it now. It's supposed to resize, and I've probably forgotten something because I'm trying to cram a couple of things in 3 minutes. But another quick tip, if I just go back to this one here, another little tip that some people often miss is if I come over here and go to Object, Transform Each. So you're probably wondering what I'm doing with this. So what I could do here is transform the object. I don't want to transform the object. I want to transform the pattern So maybe I want the leaves to be a little bit smaller, but I don't want to go in and affect the pattern. So if you come down here, all I've got ticked is transform patterns. I've got the preview set up. So now as I bring the scale down, the leaves get smaller inside, so you can try different variations of that pattern as well. So that's a little tip if you didn't know. You can just go in and transform the patterns inside something, not just the size of the object as well. Wow, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Let's go.
Let's have a look at the last one, because we need to do a little recap of what you've shown.
Yes.
There's were so many things. We need to do a little bit of a recap.
Let's do a recap. Let's do a recap. So text to vector. We were looking at just doing a general, asking Illustrator to come up with something and just let it do its work. No restriction on shape or size. We just want it to go, this is what you asked me, this is what I've come back with. And the results will be different, multiple prompts, fine tune the prompt. You may still not ever get where you really want to get, but it will bring you to a place where your brain can go, right, cool, I know what I want to do with that. So then we went from that to the new generative shape fill, which was where we can take a particular shape and we can specify what we want that shape to be filled with, except the shape isn't filled. It creates a new version, a new graphic on top, so you can create multiple versions of that and keep your original artwork. And the other one is obviously text to pattern. Now if I don't know, 59, we can go over by a few minutes.
Yes,
this is one.
There's no need to rush.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can get this one to work, because I need to get a new MacBook Pro. Don't tell my wife.
Well, you told everyone that.
Yeah, I've told everyone. Work purposes, I earn money from it. But if you haven't tried the beta mockup, so let's open the other one. I'm just going to do File.
I love this feature.
New. Let's hope I can get it to work quickly. So what I'm going to do is File, Place, and I'm going to go into my folder, Desktop, Lessons. Where are we? Text Pattern to Mockup, and let's bring in my image, and let's just bring it out there. Then I'm going to come over here and generate a pattern, and I'm going to go coffee beans, and let's just do that one, and color, I don't want it to be, let's go with we'll just go with pastel colors, but I need to get rid of these because otherwise it will give me green coffee beans because it will remember the last setting. But let's just see what we get with coffee beans, because again, this is another cool way of testing stuff out. And Mockup beta I really love, and it's so useful. I know you can use dimension, there's other ways you can do mockups.
No, but it's so simple. You just stay in Illustrator, you just visualize your ideas and you're done.
So let's see what it comes out. It's looking to be quite good. I think it's something that we can use. And let's get to the end of the search. So I'm just going to select that one and I'm going to draw that shape. So what I want to do is see what this pattern would look like on this packaging. So if I just select the two together, I'm going to come up to Object, Mockup Beta. So the Mockup Beta is in the full version, but it's the feature itself is in beta because it's still building. I think Marcus said there are some new updates in Mockup Beta as well. So we'll create the mockup. It's going to go away. Think about it.
What's thinking about it? The new things are new suggestions for mockups. So you have things from branding to various merch, clothes you can use. So it's pretty much more suggestions, and you can bring your own photos in.
That's the cool
which is really
thing.
helpful.
Now that looks a little bit funky. That's fine, because what we can do is come over to transparency and we can change that to multiply. And what it's going to do is,
oh yeah, that's nice.
that looks so much better. Now again, I was saying about Monika teaching me things, so stick around for Monika. But I hadn't realised, because all the demos I'd seen was everybody was taking one vector graphic and one image and putting it on and showing the mock-up. I didn't realise you could do multiple vectors in one. Now, I've got an Intel MacBook Pro, so I know it's going to struggle. So my workaround with it, which still works, was if I take this and go over to my layers panel and make a duplicate and do another mock-up. So I use the original image, so we'll hide this one. And what I would do is on my new layer, I'd copy and paste the image. I'd bring in my logo. I did another mock-up with just the logo. And then what I did was I turned the visibility of the photo off. So then I had the original photo, my first mock-up in one layer, and my new mock-up in the other layer. And it meant I had them in different layers. So
it's a workaround.
It's a workaround. You know, everyone tries something different.
Yeah, need a new one. Maybe need a new one at some point.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's helping you with the mock-ups. Yeah.
I need a new one to pay the bills. So yeah, I mean, really, all I can say is go and play, go and experiment, and come up with reasonable prompts. You know, don't go crazy.
Just enjoy it,
but
right?
yeah, enjoy it. I mean, test it. There's some great videos within Illustrator from Paul Tranny that explains how these features work and what the settings are, and they're a really good head start. I even watched them last night to check I didn't miss anything.
Yeah. Everything we stream about here remains on the channels, and also in case you dropped some names, some links, other channels, have a look at the chat, because Val is great and put all the links to all the channels there, all the tutorials you mentioned, and also Adobe MAX, in case you have not registered yet. Do that, but first stick around for another stream with Monika Gause. She will talk about comics and cartoon characters, and how to put them in scene. There are more streams coming up. Stick around, enjoy, and Dave, it's been a pleasure as always.
It has been a pleasure. Thank you very
much.
much.
It's time for us to go, unfortunately.
Yeah, see you later.
Bye.
Bye.
What's up, everybody? It's me, Marcus, live from today's stream from Munich. Today's guest is Monika Gause. And Monika, hi. How are you?
Hi, Marcus. I'm fine, thanks.
Nice.
How are you?
I'm fine too. My first time actually today. And
We'll
Monika,
rock that.
Yeah, that's right.
Together we'll do that.
Together, yeah. Monika, tell us, who are you and what are you doing for a living, if I may ask?
For a living, well, I'm solving other people's problems. So
That sounds great.
that's and I'm writing way too much into the internet.
Oh, so you're a writer?
I'm mostly a writer. I'm a graphic designer
Yeah.
turned a writer. So I'm writing books and magazine articles and way too much in forums.
Okay, sounds great. So, you show us the newest features today in Illustrator and much more, right?
That's right. So I'm going to show some of the new text-to-vector capabilities, and then we're going to dive into some older features to actually, using the text-to-vector for ideation purposes, and then when we want to build stuff in a clean fashion, then there are some functions that can be helpful with that. So
Nothing wrong with that, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So everyone wants a clean file, right?
Yeah, that's
And
right.
That's what we're going to do.
Okay, great. I think we just jump right in, Raw.
Yeah, let's do
Okay.
that. Okay. So this is not the file I was looking for, but this one. So I'm going to start with some kind of packaging, and it will be a can of orange kind of flavored drink. And we're going to do some typography, some packaging, and a brand character for that. And first of all, this is the typography. So this is the name, and let's do some stuff. So I like machinery and the kind of 1920s style Art Deco and that kind of stuff. So let's see what text to shape can do for us in there. So just some ideation. I want to see what we get with that. So first of all, text to vector can be found in different kinds of places. So usually I have turned that toolbar off because I do not like it a lot. You can do so by clicking on the three dots and then turn it off by just hide the bar. Then if you want to get it back, it's in Window, and there we have the contextual taskbar. And
Right.
if you have it hidden, then you find the text to vector in the Window menu. There are some in the Object menu, and there are some in the File menu. So in all these places you can find them. And what I've just discovered was the pattern generator is also up here in the control panel. And the control panel is up here in the Window menu as well. So the control panel. And also I have just updated this beta version, and it comes with a simple toolbar. So if you do not know, the toolbars are here. So just set it to advanced and get all the tools. If you have also plugins installed, then there will be all the tools, and maybe then you want to configure that, but only then. So then we also have them in the properties panel. So there are a lot of places where you can get it. And then let's just go to the shape fill, and we have already the prompt in here because it was the last thing I used in this file. But also I'm doing it like you do it because I'm the queen of typos. So I have it prepared for this in order to not get
I feel you.
any error messages by Firefly, because I entered something that is not office safe. So let's just set up the options, and I prefer to just go into the cogwheel and have all of them. So that we have this overview. I want the exact shape and the detail. Well, not maximum, because this will be typography and I want it a little vague. Then let's go to the colors, because I want this in black and white really in this case, and in the effects. So that is not very suitable. And also the pixel art. I have tried that out. It won't give you exact pixels, but some nice ideas of what you can do with them. So that's kind of nice. I like that about the pixel art. But in this case, it's not very suitable. So let's go with geometric perhaps and the minimalism, which is quite suitable for vector art. And let's just generate that. And of course, I want to agree here. So that's this. And actually, I have just watched in the Creative Cloud app, so you can download it now. Okay, high demand. Well,
that happens.
It happens, and thankfully, like the good TV show Cook, I have prepared something.
Always have a fallback, yeah.
What we can get with that one is kind of this imagery, and what I like when in ideation, then I always like to look at stuff and see if I can improve that, or if that gives me some spark of idea, and then I can work on that. So that's that kind of stuff. I also made it with this ampersand, and I liked that result a lot, and I wanted to show that as well. So that is something I liked. So it's not precise; it has to be rebuilt and made clean. But I just like it. So that
looks
is
definitely interesting.
Something that I can work with.
Very mechanical.
For the sake of this this packaging, I think it's rather fitting to put in some oranges, and for that I use another prompt. So it was this kind of prompt: oranges, leaves, flowers, orange slices, combined again with rather reduced vector style, and then of course also bright colors, and then you get a nice result from that. We're going to take a look at that later on when we actually build that packaging. So the next thing is I want a brand character, and I've made some sketches. I'm mostly using Fresco for my sketches because I like drawing on that glass surface of the pattern. And then just to check out if those can be made to work. So if I want to see them, I would have to draw a lot of stuff in here. So I would really have to add some shading and make them clean. And then later on, I might find out, well, that is not good. I cannot make that work. But if I can just generate some of these, then Firefly can do that for me. And I can see, well, will this work, or is that just a bad idea?
It saves you time.
Yeah, definitely. So to do the shape fill, first of all, it has to be traced. So let's go to image trace, and it's a large file. And then let's go to the panel here and just set this to the automatic, and image trace does its thing. So let's go to ignore color and just ignore the white. And then we have this nice expand button right in the panel, which is kind of nice. So now we have this stuff, and if you want to have this this character ideation, then actually it works better when the shapes are filled. So I did also some experiments with drawings that were not filled, but those didn't work well. So it's better to have them filled. And again, we are going in here, and in this, I want to use this prompt here. So let's take that and copy that, and then let's do it. So let's paste that in here. And again, we're going with geometric, minimalism, and maybe the comic book look. And then we can check out colors, but I don't think I want that. So
you can combine multiple effects at once. Is that right?
You can have multiple of these combinations. Yeah. Not just one.
Cool.
So I would try that out. What works best in your case? So here we have the pink boombox, and
funky.
we can just check out. Well, can that work? And what we get here? These have faces. So the other two, but that one didn't have a face. but Firefly put a face into it. So as humans, everyone sees faces in everything. So there are Facebook groups about that, how we see faces.
Well, I see a face in it.
And then we can see, oh, well, this might work. And then we can actually continue working on that and trying that out. And that's kind of nice. I've also tried out some versions of this orange, which are not in this file, I think. Then you can get a feeling for the surface of oranges and the like, and we're going to continue working with that later on. But there's something about this kind of style. So this is kind of isometric, and also you can have isometric generated in Firefly. So let's go into here. And there is this isometric setting in here, actually. There we have it, isometric, and it generates nice isometric looking drawings. But if you zoom in, then you see the flaws that these have. So this cannot be corrected. So you cannot edit that. You will spend a lot of time editing that, and that will be quite... it will take a lot of time. So if you want to do isometric, then I have a tip for that as well. And for that, I need to switch to a different version that I have installed here, because in this beta version, I don't have any plugins installed, but in this one. So what you can do, and what we can also take a look at, so we can... when we want to use these parts of what Firefly generates, then of course we need to take that out of what it generated. And which is quite nice is it tries to group them. So when we go in here, then you can see that they are grouped. So there's a background as well, and then it creates a group, and it doesn't succeed, but it does its best to group them. And you see it has separated them, actually. So did quite a good job with that. So if you want to use parts of what Firefly generates for you, then before just ungrouping it and ungrouping and ungrouping, I would first take a look at if the groups it has created are actually usable, so that you can use that for separating that better. Let's assume you have actually built that and want to make it isometric. Then there are a couple of ways to do so. And one of them is, of course, make actions. So you can record some actions, because isometric is actually just a set of transformations that you have to make one after the other. And I do not have the isometric actions installed in here, but you just have to do that in that specific order. And then you can just select one, apply the action, and select the next and apply the action. But there are also plugins to do so. So this is one of them. This is the plugin Axo Tools, and it works like this. You have drawn that surface of something, and then you can just click the button and
oh, cool.
Make that. So just like this. And
is
like
it for
this,
free, or
no, that is about $50.
Oh, okay.
So that's kind of nice, and it does more than this here. So there are a couple of panels associated. It does all of these panels. It does lighting and whatnot. So that's quite nice. And you can also set up different views. So there are several different isometric views that you can all set up. I think that's quite nice. So if isometric is what you're after, then that is a nice thing. You can, of course, also do something different. So maybe you have this thing and you want to have the front not just in isometric distortion, but you want to have that kind of round, then again, what you need to do is you need to just isolate them. So I'm going in here and I'm just closing this file. And then let's just open that again and see how we can bend that. So what we can then do is open that file, which is here, like this. And if we have this and want to bend that, then of course we can make a symbol, like so, okay, and then have that kind of shape that we want to build. So this is the side view, and what I'm going to add is Effect, Classic, Revolve, and then we can build a boombox.
Oh, that's the old school way to do
Yeah,
3D in
of course.
Illustrator. Yeah,
I
remember.
Have it like this, and then like this. So this is the box that I want, that is kind of bent in a kind of dynamic fashion. So, and then what we can do is map the artwork on it. So let's go to that surface here and then add this on it, and we can just scale to fit and have that.
Nice.
Have that boombox. And yeah, that's how you can make construction easier. So
See that. So does it only work with the old traditional 3D style or with the new 3D tool?
yeah,
Illustrator?
you can map things in the new 3D as well, and for this kind of shape it will work. What works not so well in the new 3D is if you want to map a sphere, so you want to map completely covering all around, that will get difficult. And what's also difficult in the new 3D effect is that scale to fit I used.
Okay.
So the new 3D effect doesn't know where the face ends. So it will wrap it around, which can be nice as well. So maybe you want a sticker that wraps around, which is not possible in the classic effect, but in the new effect. But in the new effect, it lacks precision. So
I see.
you can't map exactly as I did here. That's kind of the difference with these labels. They both have their value, but you need to know which to use when.
Yeah, of course.
So we've done the boombox. So the next thing is
Sorry, 1 sec. Hi. Right.
okay. We're just going to close that, and then it's gone. Okay. The next thing, what we're going to take a look at. So if we have figured out the orange is worth working on, so we want to make this orange character, and everyone knows how to make these into real arms, right? So that is the thing that works with brushes, and you just drag it inside, just drag it in here, make the art brush, and then stretch between the guides. If you can get them like this, and then done, like so. So, but
It's a cool
we
trick.
want to make this orange peel skin. So what we do then is we can also make a brush, and that brush starts with a kind of pattern that you can draw with the blob brush tool. So you can just, make some points, and it gets denser in the center and more loose all around, and it needs to be irregular. So just kind of like this here, just like so, like this. And then you can take all these, they need to be black, and also drag them into here, like so, and make a scatter brush. And then the size can be fixed, but we set the spacing to random and the rotation, of course, to random. Like this. Make just very little scattering, and we are going to make some here like this, and some slight change in the spacing like so.
I never made my own brushes, to be honest.
That's the cool stuff.
Yeah, it is.
So doing your own brushes, that's the cool stuff. So like this. Okay, and what this does is the following. So let's take the paintbrush tool. You do not need to use them with the paintbrush tool. They need to be closer together. So what it currently does is it takes these and puts them, you know, along that path. And it also rotates them. And now we need to change that slightly. So we put them closer together. Let's check out the preview like this. And then it makes some very dense scattering like this. And since it also rotates them, you get a random scattering of dots like so. And that's just it. So apply to strokes. And that's what happened here. So we've got this brush, and what I also did was turn on the method tints, and that only works when they are black.
Okay.
So like so, and then you can just apply any color you like to this. So by just changing the stroke color like this,
Cool.
whatever. They can have any color, and you just have one brush in there. So now, of course, we need to get them into that shape. I'm just going to select them, cut them. So just edit cut or Command X or Control X on Windows. Then select this and then go here. Draw inside, and then you can just paste in place like so, and then they are inside.
Boom. Yeah, cool.
Double click outside, and then you're done. So this is now a clipping mask. If you want to edit it, take the direct selection tool. And by the way, we have these tooltips. They are animated. To turn them off, you go into the preferences general and turn off this one, the rich tooltips, so you don't get the videos all the time.
Yeah.
So if you want to draw inside again, then you need to select this using the direct selection tool, and then this draw inside gets active again, and you can continue drawing with that, just like so. So, and then we can apply the arms to it. So I'm just going to use this arm here, just like so, wrong side. Going to draw it like this. Now we need to...
There it is.
There it is.
Oh, nice.
And then
That's a really cool tip.
we have these arms, and of course it works with legs as well, and then you have this thing. Now if you want to have it on a skateboard, and Dave has made these really cool skateboard designs.
Yeah, he did.
I do not have these, but I have a tip of how to draw things in perspective. So the skateboard looks like that from the top and like this from the side. And if you want to draw it from below, then maybe that can get kind of difficult. So what you can do is the following. We have this shape and we have that one. This one needs to be a symbol again. So drag it into the symbol panel, which has happened here already. And then we can take this one and go to Effect, 3D Classic again, Extrude and Bevel this time. And then let's just make that like this. and then map artwork to it, like so. And you see it has 6 sides, so that's great. We can work with that. We have the bottom, and apply this new symbol to it. I'm just going to scale to fit. We could also first measure that and have an exact extrusion. I'm going to ignore that. So let's scale to fit that, and then go to that one and apply that as well, and scale to fit like this. And then we have invisible geometry, and then it looks like a skateboard now, and then we can rotate this into any perspective, and then we can use that as a template to draw the skateboard from below or whatever.
And this is all still vector, right?
This is also still vector, so if you want to expand that, that would be possible as well. So I would turn off the shading for that, so just have no shading, and then we can go to edit, and then we can go to expand appearance. No, not edit, in object it is of course. So we have expand appearance, and when we go into outline view, there it is. So we have to release it from Shadow, clipping mask and the like. And it would be simpler if this didn't have a stroke. So if you want to do it that way and expand appearance, then not apply a stroke, and then it's simpler in the end. So just like that. Okay, and then we have our character that we can use in the drawing. So the character, of course, needs to have a scenery maybe. And for this scenery, I want to reuse something I have drawn. So this is a beach scene that I have used in an older project. And let's just close this. And in here, I want to have some things that I need to use maybe for an animation or the like. And in animation, you need assets and assets and more assets and even more assets. And for that, I think that text to vector can do some nice stuff. So what I want to have is a picnic. So I have just drawn this kind of blanket and some shapes on it. And again, we can use that. So let's go to the Generative Shape Fill. And let's have a picnic checkered blanket with drinks and food. So I want that red and white checkered like that. And then let's just have that as flat design and generate that. And also, of course, you need some bushes in the scenery, or you need some seaweed on the beach, or these kind of small things that you always need in animation. And that is something that you can use it for. And this is kind of very, very simple. So let's go in here again and have the detail to maximum and maybe not flat design and generate that again, because when testing this, I got some really nice blankets that were also checkered and looked nice. So again
high demand.
Experiencing high demand.
Yeah.
So yeah. Unfortunately, I have these blankets in a different file as it looks, so they are not in here. In here, I only have that lifeguard station that I also generated that was situated in the back. And yeah, that's something that I think where text to vector is usable to actually get those masses of assets that you need in this animation. Let's take a look at this packaging thing. So I want to have that packaging designed, and well, I'm going to give that one more try. So like this, maximum, and let's generate that again. Maybe
Fingers crossed.
we can get a blanket with a picnic on it and nice detailed food, so that we can at least see it.
Damn it,
No.
Tim.
No, there is no.
Tim and Jane, they use all the area, all the stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So let's take a look at some packaging. So what I want to have is a pack shot for my soda can, and I have just created this kind of layout that I want to use it for. And for that, I'm going to use the online version of Firefly to generate that, because it should be a photo. I want to use it in the mockup feature, and then I need a photo in the background, obviously. So what I have done is, these are just circles with gradients on them, and then I have just made this soda can. So I'm just going to take this to the side, and let's take a look at the appearance panel like this, and let's turn this off and fill that. So what you need for that is half of a soda bottle, and that is something that you need to build, and then you can just apply the effect. And this time we can take the revolve effect from 3D and materials. That works like this, and then you can arrange that how you want that to look. And what's important with this, the artboard needs to be the exact size. So we're going to use that as a structure reference, and then it needs to be the exact proportions of the size we're going to generate. So if you want a square, then this needs to be a square, and if you want to have it 3x4, then this needs to be 3x4. And then we can export that. So any way to export that, I'm usually using Save for Web, because I can memorize the shortcut for that. And then export that, which I did already, so this would be too small, but maybe exporting that at a width of 800 pixels or the like. So I'm going to cancel that. Then here is the prompt. So I'm going to copy that prompt. And then we're going to go to Firefly. And then in order to start this with all the options, what you can do is just click on one of these, just like this. And then we can enter what we want. So this is a portrait, and we want a photo, and we want a composition reference. So I'm going to upload it, just like this. So this is my reference. I'm going to upload, and then we are going to set up the options. So also the strength of this could be just maximum, and then we're going to all effects. And now what we need is hyper-realistic.
Always good.
Always good for this. 3D. We need the product photo, which is in here. And then we go further down. And we want vibrant colors, which are the vibrant colors. And the studio lights are, okay, color down, vibrant colors, and then we have the lighting, and there is the studio light, like so. So we have a lot of options turned on. And then let's also enter the prompt and try it, just like this. And this sometimes requires that you have to enter it a couple of times to finally get what you
Yeah.
want.
So I have a couple of generations.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
looking good already.
it will not always work, but sometimes it actually
Yeah.
does. So these still look kind of muted, I think. So it can be improved, and the background also is not orange as I wanted. So then we need to generate that again, and maybe again and again. And I have already done that because I tried that already. So what we're going to do is go into the next file. And in here, I also have done what Dave showed. So I like fruit labels. So whatever is sticked on an orange or something, I collect them.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm that kind of nerd. I collect fruit labels. I've generated one inside of this shape here. So that is something that I liked. And then let's import that product photo that I did, which is this one. It also has the orange background, and
yeah.
it has the nice can. What could be improved in this one is actually the lighting, because it's kind of dark down there. So that's something that could be fixed in Photoshop maybe. But let's use it.
Just a bit, yeah.
Yeah, just like that. And let's see that we arrange that in the background like this. And then what we can do is I'm going to make this smaller, and then let's make some copies, because there are some oranges in this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe I need 5. Okay, so let's just have 5. And it's important when you want to use multiple stickers on your objects, then group them. So this needs to be a group, and each of these need to be a group. And then select all of this and go to Object, Mockup, Create Mockup, like that.
And it just works with any other photo you just import in Illustrator, right?
Yeah, it's just it just takes the photo, and I think it's nice to use photos that are not obvious. So you have a photo of some scenery where there are some surfaces, and you get some interesting results with that sometimes, and just try that out. So now we need to get them. We need to double click to be able to grab them. And then you see we can take that apart and stick them on the oranges, and they recognize the different surfaces and adjust to that.
Wow.
Just like this. And this one, it can be rotated, and you can also scale it. So just hold the shift key and scale it, and up there it does work when I move it down, so like this, and then we have that one. And also what we can do here is multiply that, and you see this is where it's actually too dark. So
Yeah.
what we can try is move this also to the side a little, like that, and see that we can adjust it. So, like this. So then we have a better view of that bottle, so that this works slightly better. Yeah, we have stickers on all the oranges, which is nice. And you can use that with kind of weird images and apply multiple objects to them, and then see how they fit to that, and get some interesting results. So
Yeah,
just
definitely.
for some weird David Carson style layout maybe, and just put them like there and there, and see how that works. And I'm just going to try another time that beach image. So let's go in here and let's just turn that off and generate that again. So because that was such a nice blanket that I generated there, but let's see if it can generate that again. Yeah, but it doesn't do that again. It's not nice.
It's not nice of you,
No.
guys, here in the chat.
Yeah.
Please stop it. You're using all the generative credits of Monika.
No, not my credits. That's not possible, but... So... Yeah, we get nicer food, but the blanket is still off. So I really had such a nice blanket, but it won't do it again. It just won't do it. Okay, so that's this. And we still don't get the nice beach thing. So another thing I had was seaweed. I got some nice seaweed as well, but let's see if it does that. Seaweed washed up on the beach. And this time no, I didn't want that. What I actually wanted is not this. I wanted an object. So this time we are just going to use that generation. So let's go to generate vectors in here, and we're going to generate a subject with maximum detail and the seaweed, which is already active here. And let's just generate that. And those are things that you can actually use as your background images, and they turn out quite nicely like this. And you see, we get nice seaweed that we can use in some background. And again, we can take a look here at those layers. Let's close down this mock-up thing. And there we have the generated object. And you see in here we have all these groups. So you see, we can turn off that background like this. And it's, in this case, it's organized pretty nicely. So there it is.
I'm impressed. It's very
Yeah.
nicely layered.
That's cool. Yeah. It's not always the case, but sometimes it's really nicely organized. That's impressive. So there are some things that are still missing, so the blue ones, and then you can try and catch them using the magic wand, because there are a lot of greens, and in order to configure that, you can just double click that and set a tolerance which needs to be quite low, so then we can see that we can catch these. So maybe that's too low, and we can check out that we can catch these like this, and you see, it's kind of nice. So
that's a neat trick.
We have that, and could get rid of them, and
the magic wand here, cool.
You can use that in the scene. So the magic wand, it's really nice because you can set up the tolerance.
Yeah, totally.
That's nice, because when you use select same, then you only get the exact same kind of object, but with the magic wand, you get this tolerance slider.
It's like magic.
Yeah, it's magic. There was just a discussion in the online forums about how does this really work on the inside, but yeah, could not be answered yet. But that's the kind of question where it gets interesting. Yeah, but then this is something that nobody actually wants to draw. It's
understandable.
Yeah, and then you can just use that in your scene. Make it a little smaller, decorate it, and maybe take a look at the alternatives. So let's make a copy and see what else it has generated. And there we have another one, and that we can use in another place, and can fill this animation with background elements without having to draw them ourselves. And that is something that I find really, really interesting about all that. So let's also take a look at the actions that I do not have installed here either, but I'm going to load them so that we can see those as well. Let's take a look at the isometric actions.
Never used actions in Illustrator, only in Photoshop.
Yeah, you can do some nice things, and you can assign shortcuts to them. So that is really nice. So let's take a look at them. These are isometric actions, and basically you rotate stuff and then you scale it, and then you get these isometric views. So you set that up once, and then you can just apply it over and over again.
Yeah.
And that's pretty nice. What's important when you record actions, go into the menu. If you cannot record a certain menu item, then you can sometimes insert it. So some menu items cannot directly be recorded, and then you can go into the menu here and insert them into the action where you need to use it. So yeah, that's basically the workflows I wanted to show, and
amazing.
There are 4 minutes left, so maybe
4 minutes
someone
left.
has.
If someone has a question, please
Yeah.
ask them now. We try to answer them.
Yeah.
And if not, then I don't know. Do we have anything else? Let me think. It was so much input. But personally, I've learned a lot, like the magic wand and stuff. I never used that. And also actions. I just used scripts once in Illustrator, pretty useful stuff.
Scripts are awesome as well. So, and there are thousands of scripts.
Yes, there are many. I used one script for like aligning all my logos, and they had all different sizes, the logo marks, and there's a script for that. You can align them and all scale them down like at the same size at once. Yeah. That was a lifesaver.
Yeah, that's cool.
Here's one question from Nate. Nate, like how to make an action?
To make an action, what you need to do is first, of course, set up the objects that you want to have. Mm-hmm. So prepare that. And also before recording it, I would check out everything. So, make a list what you want to do. And then you just record that. So you have some object that you want to do something with. And then basically, there's one thing you need to do first. You need to first create a folder for that, because you can only save folders. So when you have an action, it gets saved into the preferences. And as we all know, the preferences can go corrupt. So what you want to do, if you have the carefully crafted action, you want to save it. And saving is only possible with these sets. So you need to set up the set. So my set, and then in there you can record the action, and basically you just create the new action. There it is, like this. Everything else you can assign later on and then record that, and you just do what you want to do.
And it records it and saves it
records
automatically.
these steps,
Okay.
and it's also important to watch the panel so that you see if your step got recorded. And if it didn't get recorded, so one thing that typically doesn't get recorded is if you need to change the document color mode. So I'm going to change that. And you see the color mode has changed, but it didn't get recorded. So in that case, what you do, of course you need to convert it, and then you insert the menu item, and then you can go just like here, selected, document color mode, go in there again, and now it got recorded.
Okay, so you can, after you've done the conversation,
If it didn't get recorded, then
you can add it later.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's the trick.
that's good to
You
know.
do that, yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Okay.
Illustrator doesn't do that, so you need to later
Yeah.
on. And when you're done, you click on stop, just like with the video recorder. They will not be replayed in real time. So you record them and take your time doing so. They will be replayed as fast as possible, or in the settings you have set up.
Okay,
So it's
awesome.
possible to slow them down.
All right, I think that's it. I hope Nate now knows how to make actions in Illustrator. And Monika, thank you so much for your presentation. I've learned a lot, and hopefully you guys out there too. And please stay in line, because our next stream will be with Andrew Hochradel, and he will show you how you can increase your workflows in Photoshop and Illustrator. So stay tuned, and yeah, thanks for watching, and see you soon. Bye.
Bye.
It's here. It's all here. Hello. We are here as well. I'm Andrew Hochradel.
I'm Jesus Ramirez.
And we're talking to you about everything that is new in Adobe Illustrator and Adobe Photoshop today. We have Mr. Photoshop here with us. Jesus, introduce yourself. Let us know who you are. Who are you for our friends? Also, hi everyone. Where are you watching from? Sorry, I kept talking. Go.
Yeah, my name is Jesus Ramirez. For those of you that don't know me, I run a YouTube channel called the Photoshop Training Channel where, Andrew, I teach
Photoshop. Oh my goodness. Wow.
And the name just matches for some reason. Incredible. But yeah, I see a lot of familiar faces in the chat. I see Voodoo Val. I see Robert. Barbara, thank you so much for joining us. Make sure you let us know where you're watching from. Sean is in the chat, and he knows what my family calls me. My family calls me Freddy, which is why he's typing Freddy on the chat. So our good friend Paul Tranny, I call him Ryan, he calls me Freddy. That's what our families call us.
It's perfect.
Yeah, perfect. But anyway, yeah.
Yes,
so
nice to
learning
see
Photoshop,
you all.
learning Illustrator.
Learning Photoshop, learning a little bit Illustrator. I'll be covering the Illustrator side, maybe a little Photoshop. Jesus will be covering the Photoshop side. But I'm going to do a quick rundown of everything that's new so that you can know what to expect on this stream. We also have streams coming up through the rest of the day today with Adobe Live. We're live from San Francisco. In Illustrator, we have some new workflows. We're going to be doing floral typography with our friend Emily Poulin. We're over here. Okay. Okay, we're doing a Rorschach test, like what comes to mind when you first see this. And the reason that we're doing this is because the first thing that we can mention and demo real quick in Illustrator is that it is up to 10 times better than it was when it comes to performance, specifically in panning and zooming. Wow. So check this out. We are super zoomed in here, and I'm going to keep zooming out, and look at how smoothly it moves, and we can just pan and zoom around all of these vectors. Now this is a very, very vector dense. You can see there that we've got outline mode, lots going on here, and there is no lag, there is no stall, nothing. It is way faster, and we'll see more of that as we get into maybe some 3D today and get into the Mockup features as well. But I wanted to call that out. Pan and zoom is faster and more amazing than ever. All right, now the other things we're gonna go through, I'm gonna give you a list, and then y'all, we're gonna try to go in order of this list maybe, so you can jump through if you're watching the replay. All right, here we go. First of all, we're gonna talk about text to pattern. It is a new tool in Adobe Illustrator to help you make patterns. You can edit them, make it really cool stuff. We're gonna talk about Shape Fill, which is generative shape fill. We can create a shape and then use Adobe Firefly technology and Adobe Firefly to fill in those shapes, which is really cool. So I'll show you that. It's hard to explain. The Mockup feature also is here in Illustrator, so I'll show you the Mockup feature. We will also show you Retype and then the pan and zoom. So we only have like 5 things in Illustrator. Photoshop. We got a bunch of stuff. What do we got? Run us down a couple of the things.
Yeah, we have text to image, which is using the Firefly 3 model.
Yep.
We have the selection brush, which is almost like an upgrade to the quick mask mode in Photoshop. We also have the adjustment brush, which allows you to create quick adjustments just by painting over an image. We have an improved taskbar, and the missing one, the order list on the type. So you can now add bullet points and numbered order lists when you're using the type tool.
Yes, so chat, let us know what you want to see and we can hop around. This is a live stream, so if you have questions, if you have suggestions as we go along, we would love to hear from you. Let's hop into Illustrator, and I'm gonna show you Shape Fill. This is kind of the top level billing of what we're talking about today. And Generative Shape Fill is a really great new tool to help you kind of ideate, to expand some ideas you're working on, and to come up with new looks for things, and even match your style if you're designing in a style. So how Shape Fill works is we are going to use these cute little aliens, and I want to create kind of some mock-ups for a video game. And so let's say that I wanted to have some more of those over here, and I wanted to maybe get a planet, right? I wanted some planets that were going to be in the zone. So I'm going to just make a circle over here. We're doing super simple demo to start out with so you can see. We're gonna do a circle here. This is going to be a planet. And what's really cool is with that selected, you see in my contextual toolbar, we now have Generative Shape Fill. So we are going to go to Generative Shape Fill Beta, and we are going to do, let's do a planet. Let's do planet with stripes and spots. And let's add pixelated on the top here. So a pixel planet with stripes and spots. We also can go here and we can change the strength. So either it's going to stay really tight to the shape, or it's going to give a little bit of extra to kind of keep us just a little more consistent. That's the word I want. My goodness. A little more consistent. But creating that circle and then matching the shape is a lot like when we used to use text effects. Did you ever use text effects in Adobe Express?
Yeah, definitely.
So it can go out or inside. So we want to keep it pretty tight to this because it is a circle and that's what planets are. So we're going to keep it right in the middle. And detail, I want minimum because I want to go with this kind of pixelated style. So next, I can use this right here, which is a style reference. So there are a bunch of different effects that I can choose from. Minimalism, isometric, 3D. And here I probably do want to do flat design. Actually, let's do pixel art. There's an option here for pixel art. If I wanted to, I could add extra reference. And this is where you can work in your own style. If you want to maybe like brainstorm some ideas, see if an idea will work, you can use this to test on your own designs, which is really cool. So we're going to choose the asset, and from there, you can just click on any grouped asset, or if I wanted to, I'm just going to click and drag around these assets to give it a little bit of reference to sample. So with that, we have all of our pieces, and we are going to hit generate and cross our fingers. So we're gonna hit generate here, and it's sampling that pixel art of those little monsters. It is making a pixel-based planet for us, and it is keeping it inside that shape. So really fun tool to use for brainstorming, but also to use for like creating, oh, and I actually have a setting turned on that I'll show you. So check this out. So it actually created this planet, but it's only a couple colors. And you're saying, Andrew, we had so much color in our original designs. We did. And here's why I messed that up, is I actually had a setting on that I don't want to have on. And over in your properties panel, you can view all settings. And as I was playing around with this before the stream, I did a setting that was a number of colors. So you can actually specify how many colors you want. You can specify if you want specific colors to stay on brand, which is really cool. And so what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to do vibrant color. And here I definitely want maybe 3 colors, and I don't want to have any specific colors. So we're gonna regenerate that and see what it comes up with, which is really cool. And yes, Nate, really cool to have a reference image. I agree. Very cool to be able to reference something, whether you're using something from Adobe stock or you're using your own work. Really cool to have those references there. All right. I started wrong. Hold on, chat. All right, we're gonna try this one more time. So we're gonna go Gen Shape Fill. We got pixel in it. Okay, let me reset my settings. So just to make sure, yes, we are solid. So we're gonna go no color presets. Definitely 3 colors. Let's get rid of this one. Actually, let's just turn this off. Let's do auto. Okay, let's do auto there. We've got planet with stripes and spots. We have our style reference set. We have our effects set, and let's go ahead and hit generate. All right. See, this is what happens when I prepare too much, then all my settings are off. So all these settings are off. We are gonna do another version of this with the black and white, because I do wanna show you how you can create really black and white kind of things to match your work. All right.
There we go.
Pixelated planet. Not mad about this. Let's see here. All right, a little too much. So let's go here. Let's bring this out. And what's cool is these are editable. So I can actually click in here, and all of this white space I don't necessarily want. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete that. We can just select and then go to select same, fill color, delete, and now we got this cool planet. Right? Pretty cool. So let's say we want that in a different style. We are gonna take this circle, and I'm gonna bring this over here. And let's say that we wanted to do more of this kind of black and white style. This is from Adobe stock that I can kind of match these. So we're gonna create a circle, and I wanna do a ring around it. We want more of like a Saturn kind of look. And so I'm gonna align these here. And from there, we are just gonna use the Pathfinder tool to Pathfinder those together and go to Gen Shape Fill Beta. We are going to do planets with a ring around it. We are going to set our strength to very tight. Let's do tight there. Detail minimum, we want it to be very, very simplistic. We're gonna go to our style reference. We're going to delete that and then choose asset. I wanna do this moon right here. We're gonna go to effects, and this time I wanna do a flat design. I want it to be very, very flat and simple. And this time, we are going to do a limited number of colors. So we are going to do black and white here. And then number of colors, let's do maybe 3 colors. So white, black, sure. Let's do 3 colors. So from there, let's hit generate. And again, it is going to fill in that shape, which is going to reference our art and then generate something for us, which is really cool. So give it a second here and boom. You can see over in the panel when it does the little, look at that.
It looks great.
Boom.
You're going to say you can see in the panel when it's generating, and
Yes.
that's when you start feeling good.
Yep.
You know
yeah,
it's
you
coming.
know that it's coming. So you can see here the shape that we started with as well as the shape that was generated. And so this is really great to use for kind of zazzing up a logo, if you will. So we'll show a little more of that in a bit. But let's hop over to Photoshop and maybe show selection brushes.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Selection brushes, why not? So we're gonna hop into Photoshop, and here we are. This is actually a photo that I took not long ago, the Parthenon in Athens, Greece. And one of the new tools in Photoshop today is the selection brush, which is this guy right here, selection brush. Now, it might not be there for you. It might be at a different location depending on the setting that you chose when you first opened this version of Photoshop. So to make sure that we're all on the same page, you should see a 3-dot icon, but as you guys know who've been following the streams forever, I have a little banana in there. That's a little Easter egg.
great.
It's still there. But you probably will see the 3-dot icon. So if you click on that 3-dot icon and choose Edit Toolbar, you'll be able to customize your toolbar. By the way, quick tip, if you want to add the banana, hold the Shift key and click on Done, and you'll add the banana onto your toolbar. To remove it, you have to use a different keyboard shortcut. Hold Alt, click on Done, and it removes it. But anyway, from here, you'll be able to see the tool. And for me, it's nested way out here. I can simply click and drag this and place it somewhere else in the toolbar. You'll see how it just hopped up here in the toolbar. So it might be a good idea to place it all the way up here with the other selection tools, like maybe even higher than that. I just nested it under the spot healing brush tool. That's probably not the best place for it. So I just gotta keep going up higher. Here we go. So maybe right above the object selection tool, not outside of the nest. I want it inside of the nest. I'm just gonna drag it inside of that group. So there you go. So now the selection tool is there.
And I see that you put that at the very top.
I did.
Why? Why would you put that at the top of your selection
Very,
tools?
very good question, Andrew. So, excuse me, the reason that I put it on the top is because I'm thinking about the project that I'm currently going to work on. So it's a tool that I'm going to be using often. Sometimes, depending on the projects that I'm working on, I may switch the order of the tools just because they're more accessible. If I press a keyboard shortcut, it will automatically select that tool rather than something else. Notice here that it's the L key, but it's also the same as these guys out here, like the lasso tool or whatever. Yep. So, and then to be quite honest with you, Andrew, like the proper workflow would have been to include it above the lasso tool rather than the object selection tool, because they all have the same L keyboard shortcut. So if I'm in a different tool and I press L, I immediately select that tool, as opposed to having pressing Shift and L to toggle through the different tools nested under that.
Yep.
So if I just keep pressing L, notice that it doesn't toggle to the next tool down. It just stays on the currently selected tool. But if I hold Shift and L, then I can go to the other tools.
Yep.
So the reason, oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's a super easy way. If you know what you want to do, but you don't know what tool to use, just hold Shift and keep hitting that hotkey. So if you know that you want to select something and you want to use the magic wand, or you want to use one like object selection, just Shift W and you can just keep cycling through and it will find it eventually.
And, yeah, exactly. So just remember, all the tools that are nested underneath that have the same letter for the keyboard shortcut, just hold Shift and then it'll keep toggling it down. We don't need to talk about that, but there's a way of disabling that in the Properties panel. Press Control-K, look for it in the menu, and there somewhere there's an option that you can disable that. So when you tap the keyboard shortcut, you won't have to hold Shift. But we don't have to worry about that. There's a lot to cover today. I can get really nerdy and go into like really deep, obscure settings in Photoshop that like I don't want to bore people. But anyway, object selection, I'm sorry, the selection brush, which is this guy right here. Why do I like it so much? Well, it allows you to make really easy selections. For example, here, if I wanted to remove all these turrets from the Acropolis, all I need to do is select this tool. I can either select it from the toolbar or press the L key as we just discussed. I can use the left and right bracket keys on the keyboard to reduce or increase my brush size. They're found to the right of the letter P in North American keyboards. And I can just come in here and I can quickly make a selection around this person. Now I'm gonna show you two things. Number one is after you make a selection, you can create an adjustment layer. So I can go here and create a curves and adjustment layer, and then that selection is applied to that curves adjustment layer. So as you can see, that's much faster than doing it other ways. But the real value of this tool, at least in my opinion, is when you're using Generative Fill. For example, I can come in here, make a selection around this tourist here and all the other unwanted elements, and I can quickly go into Generative Fill, click, leave this blank, and click Generate. Now Photoshop will use Generative Fill to try to fill in that area and make it look like if there was no one ever there. One of the questions you might be wondering is, why didn't you just make a huge selection and paint everybody away? I feel that you get better results with smaller selections. Two reasons. Number one is the resolution issue. You will avoid any problems with pixelation or things looking a little too fuzzy with smaller selections. And number two is, when you are looking through your variations, you can find the one that looks the best and just keep it. If you had a larger selection, you might find that it does a really good job on one area, but not so much on another area. So you can have to pick and choose and then redraw the selection on that second area that you disliked. So that's how I like using this tool. So what I would do at this point is just come around, make selections like so, and click on Generative Fill. Leave that blank, go to Generate, and repeat that process over and over again until you get everyone out of the photo. Now, just like in cooking shows, I've already cooked this before the stream started so we can see what the final result is like. In this case, I like that one better. But anyway, let me just move this out of the way and I'll show you what the final result looks like. It's this one right here. Everyone gets removed from the background. It looks amazing.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's incredible, right? How it just does such a good job, as you can see.
And it probably saves you so much time of not having to go around with the lasso tool and like go around every person. You're just brushing in really loosely and making those selections.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Andrew. So let me show you there's really two workflows that you could have done in the past. Number one is, as Andrew just mentioned, is going around with the lasso tool and then just, going around these people like so, maybe getting their shadows and different areas. And that just takes a long time, right? The other way of doing it before the selection brush was to use the quick mask mode, which is basically like the selection brush, but like the old version. If you press Q on the keyboard, notice that the layer turns red. That means that I'm inside the quick mask mode. And what that allows me to do is select the brush tool and paint with white to select or black to deselect. So then I would have to basically fill the entire image with black to deselect and then paint with white to let me make a smaller brush and paint with white to select those areas, and then press Q again and I have a selection. As you can see, that took a few more extra steps. It's still possible with the old way, but the new way is just a little bit faster, more improved. It's a little bit better. And I think I might be missing one other thing here. So let me just go back into the selection brush here, and I should have used the keyboard shortcut that I talked about earlier. But as you can see, you can go much, much faster with the selection tool. So selection brush, excuse me. I keep using the wrong name.
And with the selection brush, it's not just the hard edge. So you can soften the edge, right?
Absolutely.
And kind of do all the things that you can do with a brush.
Right.
You can also do with the selection brush. So if you need to make a softer selection, if you need to blend something. And I know that you have a trick that you use of kind of blending things with Generative Fill and using like a different fill.
Right.
Could you do that with a brush and make a 50% selection?
Yes, actually, if you notice, there's a opacity slider here. So you can come in here and then you can make that 50% selection, in this case 45% selection.
And so if we did Generative Fill and we like tried to turn these people into statues, that would not be hard, right?
Technically,
technically, in theory, that would work, but we're not fully confident.
We're not fully confident.
So if we have extra time, we'll come back and we'll show you that.
I love those challenges because now you put it in my head and I want to try it.
Yeah, 2%. Okay.
And just really quick, the other thing I wanted to mention is just you can change the color of the overlay right here.
Oh.
And also when you select, this is what you were talking about, the size and hardness, so that you don't necessarily keep a hard edge. And the other thing I wanted to talk about is when you select this tool, the selection brush tool, you also have these options in the taskbar, but that's also available on other tools.
Cool. All right, so back into Illustrator. How about that? So we'll hop back into Illustrator. That was number one, was Generative Shape Fill. And number one over there was the selection brush. Number two in Adobe Illustrator, we're back here, is a brand new tool that is the text to pattern, which is really cool. So we can go to pattern, and then we can go to generate patterns. So we can actually generate patterns right here in Adobe Illustrator. So we're gonna go to generate pattern beta right here, and we are going to just type in the pattern that we want. So I actually have this image right here, and this is a really great mock-up. And let's say that this is for a candle that needs to smell like the beach, right? And Jesus, my number one use for Adobe Firefly, mockups. This was generated in Adobe Firefly. And so I literally just put in white box product shot in the sand with flowers around it, tropical, and look at all the great mockups that I got.
That's a great idea.
So really easy way to do mockups, which brings me to, we're gonna cover 2 new things in Illustrator today. So, okay, so we have this mockup here. I wanna generate a pattern. So we're gonna do a pattern here, and we are just going to do tropical flowers, bright color, and then maybe we want to do like, I don't think I want to do sand. Let's do leaves. Let's do palm trees. Let's do palm trees, or let's do coconuts. Okay, coconut. So from there, we can generate the pattern. If we wanted to, we could add colors from color presets. We also could add effects if we wanted to. So I want to do this as a flat design. And then we are going to click generate, which is really cool. So it's going to generate these patterns for us, and they are seamless, they are tileable, they are repeatable, and they are editable, which is the biggest thing. So it is going to create these patterns. You see we got our thumbnails, magic. And with these patterns, we're able to fill in shapes, we're able to generate and create, even if we wanted to do textiles, if we were going to print these maybe on like some kind of packaging, on some kind of apparel or clothing. So I'm just gonna make a square here, and you can see as I click, it is filling in with those patterns. And let me zoom in here. Look at that. So a really fun pattern here, and we can kind of cycle through and see what these look like. So I think that I do like this one the best. And what's great is as I do this, it is adding them to my swatches. So over here, they're automatically in my swatches as I generate these patterns. So there is maybe one thing that I want to change here. I don't love these colors, or maybe I want to present some different colors to my client. So what I can do is I'm going to select this area that I have here. We're going to go to edit colors, and generative recolor. And from here, I'm going to do my favorite prompt for generative recolor is burned banana popcorn.
Wow.
And I don't know why, but every time it gives you just the most delicious, like browns and yellows. And I want it to kind of have this like yellow tropical, maybe it's like a tropical banana flavored candle. So we are going to generate here, and with that pattern selected, it is going to augment all of our colors, again, to iterate really fast to come up with new ideas. And you can see there that it's actually just replacing those colors super easily. So maybe let's do like neon tropical fruit. See if we can get some neon tropical fruit colors. You can do a bunch of generations. It will keep them attached to this shape, but we are generating using our generate patterns. And then we are using, ooh, I'm not mad about that. I'm not mad about that one.
That was great.
So that one's great, but it's a little too saturated for me for print. So I can simply go back to the recolor right here. I can select my saturation and just bring that down a little bit.
Wow.
Right? Softens that out a little bit. We can also make it a little bit darker if we wanted. And there we go. So now we have a pattern that we've created in no time. We have used Generate Pattern Beta to help us with that pattern so we can make textiles. Again, if you wanted to print this on like leggings or a pillow or something, really easy to scale. If we wanted to, we can just, whoop. Oh, haha. So the reason that that happened is because I used generative recolor. But here, if I stretch and squash this, oh, it's still stretching and squashing. So here's why. Oh, this is a good, ooh, there's so many teaching moments that I'm learning together. Here's why it is stretching and squashing, because I am selecting the shape. So the shape is what is going to change. We have the pattern inside the shape. So as I move the shape and scale it, it is changing the whole shape with the pattern that's inside it. The way that you can fix that is that you can do one of two things. You can hit Control or Command K, and that is going to change your, that is going to open your settings panel. And from there, we can scale strokes and effects. We don't necessarily want to do that, so we could turn that off, but here's the way that I like to do it. is we are going to hit S for scale. That is the scale tool. And then we are going to hit enter. And from here, we can actually turn on and off our transform patterns. So here, I don't want to transform the object. I only want to transform the pattern. And so now you can see as I scale this, it is going to transform the size of the pattern. Maybe I want a larger pattern. And then let's say that we had another copy of this. And with that turned off on the scale tool, it's actually really easy to just hit that enter again. Oops, that was the move tool, the scale tool. And then we don't want to transform the objects. We only want to transform the pattern. So if you need to change your patterns, you can do that very easily. And if I wanted to maybe rotate, same thing, you can rotate. You can not transform objects. You can just transform patterns. And maybe I want it to be at this cool little 45-degree angle. We hit OK. Boom.
Fantastic.
Easy. So what I want to do now is, let's say that I really like this version, and this is going to be number 3 of what's new in Illustrator, is we are going to actually apply this to the front of this box. And maybe we want to have some text on here. So we're going to do Tropical Tango. Oh, I could do the 4th right now, but I'm not going to. I'll resist. I'll put it in a different one. So we're going to use maybe just a fun font here. Let's use Alpharn, sure. So I'm going to blow this up. We're going to do Tropical Tango. I'm going to make that white, put it here, and then maybe we do want to put like just a little stroke around it. Let's do, sure, let's do this stroke. Actually, let's do that color, and let's add a little stroke. Chat, we're having fun now. All right, so let's add in a little color stroke to give it some space there, and fill with this nice little orange color. What have I done? Jesus, what have I done?
You can bring it to Photoshop and I'll fix it for you.
Okay, all right. That's where we're going. Thank you. All right, so we're going to put just a little stroke on this. And this would be great for creating mockups. If you want to learn more about this, you can join Emily Poulin. We'll be creating some stuff a little bit later today. But we're going to group these together, and all you need to do is with your vector art. So this is a pattern that I used Generate Pattern with. And we're going to select our art and our box, or our mockup here, and then use this new tool called Mockup. So we're going to go to Object, Mockup Beta, and then Create Mockup. And what it's going to do is it's going to assess the image that we have on the background, and it is going to apply our vector art to that image, which is really cool. So I'm going to show you, it's going to be matching the angle. We'll be able to drag it around the image to put it in different places, and then even change the blending mode to make it look a little more seamless and like it's integrated into that box a little bit better. So just a second, it is thinking and assessing all of the different angles and features. And again, this is in Illustrator, right? No Photoshop needed. We're doing this in Illustrator for our mockup. Of course, you can always do mockups in Illustrator. You can do your dimension tool or your perspective. Thank you, perspective tool. But here, Mockup is going to do it all for us, which is really cool. And someone's saying, for a more hands-on approach to the transformation panel, there are transformation options that can be switched between. Yes. All right. While this mockup generates,
come on,
while it's thinking about oh, there we go, we got it. Okay, so mockup here, and what's really cool is now we can kind of just move things around. So I can click in here, and I can start moving these pieces around on the mockup, and I might want to scale this. And I think what's happening here is I think that my pattern is like re-rendering the pattern each time that I try to do it. So I'll come back to this. Jesus, we'll hop over to Photoshop.
Let's hop over,
take it away.
Hop on over to Photoshop. All right. So new feature number 2 inside of Photoshop today is the the text to image module here at the very bottom of the toolbar, right down here next to Andrew's arm right here. You can see the Generate Image button. You tap on that, and this window comes up. This is now using Firefly model number 3. Now, I have to be very clear. Model number 3 is a newer, improved model. It's inside of this particular input box, but it's not available on GenFill at the moment. So it's using different models on those two different Generative Fill features, but the newer one is on here on Generate Image. And of course, just like in Adobe Firefly, the web app and Express, you can generate images. So you can already have a prompt ready to roll. And I'm just gonna paste that in. You can choose either art or photo. In this case, I want my result to look more like a photo. So I'm just gonna tap on that photo button. And just next to my head here, let me just move my head, there is a generate button. You can just tap on that and it will generate that entire image. Difference between Generative Fill and text to image is text to image gives you an entire image over the canvas, whereas Generative Fill only gives you an image over the area that you select. So this particular thing, or this particular feature, is not used for you to just create a whole image and I'm done, I'm ready to go. It's more for you to ideate ideas and to have different options. And it's just a way of creating assets for a larger project. So I have my cat here ready to go. He looks fantastic.
Ooh, lounging.
Lounging cat, man, I'm jealous. So what you can now do is click on this little icon right here to the left of the generate button, and then you can choose a reference image if you like. You can select one from the gallery. So if we have a style that we like, maybe this, I don't know, what do we choose? What do we choose? Maybe this cool neon looking image, and I can just click on generate. So now we should in theory get a cat that is in that style. So it just allows you to create assets really, really fast, really, really quickly. And if you have some crazy images yourself, you can upload your own. Look at that, isn't that incredible? And we have these cool looking cats in the style of that image. I have another image here that I wanted to show you guys. It's completely random. It's just headphones, just a photo of headphones. And I'm going to use this photo of headphones and generate. See what happens when we have a photo of headphones and a cat. I'm expecting to get something really, really crazy. But that's the cool thing about this tool, that allows you to just generate new ideas really, really quickly. And you'll get something that looks like that. And I actually quite like that second one, Andrew. I don't know how you feel about it, but to use your words, I am mad at it.
I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it.
Yeah, so it's fantastic. And obviously we can use it to create more interesting designs. For example, I can use the prompt futuristic mobile phone, and every time I type something in here, I misspell something, so I have to go back and double check to make sure things are spelled correctly. I'm a horrible speller, that's why I'm a designer, but now I have to know how to spell. But anyway, so now we should get a futuristic phone in the style of those headphones, and that's exactly what I got, and it looks fantastic. Again, generating assets for your projects, not necessarily to create an entire image in Photoshop. It's just more for you to ideate ideas and have more options to choose from for your designs.
That's really cool.
That's feature number 2.
Feature number 2. So the next thing that I want to do, I'm going to hop back over and we're going to do the mock-ups here. So we got it back.
We got it.
What I'm going to do is we are going to generate another pattern. So I'm going to go to Object, Pattern, and we are going to go to Generate Patterns. So we're going to do one more time. This time, let's do like tropical flowers. Flowers and cocoa nuts.
Cocoa nuts.
Got it. So we're going to generate this pattern, and this is going to create a seamless pattern for us. And then I'm going to outline that to just get some basic vectors. And that way we can apply the mockup a little more easily here on our design. Oh, and that's really cool what just happened. So what happened was I had my text selected, and when you generate a pattern, it is going to put that pattern into whatever you have selected. And so I had my text selected on accident because I was typing, but it has put that pattern into the text, which is really cool. I don't necessarily love that or want that, but what I can do is I can just pull out a little square here using the rectangle tool, and you can see all the different variations that we have. So I do like this third one the best. I think that looks good. And I'm just going to refill my text and put it over here on this art. And let's align that maybe a little bit smaller. And then let's just go ahead and drop like a little label behind it. All right, so this is gonna kill me. I have to fix it. I'm sorry, chat. Okay, there we go.
There we go.
I was so stressed. Okay, so we're gonna align everything here. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select this background, and we're gonna go to Object, Expand. And Object Expand is going to expand our pattern So we're gonna go Object, Expand one more time. And it's going to expand that pattern. So now if I try to squish it, it is just going to kind of squish. So now it's basically made these vectors and made it into a, almost just a clipping mask here. So if I wanted to come in and let's say that I wanted to change a little piece of this, I could come in and it is all editable vectors, which is really cool. And so let's actually undo a few times before I outlined that. And what's cool with the Generate Pattern is that I can actually like edit the patterns. So I can go in here and let's say that I want to edit the pattern that we're using, which I believe is this one right here. So I can just double click on that pattern and it's going to allow me to edit that pattern. So I did see a place where the shading got a little bit off, and that was right here. So there's a little spot where the shading is off. And I'm going to select this on our pattern, and we're just going to sample in that gray color. And now you can see that everywhere that is, it has changed that color. So even if we wanted to like move or delete, let's say that we wanted this flower here to be a little bit of a different color, we could come in and just grab these parts that are the color that we want. We also need to grab the overlap that's on the other side over here. And let's say that we want these to be maybe a green color. Maybe we want more of that green to be incorporated. So we're going to change it to be a little more of that. Actually, let's do yellow. So let's do a yellow flower. We're going to sample that yellow. And I missed one little piece over here. Let's go ahead and select those. And now my pattern is updated. So when I hit done, it is going to update that pattern everywhere that it has been placed. So I can select here and boom, I want my pattern. And we have an update. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and we are just going to apply this to a mockup, which is going to look really cool. So the new mockup feature in Adobe Illustrator is in beta, but still available for you to use. And we are going to select our art here. We're going to hit Control or Command G to make that into a group. And then we are just going to select these two and go to Object. Actually, I want to make sure that our art is in there, our mockup's in the background. We're going to go to Object, we're going to go to Mockup, and then Create Mockup. And it's going to assess that image for us, and then it will apply our vector art onto that box. So this is really great for applying logos, applying text, to see what your art is going to look like in the real world. You can see here that it's creating that mockup. It's placing our vector art onto the box, and then we'll change the blending mode to multiply to give it a little bit more oomph, to make it look oomph. Oomph is the technical term, I believe. So give it some more oomph to make it look like it is a real world, real life mockup, which is gonna be really cool. So while we render this, Jesus, are you ready for number?
I am ready
four?
for number
Five?
four.
Four.
Three.
All right, number three in Photoshop. What do we got?
Photoshop. What do we have? We have the amazing adjustment brush. So the adjustment brush allows you to make adjustments to an image just simply by painting over it. The old workflow. Why don't we look at the old workflow so that we can contrast and compare? So for example, if we wanted to make an adjustment to this eye, I could, maybe do the elliptical marquee tool here, so I can just make a selection on the top part of the eye here. And then here's a cool keyboard shortcut. If you press Alt and Shift, you can see how the cursor here now has an X on it. That's to intersect the selection. Intersect simply means that whatever's overlapping both selections is what will remain selected, in this case the eye. And I can come in here and make something like a hue and saturation adjustment, for example, right? So then I can saturate or desaturate the eye or whatever adjustment I wanted to make. So making a selection, applying an adjustment now, it's all just in one single tool with the adjustment brush. You can select the adjustment brush from the adjustment panel. You can click on this drop down and you have a list of all the adjustment layers. Notice that the fill adjustments are not here. So when you click on the adjustment layer icon, you also have access to the fill layers here.
Okay.
But we are only working with the adjustment. So these guys here below brightness and contrast all the way to the bottom. See that? So that's what's here. So in this case, if I wanted to make an adjustment, all I can do now is select, for example, curves and just start painting in the areas that I want. See that? And you have access to the brush settings as well, using the bracket keys, whatever you need. Obviously, that's an extreme adjustment, but the important thing is that I created an adjustment layer with a mask in the areas that I painted over, and then I can continue making adjustments to those areas. It's a really, really cool tool. You can use it in conjunction with another one of the new tools that I just showed a moment ago, the Generate Image, for example. Actually, I need that's where I wanted to go. We can go into the Generate Image module and type something like couch in a modern living room, and I'll select photo and click on generate, and this will generate hopefully a couch inside of a modern living room. That's what I'm hoping on crossing my fingers.
We make promises when we click that button and then cross our fingers and hope.
So yeah, exactly. So what happens is I click on that button, then I cross my fingers under the table. But there you go. These couches look fantastic, and you know, they're all pretty good. Maybe this is the one that I want. You know, it doesn't really matter. Like, well, in terms of ease, I'm just gonna go with this one here because it'll be easier to show what I want. So maybe you generate something and you know, and it's almost there but not quite there, and maybe you want to change the color of an object here in this case the couch. I can go into the adjustment brush and simply choose something like hue and saturation, reduce my brush size, and start painting. So I'm going to reduce my brush size, and I'm just going to start painting in the area that I want to adjust. Notice right now that nothing is happening. Maybe I can click on the colorize button here and then choose something like blue or purple or whatever color I want, and now I can come in here and I can paint the color in, and now I have something that works better. Here's a super pro trick for you guys. If you wanted to change the darkness, how bright, how dark that is, using the lightness is not the best result. You don't get great results. The reason being is that you completely wash out the blacks or you completely blow out the highlights. So I rarely like to use the lightness. What I instead like to do is create either a curves or levels adjustment layer, completely up to you. We'll go with levels because it's maybe easier to demo. But now I have a completely new mask, and obviously it's not selecting the same area. So you can do two things. You can just delete this mask, hold Alt on Windows Option in the Mac, and drag this layer mask over on top to duplicate it, but that's not the better workflow because if I need to make a change to one mask, I need to make it to the other. So instead, what I like to do is just select both layers, press Control G on Windows, Command G on the Mac to put that into a group, and then I can take this mask and then drag it up here. So now that one mask is controlling both things. Now, the reason that I created the levels adjustment layer is now I can control the contrast of that, and I can adjust the highlights and shadows without completely blowing them up, so it gives you complete control of the image. Think about it this way. The lightness slider is just one control for controlling all the values in the image, the shadows, midtones, and highlights. But with the levels adjustment, you get five sliders, so it gives you total control of how the shadows in that image and highlights are affected. So I highly recommend that you use this method if you want to change colors in Photoshop. And there you go. That was a little bit
really
extra,
cool.
A little bit extra, but I felt that it was necessary.
No, it was perfect. So what we want to do next, I'm still working on the mock-up for y'all. So we have this really cute flamingo floaty? Flamingo floaty.
Flamingo.
Yes.
With white wings.
Yes. Yeah. Do flamingos have white wings?
No.
I almost asked if flamingos have wings. Okay. So we have our little flamingo here, which is great. So we are going to now demo the mock-up feature. It's going to work this time, I promise. We're going to select these two here. And with this, we have our art. We have our mock-up. We're going to go to Object, Mock-up, Beta, and Create Mock-up. And what it's going to do, it's going to place that art onto the box for us. We'll be able to move it around. This will be a little more simplistic than using the pattern. The pattern had a lot of vectors that it was kind of working through. So this has a lot less of those vectors for us to work with. And this is directly in Illustrator. Check that out. So what I can do is I'm going to change the blending mode over here to multiply. And I can drag this around and it's finding all those edges for me. It's literally going to, and look at that. It is even bleeding off the edge there. It's cutting it off because it knows that it needs to be on the box. Maybe we wrap it around the top. Right? This is like the most mind-blowing thing to come to Illustrator in a long time.
All right, Andrew, Photoshop can't do that.
Right?
Yeah.
And this, I think that this was a sneak at MAX
It
like
was.
2 years
It
ago.
was, yeah.
Like I think it was Vector Edge.
And I thought it was coming to Photoshop as well, but then it made
No,
it
no.
here. Yeah.
No, it's here.
No.
So what's really cool, you can edit all that. You can move around. You can pan, zoom, and edit. If I needed to, I could come back in here, click, and then move it over here. And you can do everything that you can do with other vector shapes right here. So if I wanted to, I could go and we could maybe edit the colors. So let's edit colors, generative recolor, and here, maybe I want this trippy disco. It is going to edit that vector. So it is still a like specific vector to place this. And I'll do more demos of this on like hats and stuff because it's really, really good. But there we go. Now we got a hot pink flamingo. And this was generated in Firefly, and now we have a great mock-up to send over to the client. Really cool, right?
Fantastic.
Really cool. All right, so I want to show one more thing, and that's just a quick little recap. We've talked about text to pattern. We've talked about generating patterns. We've talked about generative shape fill, and we've talked about mockups. We've talked about pan and zoom. So I do want to show one more time the magic of generative shape fill.
All right.
And what we're going to do, generative shape fill up, if you will. What we're going to do is we are going to create a star.
Okay.
And we're just going to create a really quick star. So we're going to do, oh, that's a flare. Calm down. We're going to create a star. There we go. And this is just going to be maybe a 3-pointed star. We're going to do just a very simple variation, 35 to 50. Hit OK. And now we've got this shape, right? So weird looking star, but this is like so much fun to do. Learn this from Michael Fugoso, is we are going to generate and make a spaceship out of this. So with it selected, we could use a reference. We're going to do that now. So we're going to do generative shape fill. We are going to do futuristic spaceship. And then we are going to go over here. We're going to change. We're going to do loose. We're going to do maximum detail. So tons of detail on this one. And then we don't want a style reference, but we are going to do maybe a low poly 3D, I think could be cool for this. Okay. So we're going to generate that. Actually, let's make sure we don't have anything set for color and tone. Auto, great, let's generate. And so it is going to take this shape and then generate a spaceship. So this is great for brainstorming, great to kind of come up with new ideas and try to see what would be possible if you're working on a project. You can comp it out really quickly and really easily without having to go through like a ton of back and forth. So you can see there, we went with the loose and it completely almost ignored our shape, which is crazy. But we did get a bunch of options. There we go. That one went a lot closer to the shape. And then one here that is even closer to that shape. So if I wanted to, I also could match this to a style. So let's go ahead and I'm going to open up something that I grabbed from Adobe Stock. And let's actually grab this black and white one. Let's find it right there. So this is some stuff from Adobe Stock. And we're going to go ahead and try to create this black and white kind of shaded look. So I'm going to grab our astronaut over here and we're going to paste it in. And from there, we are going to grab our shape. And we're going to do gen shape, same thing, futuristic spaceship. We're going to do high detail, but this time for our style reference, we can choose the asset, and we're going to click to choose that asset. We don't want to have low poly 3D. We want to do a flat design here, and then we also want to limit the amount of colors. So let's go ahead and do black and white, and let's do 5 colors, and let's make sure that we include this like off gray. So an off gray, we definitely want white. So we're going to do white. I'm going to do an off gray. And then maybe we only want to do 3 colors. So let's do 3 colors. And then we also want to include maybe a full black. So I'm going to make this gray a little bit more mid there. And now we're going to generate, and it is going to go loosely on that shape. It is going to add that asset in as a style reference, and then consider the 3 colors that I want to use within that shape. So we got our thumbnails going. Let's see what we got here. And boom.
There it is.
Really cool, right? So this, I could brainstorm. As you can see, there's a big difference between the left and right, right? Between the one that I generated and the one that was crafted. So this could be a really great guide for me to build out and go in and really like hone in to make sure that this actually looks a little more polished, but great for brainstorming, great for coming up with ideas, and great for like expanding, right? That I've made this illustration and I'm like, okay, I want to keep going. Where should I take this?
Right.
Let's test some ideas and see where we can go with those different things.
Amazing.
Really cool, right? Fun. Magic. Do you have any more to go?
We have one more to go.
Okay.
We have time, right? We have like
Yes.
7.
We got like 7 minutes. So we got one more time.
You need to come back?
For our last. No, I don't need to come
All right,
back.
great.
Great. My time to shine. I'll leave. Thanks, everybody.
All right. I was going to take off my coat, but all
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So really 2 new features are really easy to demo, so here we go. I'm just going to quickly go into the rectangle tool, and I'm just going to create a box here. And this is just because I want to create text over my image. Maybe I want to let people know the best places to visit in Athens. So I need just a background so that the text is legible. So I created this box. One of the newer features is the Improve taskbar, which is actually right behind my body now. So we might need to move us to the other side.
There we go. Thank you.
So the new and improved taskbar, a couple new extra features with shapes. For example, you can adjust the color. So maybe we want to make this, I don't know, blue or something so that it matches the rest of the image. And we can give it a stroke or completely remove the stroke, completely up to you, whatever you want to do. And this is a cool one. You can click on the corner radius here and you can, round the entire thing if you want, or you can adjust one corner at a time.
That's
whatever.
so helpful to have it right there.
And it's super fast. I mean, this is not necessarily a new feature. It's been in Photoshop for a really long time. But the fact that you don't have to come over into the properties panel or somewhere else to make these adjustments, it's a huge, huge time saver. So that's the Improve taskbar. At this point, oops, sorry about that. At this point, with the rectangle layer selected, you can simply press one of the number keys in the number pad to adjust the opacity. If you press the number 8, like I did in this case, it changes the opacity to 80%, 5, 50%, 2, 20%, so on and so forth. Pressing 0 gives you 100%, and 0, 0, really quickly, really fast, 0, 0 gives you 0%.
Oh.
So there you go. Super quick keyboard shortcuts. Another fun keyboard shortcut is if you press, for some reason it's not working. I don't know if it's me or this version of Photoshop, but oh, here we go. So if you hold the Shift key and then you press one of the numbers, you'll adjust the fill. So Shift 3 is 30%, Shift 9 is 90% with fill.
Oh.
So, there you go. Just a few keyboard shortcuts for you to
Here's a question for
use.
you.
Yes, sir.
Pop quiz for Jesus Ramirez of Photoshop Training Channel. Let's say that I have that layer selected right now. I want to select the next layer down. Is there a hotkey to just select that next layer? What? How is that? How is that?
You haven't even finished answering the question, and I did it.
Oh my gosh.
So Alt and the left bracket key moves you down a layer. Alt and the right bracket key moves you up a layer. And here's another useful keyboard shortcut. If you press there we go, Control and the bracket keys, you actually move the layer itself. So Control moves the layer, see how the layer is moving? And then Alt it changes the selected layer. See that?
Learn something new every day, everybody. So we have more content coming up for the rest of the day here on Adobe Live. Next up, we have our friend Emily Poulin.
I thought it'd be really fun to design some products for my dog.
We will be creating the floral typography, my goodness, using generative shape fill and some other of the tools in Adobe Illustrator that are new today. Then our friend Jesus is back with us to edit portraits, to show you how to use those adjustment layers to edit portraits, to edit vacation photos, to edit your photography with those adjustment brushes, with the selection brushes, all the new stuff that is in Photoshop today. Then I'll be back at the end of the day to work on a marketing campaign with you. We'll be able to see how we pull everything together to use these new tools that we've seen. We use Mockup, we'll use Retype. We didn't talk about Retype. I did have one more. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. All right, we have like 30 seconds to show this, chat.
Let's do it.
All right, so I was gonna show this at the beginning, and then I said, oh no, let's wait and not show it until the end. All right, so Retype is an amazing new feature in Adobe Illustrator, and what we can do is we love the fonts that they're using here, but sadly, this is outlined, right? There's nothing that I can really do with this text. So what I can do is I need to change this, and instead of a night film festival, it's gonna be during the day. And so I can select right here and then go to a new setting that is type, retype beta, and this time we can match the font or we can actually edit the text. So I'm gonna click on edit text here, and what it's gonna do is it's going to find that font for me, and then it is going to make it so that I can type that font out. So it's gonna convert it back, and you can see here, it's already found it. It is owner's X variable, and we are going to apply. So we'll apply that to our art. It is activating the font, and then in just a few seconds, it's syncing from Adobe Fonts into Illustrator, activating that font, and then also syncing so that this will become editable text.
That's witchcraft.
Right? It's magic.
It's
absolute magic. So you can find the fonts that you need, and then once it syncs, you'll be able to type and actually text that out, which is really, really crazy. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna actually grab this one as well. And you can see there, with that selected, I can match font. It's going to find the selection for me. Let's go ahead and expand this selection. 1 second. Come back to me. Select there. Let's make it dark and see if that helps. Match font. There we go.
There it is.
Cinema found. Easy.
Boom.
Right? And so we can sync it from the cloud right there. I can click on the little cloud. It will download it and sync it. And then we can go ahead and just retype it. We can make it so
I have
once it
one
syncs.
more feature to take 2 seconds.
Okay, go.
Yeah, if you switch over to my screen, another new feature is that we have order lists inside of Photoshop now. So I just put in some dummy text right behind that box. That really doesn't matter what it says, but the point is that in the properties panel, you have this option now, bullets and numbering. So I can create an order list with numbers or the little dots here, and there you go. Fantastic new feature in the new version of Photoshop.
That is absolute magic. And back to me for just 1 second. You can see this is now editable. So it just needed to sync that font.
Yep.
And now I've taken it from being a vector back into being editable text. Amazing time. We did it.
Look at that.
We covered all the things. So stick around. Emily Poulin's coming up next. We're going to have some fun. We're going to make some floral typography and maybe some little cute flowers and stuff too.
Why not?
So
Why not?
stick around. I'll see you in just a minute with Emily Poulin. Bye, everybody.
I thought it'd be really fun to design some products for my dog. This is Mosby, so here's my dog. I have some illustrations here that we're gonna work with for the first category here of treats. I used the shapes and then I went over to Pathfinder and I merged those shapes together. So I'm gonna do object path, offset path. Let's do -50. Yeah. So then I use the scissor tool to just disconnect that and make it its own little object here. And then I'm gonna round out these corners. So I'm gonna pull out all of the ones that are treat related over here. So hold shift to make a square. My dog loves cheese. He loves cheese so much.
Really?
Yeah.
Vicious, fill the cheese on your skin.
So I'm gonna highlight all of these and then I'm gonna go to object, pattern, make. If you drag here, it's gonna adjust like the entire pattern.
Oh,
So let me zoom out and we're like going crazy.
Perfect.
Okay, so I'm just moving these around. I'm feeling like it's decently balanced. So you can change the pattern. So you can do grid, you can do brick by row. Grid works for me. So I'm gonna just click out of it. And I have my swatch highlighted. I have my fill set. Now if I drag this, we're just gonna have infinite pattern. Right? Okay, so now we're gonna do one on outdoors. So I'm gonna do a little sun. We are gonna use the star tool, pull these out to make that like very classic, like anti-scallop.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna arrange, send it back. I'm gonna highlight both of these by just dragging across, and I'm gonna do align to selection. Which one do you like better? Or we can do both, I guess.
We can do both. Look, you know what? In this life, I can't have everything I want, but in Illustrator, I can. All right?
Click that. And then I'm gonna make some grass. I'm holding Option Shift, and I'm gonna do like a little effect. Or I think I need to do single. I always expand it. It just makes it a little bit easier to work with. So object expand. I am making mud. And then I'm gonna do a similar thing and I'm gonna do some clouds. So I'm just using the circle tool.
Yes.
That it would be my suggestion is making sure that you're hitting like the inside and middle of the shape. So even this guy is too long. So I'm gonna bring it to the middle of the shape. I'm gonna bring this guy down a little bit.
Okay.
There you go. And then we're gonna round out that corner and everyone is gonna be happy. I'm gonna give it a little face because it looks like a little like, perfect. People are getting faces now. Maybe I'll do just a little sparkle. Okay, a little shortcut as well. You can use the arrow tools if you're like holding the shape and it will change the points. So we're gonna highlight all of our objects. We're gonna go object, pattern, make. Woo!
move.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring in, I think, this food bowl. Okay, I'm gonna write Mosby. I'm gonna outline it by doing Command O, just to make it into a shape, because that's gonna be helpful for us. And then I'm gonna pull in some of these shapes from up here. Mockup works best, or / only, if you have an image and then you have vector graphics. So you can't be overlaying photos into photos in Illustrator. It really is for vectors.
Okay.
So I'm gonna click this and I'm gonna shift click my image is the word I was looking for. And I'm gonna click Mockup. We can move it up and down and kind of position it where we want it. Cute.
Yes,
I think it looks so fun.
Oh, I love that.
I'm just gonna bring the bed into here. We have both highlighted, and then I'm gonna click Mockup again. And it does a great job of like stretching it and moving it correctly, which is awesome.
Thank you so much, Emily.
Yes.
I have learned a lot, so I hope that y'all did.
All right, thanks
Thank
everyone.
you guys. Bye.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are hanging out talking about everything that is new in Adobe Photoshop and Adobe Illustrator, which is what we'll be doing today with our friend Emily Poulin.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Poulin and I'm super excited to be here and talking about the latest and greatest in Adobe Illustrator.
Yeah, so we'll be taking and making some floral typography. Emily and I have become obsessed with a little walking flower blooming game, if any of you play it. You walk around, you make flowers, and that's all that you do. And we love walking and we love flowers. So today we're creating some inspired floral typography, which is gonna be really fun. And we'll be using some of the new features, one of which will be Generative Shape Fill.
Yes.
Super cool. Maybe some generate patterns.
Maybe.
We'll be going back and forth. And somebody saying, love the dynamic of Emily in full white and Andrew in full black. Yes, we are here in black and white to show you some colorful floral typography. So let's hop in Illustrator and maybe get an overview of what we're going to be working on today and kind of just get the vibe.
Definitely. I'm also laughing because our laptops, I think I have like the white version and you have
Oh, that's so
the
funny.
dark version.
Yes, Emily has dark mode and I have light mode on.
That's
so
crazy.
There we go.
Cool.
We're the yin and yang for today.
Well, today we have this really blank, beautiful artboard, but we are going to be using shapes and such things to be filling them with patterns and illustrations with the new update. So I'm really excited to show you guys. So I have some shapes over here to kind of remind me of the workflow that I wanted to work through, but I'm going to take you step by step of how to build those and build it around some typography to build out more of a concept instead of just the illustration itself. So
Cool.
Does that sound good?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
So I'm gonna start with the word for us first here. I'm gonna do bloom because that is part of the name of the game.
Bloom.
Quite literally the game that we've been playing.
Yes.
And I'm gonna do learned. Why did I spell it that way? Learning curve.
Learn.
Actually, I think the other one that I want is
Yellowtail?
Yellowtail?
Have you used Yellowtail?
I haven't.
Oh, okay, so go to find more. So this is a little tip for you. If you're looking for more fonts in Adobe Illustrator, you can actually go to find more, and all of Adobe fonts is just like there.
That's really nice.
Yellowtail is a real help. Yellowtail is really, really nice. One of my favorite scripts. I think the best script that is on Adobe fonts.
That is a big
So once it
statement.
syncs, it'll take a second to sync from the cloud.
Okay.
But I use Yellowtail anytime I need a script. This is my go-to.
Okay, I'm gonna also bring out two other. What are these words? These
Scripts.
are script fonts.
Scripts,
yes. Two other script fonts that I really like from Adobe fonts, but let's do one more and see if Yellowtail is ready for us. It's still not ready for us. Hold on.
It's thinking about being ready for us. It is. It's
now
syncing.
it's ready. Okay, perfect. Oh, it was there.
Right? It's just like
Why
the
is it
perfect.
not?
What? Please.
There it is.
Yay,
Okay, I
we
had to
did
click
it.
more fully. Wow, I really like that. Does it have ligatures and glyphs?
I don't know.
Let's see.
Oh, okay, another pro tip. If you ever want to find out what a font has, you can go up to type and then click on glyphs, and it has everything that is in that font. Every single glyph that is in that font is right there. So it doesn't look like this one has too many.
But if I did this one,
yes,
there are many.
Oh my goodness, there are so many. Okay, you win.
I like to use the short version of this and just highlight the letter, and then it'll usually give you like the alternates below.
Oh yeah, right
but
there.
if there are a ton of them, it does get confusing, and so yeah, you have to press over. I like this one.
Fun. So then you can just double click to replace it, and then you have.
Yes, you see the flow. Okay,
Magic.
and I'm gonna give this little tail on that one as well.
Ooh.
I'm gonna replace this one for maybe more of a swoopy one.
Yeah, I feel like swoopy L's need to have a good swoop.
A cursive L is a difficult thing because
Yes.
sometimes it just looks like a line, and like this one's kind of boring. You know, no offense to the L, but there could be a little bit more pizzazz to it.
Pizzazz.
That one's too much.
That's too
They
much.
touch. This one looks like a tall letter E.
Oh, it does.
But it's kind of fun. Not fun
Yeah.
enough.
Okay. No. Okay. I think it's fun for the potential of us putting something on the stem continuum.
Okay, and that is also why I added these ligatures at the end because I wanted to place things around it. So that's the future vision that I'm having right now.
Okay, we're having a future vision
We're
chat.
having future vision. We're going back to the
Come
future.
with us on our future vision.
Come to the future. Okay, that was weird. And I'm gonna see if there's a double O replacement. And there's not. Let me see if there's like a
Wait, does it work with Interesting. I didn't realize that it would work with double letters. That it would pull.
Sometimes there are, yeah. Like if you
Interesting.
do like, let's see, let's try this one. Do a double F, or like a double O. This one actually doesn't have as many. Let me see if I do two Fs. It'll sometimes give a pairing of them. No, it doesn't
Interesting.
have it.
All right.
Depending on the typeface, definitely keep an eye out. Glyphs are a wonderful thing. Okay, blue moo.
Blue moo.
A blue cow. Okay, so this is the word that we are gonna use for now. I'm gonna turn this into a shape by doing, is it just Command O? No, it's not. Command Shift O.
Command Shift out. Yes.
As I was doing it, I thought maybe it's not. And then I'm gonna use Pathfinder panel to merge these together. Because if you saw here, these were definitely separate shapes.
Yep.
So to make sure they're all one, so we could do a fill on them, I'm gonna merge them together.
Whoa, what a smooth zoom that was. That's right, because Illustrator's
say,
up
yeah.
to 10 times better and faster with pan and zoom. You can zoom in for more detail. You can pan easier. It is rendering a lot faster. So if you're working on something complicated, pan and zoom, baby.
It really is smooth. I won't make you guys nauseous by doing more of that, but it really is smooth. You'll have to try it for yourself. So make sure you update your app, and all these things will be here
Shake
for
it
you.
up.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a shape to use the generative shape fill with. So I'm gonna start with a circle here, and I'm gonna grab this point. I'm going for a little petal shape because this is a floral typography stream here. So this is gonna be my one little petal here, and I'm gonna go object, not pattern, I'm gonna go repeat radial. And I love this feature. It is really fun to play with.
This is great because I saw your shapes that you had, and I was like, oh, she's going to make shapes. I want to show the radial feature, and here you are.
I read your
making that shape
mind.
with radial. Good
Cool.
work.
So I think it's just really fun to move these. I don't know what the update was exactly that happened, but it really just makes it exciting and
Yes.
interesting to play with. And this gives you really good control. So actually, let's do more. The shape I had before had less petals, but I'm gonna do something around here. And then if you use this last little toggle, it'll just do like half.
If you wanted to miss
the
some
shape,
petals, yeah.
yeah. If you want to do the he loves me not, that's just one petal now. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna stop playing with that, and so we can move forward. And I'm gonna expand this by going to Object Expand, and this is gonna get rid of that moving tool with the radial pattern. And then I'm gonna go back to Pathfinder and merge this together to get this outline shape.
That's so nice.
Wasn't that so easy?
What's the font we're using?
We are using, oh, I outlined it. I think it is Fairwater Script.
Oh, you outlined it? I wonder if there'd be a way
Oh,
to
you're so
unoutline
right.
that. So what you can do is you can select vectors now and go to retype, and then you can go to match font, and it's actually going to tell us what that font is.
Learning Curve is in here.
Learning curve.
Fairwater Script.
Fairwater
There it
script.
is.
There it is right there. So it's going to match the closest to your art, and then you can even edit that text if you want to convert it back to text. Okay, back
Did you
to
want
you.
me to convert it?
No.
I didn't convert it. Okay. Well, I have my shape here now, and so now I'm going to click on my contextual toolbar and use Gen Shape Fill Beta. And the last thing that I generated was a ladybug with sunglasses, so enjoy that. What color flower do you want to see?
Let's do red.
Okay, let's do a red flower with, I'm going to do water droplets. I heard that around 3 to 8, I think, words is about like the right amount. So you can go longer, but I heard for this generation that this is a helpful number to work within. I'm going to use the strength of the shape to be all the way the tightest it can go.
Yep.
And then the detail, I prefer a little bit more minimum. But I'll show you both, and so you can just see the difference. But that looks good to me. And then I don't have a reference right now, but we will get to that.
Yep. Do we want to do any effects?
Is that what yeah.
So if you click on effects, you can actually choose a style.
Yes.
And so it's, especially with this, when we're kind of like concepting out what this could look like and building out some of these simple things, using the same style is going to make it look a lot more cohesive if we're like sending thumbnails or like sending these ideas to a client.
Yes.
For like, hey, here's what I want to do, kind of use the same style, and it will just keep it more cohesive.
In my mind, it was style, and that's why I was a little confused when you said style. I was like, wait, I think it's something
Sorry,
else.
effects,
So
yes.
effects is the
Got
right
it.
word. Perfect. So we have our prompt, we have the strength of the shape, we have the detail, and then we chose the effect. Color and tone is going to be fine for now, so I'm going to click generate. And so it is going to, work very quickly. Amazing.
And for color and tone, the only time that I think I would use that is using something in black and white, because otherwise I can use generative recolor
Right.
to get new color palettes for me. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
fun.
And chat, it did something really cool, and that is gradients. So if you zoom in
That
there,
is nice.
it is creating gradients, and those are actual gradients. Those are not just like banded lines. Those are actual gradients, and you can see there that it actually
Wow.
has kept that gradient over on the side.
You know, I had seen the gradients, but I didn't know that they were editable. So that's
Yes.
really nice.
And that's, again, when you're using
Wow.
Gen Shape Fill, it is going to be completely editable with all those different pieces in vector format, which is really cool.
The thing that I really love about it as well is that it doesn't distort the original shape. So if I want to make multiple flowers, which we'll make another one just to see another generation, I don't have to, I've like saved this on the side for like a non-destructive workflow. It's
Yep.
already doing that.
Yep.
Which is
And
great.
can you zoom in and try to edit? It is kind of touch and go.
This?
Yes. Can you try to delete that and see what happens? Yes. So what's magic is, and I'm preface right now, it's a little touch and go, but it is stacking shapes on top. And so you can actually just delete those, and there will be stuff behind. I found it
That's
works really well
nice.
with like accents like this, as well as like eyes if you're creating monsters and stuff.
Oh.
Sometimes if you're creating elements, it will punch it out so that you'll just have a hole there in the background.
Which you could fix, but
But it is really, really helpful to be able to edit those vectors as you work on them and see that it is just kind of stacked objects, which is cool.
that's so cool. Okay, so I'm gonna use the same shape and I'm gonna generate a little bit different. I'm gonna do white flower with stripes. Anything else? And pollen.
Pollen, yes.
Generate.
And while we do this, I'm actually going to be trying something that, you know what, chat, I'm not going to tell you about it because if it doesn't
Just in
work,
case.
just in case it doesn't work, I don't want you to know that I'm doing this, is the answer.
So don't look over there.
Yes.
Nothing's happening. Ooh, I like this
Ooh,
one
I
a
like that one a lot.
This one is,
Meh.
it's there, but
It's
you
there.
can't see it. I'm gonna press generate again and see some other options. I think pollen is maybe what's throwing it.
And what's cool is if we generate, it's actually attaching the generations to this shape. And so
Oh.
we can like save those generations, we can generate more, we can cycle back through if there's one that we liked before. It all is attached to the shape.
I do really like that. Okay, that one's giving me a little bit more of a background. So it's layering these, which is super helpful. That's really fun. I really like the shape that it shows. Ooh, but this one, oh, interesting. So I might group this one then with the background, so to keep it.
Yep.
So I'm gonna use my eyedropper tool, select that white, and then I'm gonna select that back shape, and I'm gonna make it a little bit yellow, I think.
Oh yeah, give it a little bit of contrast.
Yeah, so that we can see it a little bit better. Cool. I love it. And so that way it's showing through. Maybe it needs to be the other way around, but I think that looks good. Okay, so I'm gonna group those, which I used my shape because it was still there, and I'm gonna size this down a little bit, and I'm gonna bring it, I think right here. And since this is a shape, I'm gonna use the Intertwine tool. Do you like to use the Intertwine tool?
Ooh, let's use the Intertwine tool.
gonna look
Emily's pulling out all the
crazy.
stops here.
Okay, so I have this shape and I have my other shape. I'm gonna highlight both of those, and then I'm gonna go to Object, and I'm gonna go down to Intertwine, and I'm gonna click Make. And then I'm gonna click, see how it has this little highlighted net kind of pattern?
Yep.
If I click that, it's gonna bring that part forward. And so now I haven't disrupted my shape, but I have intertwined those. So I could have sent to back because of the way this is laid out, but it's a really helpful tool. And I'll show you a little bit later with another flower how we can do that again. But
Yes.
I love that tool.
Love Intertwine.
Yes.
And I think Intertwine like had a brief moment, but it really is an invaluable tool when you're
Yes.
working in your designs. All right, more flowers.
Yes, I'm gonna do a different flower. So I'm gonna use a different petal, and then we're gonna highlight that workflow again. So I'm gonna add some extra points on here, and I'm gonna make it a squiggly flower.
Ooh,
Doesn't
love a
wanna,
little squiggle.
Yeah.
And so while you edit those anchor points and
Tell
kind
me.
of do some stuff, this is just, because you were making that shape, it reminded me of a little tip. So chat, we're gonna give you a completely irrelevant pro tip. Oh, camera two's on her. Okay, we're gonna give you a completely irrelevant pro tip. If you want to hop over to my screen real quick, here's where you make a heart, how you make a heart in Adobe Illustrator very quickly and easily.
Pro tip.
You are going to make a square. Then you're gonna rotate that by 45 degrees. You're gonna grab your direct selection tool, which is just the white arrow, select the top anchor point and delete it. From there, we are going to switch the fill to a stroke and then go back over to our stroke panel. From here, we're going to round the caps and round the edges and then increase that stroke until it makes a perfect little heart.
Cute.
Done. Magic.
Pro
So
tip.
easy way to make a heart in Adobe Illustrator. Just use a very, very rounded, edge. A very rounded cap on just the edge of a
Line.
diamond.
A diamond.
Back to you, Emily. Ooh.
Perfect.
Little ridgy petals.
Yes. Okay. Repeat. Back to Radial. I'm gonna keep this on. Whoa. Grab this one. These kind of look like cookies. Like, I feel like there's cookies that come out at Christmas time.
There
that look
are
like
cookies. This is a cookie, yes.
This is a cookie.
And so if you have that space in the center, super easy. All you can do is expand it, and then you're just going to delete that extra space.
I'm gonna merge it first, and then I'm gonna delete it. There, like it never happened. I wonder if I let it fill. So you don't always have to type in a
Let's
prompt.
try it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's gonna choose a cookie, but I'm assuming because it's gonna use the cues of the flowers around it that it will fill it with a flower.
Yep.
But
So let's try it.
see.
So generative shape fill, you also can put nothing in there, and it will kind of just guess at what the shape is and fill in the shape, which is really great if you have like basic outlines, especially with flowers. So let's see what it guesses this is. I'm gonna say snowflake.
Oh, I could see that too.
Let's see what happens here. So if you are eager, you can see up in the corner those thumbnails. Okay, so it is like a mandala. A donut. Yep, mandalas. And a donut. That's a donut, right?
A donut with leaves, yeah.
A leaf donut.
Another
Oh, it's
pastry.
a little pastry.
Wow.
Honestly, not mad about pastries.
I'm not either. Apparently it's hungry. Okay, so I'm gonna do Gen Shape Fill, and I'm gonna say, what's another color in the game? A yellow flower with,
Let's do sparks. Maybe with
Sparks.
like lightning bolts.
Ooh, okay.
Right? Like a lightning bolt.
Light, I don't know how to spell lightning.
Light N-I-N-G.
Lightning.
Yes.
With lightning bolts.
Bolts. And then maybe in our style, we could use like a geometric, yeah. It'll get it really angular.
Okay. Yep, looks good. I want to keep it, tight to the shape and detail. I'm gonna keep it, same level. Generate.
And hey, Zara, nice to see you. Thanks for tuning in. We are live from San Francisco, showing you everything that's new in Adobe Illustrator today. Specifically, we're working with Generative Shape Fill to create some really fun floral typography.
Oh, fun.
Oh, I love it.
I think it made a brand for us. Like this is
I love it.
flower powered cars is
It
what
is
this is for.
flower power.
It feels like a fuel logo of sorts. Like in a game, if you're playing it, like this is what you had to get.
That's really cool. And let's go ahead and test our theory again. Sometimes it generates all separate shapes. Sometimes it punches them out. Can we delete the lightning bolt and see what happened? Drum roll,
like
please.
It's punched out.
It's punched out.
It's punched out.
We tried.
But I do think that these are not. Those are also punched out.
Punched out.
But
so,
the layers are there.
Yeah, it really depends. You can kind of go back and forth. Sometimes it will punch out the shapes and sometimes it will stack the shapes. Just kind of play around with it until you get a result that you like. And again, really great tool to help you concept. And for us, we're using it to kind of build this out, concept it, and then we could go back in, change shading, rebuild these to be a little more precise, especially if we wanted something that was a little more specific.
I'm going to do this basically as like an overview for the client and be like, this is where I'm thinking of placement and things like that. And then if they would approve it, then I would go back through and rebuild this. I'm going to keep all these the same. Let's do a little bit more detail so you can just kind of see.
Ooh.
And then I'm going to pull down the strength a little bit, which might not go well because this is a more like a more detailed, I would say, illustration. Like there's 3 flowers, not just 1. So let's see what happens. But this is like a little bellflower. Or Lily of the Valley, maybe? I don't actually know.
It's a Lily of the Valley.
It's very cute. We should know. We played that game so much.
That's true. So if you want to, Aaron, AFT in the house. Hi, Aaron. Nice to see you. So if we wanted to, this is a really great combination of like, if we wanted to use some shapes from Adobe stock, if we had icons and stuff, we could do that here. Ooh.
Those are really pretty.
Those are really pretty.
I like that. Okay. There's one other thing that I think would look cool. I'm going to add a shape behind it.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going to group these to make a little scene. I just love this flower so much. I want to see more.
Yes.
So I'm going to group these, and then I'm going to do Shape Fill. And I'm not going to tell it what it should do.
You're just going to say, hey.
I'm going to say Bellflower. Bellflower.
So, again, really fun to like the what ifs, right? Like,
exactly.
You're like, oh, what if it had this? Like, that would take us so long to like concept out, and then we're like, we wasted so much time just like coming up with that concept and it doesn't work.
And then the client said no.
Yes, this is a really great way to test your concepts. Oh, it's so gorgeous.
Okay.
Oh.
So I love that I had the very like direct translation, right? Like this is a typical shape of the flower, and then I used a generation, and then it was like, hey, what if it had these little embellishments, right? Same idea, but way different.
Yep.
I love that.
And
very
we can
cool.
see with the, so we generated a whole new one, but if we select that old one, you can see the little icon that's at the top of the bounding box right there. And that is basically saying that it's linked to something. And so if we wanted to, we could change that. So it is linked to the generative shape fill. So if we zoom out, we can choose one of the other options in that box, even though it's like way later in the process.
We can
come back and be like, oh, hey, it's there. It's attached to the actual shape, which is cool.
Yeah, I really like the accent too. I think it's fun.
Yes,
Okay.
which that one, again, we chose the wrong one, and that is the correct one. That is gorgeous.
That one's very cool. Okay, I'm gonna delete this background piece and incorporate this into our drawing.
That's
just for layout.
So pretty.
It's so pretty. And I just love that it gives you like more creativity to what you're already doing directly in Illustrator. Like I don't have to go out of the program. It's all right here. So helpful. Okay, I'm just pulling out these pieces. And I think in my experience too, using it, adding that little circle behind it kind of gives it more of a picture of what it is. And I find that the generations are a little bit more in depth, which is really cool.
Yep, it's trying to guess the shape.
Right.
And it will lock in to the like weird wonkiness of the shape. But if you open it up and add in, ooh, this is gonna be a great use for Intertwine as well.
He sees the vision.
Emily Poulin. The queen. All right, so we have our shape, and you see that it's overlapping with the text.
I'm wondering if it's going to be an issue because it's 2 paths right here, but let's see.
Let's see what happens.
Oh, wow, this one already looks like it's overlapping because it has this little white outline, so I'm going to take that off. So we are crystal clear. Bye.
So what we're going to do here is we're going to use the Intertwine tool, and it's super easy to use. It's a couple clicks, actually. What are the elements that we have to have selected?
So we need to have both elements, the front element and the back element, like whatever you're intertwining.
Yep.
Correct? Okay, so I think honestly you could just drag and like highlight both of them. Object, intertwine. Oh, you know why? It's because I already had it technically intertwined over here. So let me release that. Hold on, chat. Intertwine, release.
This is a very important thing, is intertwine can stack, but it's much easier if you have all of your elements there, and then you go and intertwine. It just becomes way too complicated if you do it.
So let me show that actually, because I'm going to be confusing people. So we're gonna, I'm gonna undo the intertwine I just did. So what Andrew's saying would be like, I would highlight all of these at the same time, right?
Yep.
And then I would go object, intertwine, make, and then I could come in here and I could say put that one behind, and then I could come here. This one's already in front, now I'll send it behind.
And then maybe like part of that leaf goes behind right there. Not that one, the top one, the little piece right there down.
Here, do you want to point on my screen?
Yes.
Right here.
Oh, here you go, right there, that one.
Oh, right there, okay.
Yep.
I'm all watching on the screen. I'm like,
Like,
where?
oh, where? Yeah.
Ooh, I like this.
Right?
Yeah.
So we should undo that because I think we're going to be doing more intertwining, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So again, doing intertwine, you can go in and edit it, but doing intertwine all in one go is just way
Much
easier,
easier.
especially
Yeah.
if you're laying things out. Just kind of have it in your brain before you go. Also, chat, I have forgotten to open my drink, and so you get this. Congratulations. Here's some ASMR.
For free. Wow.
There we go. What a treat. What a treat for you, chat. Keeping things fresh. All right, so we have some flowers. We're kind of pulling things together. And
Yep.
right now the color's all over the place.
Yes.
So maybe once we're done, we can use generative recolor
That's a
and kind of
great
pull it
idea.
together.
Okay, I'm gonna generate one more of these then. So generate shape fill right here. And I'm gonna say bell, flower, lilac, and I'm gonna make sure that these effects are the strength, shape strength.
Yes.
I always feel weird saying it in a sentence that way. I don't know why. And I'm gonna pull the detail down, and I'm gonna go back to geometric, click, generate. And I just want one more that's different than this other one to put at the bottom and intertwine that as well.
So after this, let's try one of our other shapes. And let's say that we like we like what we have on one of our generations already.
Yeah.
We can actually use that as a style reference on other generations, right? So
You're
we
so right.
really liked what happened on the top piece. Ooh, this is looking fun. Ooh, this could be a fun pattern. Like just those kind of like
yeah.
back and forth making a pattern.
Okay, I'm gonna pull this one off. Sorry, I'm gonna back to use my mouse. I'll leave my little outline, my little references over here. I really like this one. I want everything to reference this one now, I think.
Yep.
So, okay.
So what you can do is you can select, and it's cool because we already have some that we like.
Yeah.
But we can go in and let's go ahead and style reference. And right now, this is actually really cool. So you'll see that it is style referencing the entire artboard. So it'll reference what's on the artboard. And so now you can replace, you can close out of that one.
Then choose asset.
And then choose asset. Yeah.
That's so helpful.
Yep.
Do we think it went?
I thought so.
Oh, it's click and drag. I'm sorry. I thought it was selecting the whole thing.
Oh, yes.
So choose asset, and then click and drag to select objects. Okay, so it's more of a lasso tool situation.
That, please. Thank you.
Okay, it's going to reference the letter,
Sure.
but I think that should be fine.
Yeah.
Flat, yes. And then do you think I need to change the color? Let's see what it does. It might pull in the color, or it may not. It may just reference like probably the settings that I have done.
Yep. And I'm curious what's going to happen with its like selecting that area, if it's going to pull in the black or not. We may need to move the bell flower.
It did, okay.
Yeah, so we may need to move
so
it.
interesting.
Ooh, but interesting.
Wait, that one's really cute.
That one is really cute.
Okay, delete. And because it's layering, which is really, it's helpful that we don't have to, it didn't make a new shape, so we can
And
just
what
pull
might
the
help
layer
too
off.
is if we like that bell flower, it might be having trouble sampling something that is a generative shape fill. So maybe with that selected, we can go to object and expand it. And that way it becomes just vectors.
Smart.
And it may reference it a little bit easier. And there it is a gradient. And so we had to, when we expanded it, it is going to outline that gradient for us as well.
I don't know why it doesn't want to expand it.
Interesting.
Object expand.
Is it staying?
I wonder if it needs to be rasterized.
I know. I wonder if it will stay generative. Actually, let's make a copy and rasterize it to use it as a style reference. Let's try that. And again, chat, I'm kind of making up that maybe it isn't referencing because it is referencing and generating. I don't know if that's the case, but if we rasterize it, it is going to give us a very clean reference to just see if we can get that.
Purple flower, generate.
And chat, let us know where you're watching from. We are live from San Francisco. We know that you're watching from all over the world, so let us know where you are watching from. We both are usually watching from Southern California, and now we're in Northern California. Or Central California? I don't know. Are all the Bay Area people mad at us now? All right, what do we get from those generations?
Okay, so we definitely got
that one's
shape
cool.
pulled in here. I'm going to pull this off of, so it was holding to that shape because we had asked for that one.
Yep.
So I'm going to pull that off. So we have the little like fluting at the edge of the flower that we're seeing in the reference. I think that's really cool that it pulled that in.
It's pulled the colors.
It pulled the colors, the style, and even like the little elements of like the teardrops and things like that. That's fun.
I like that
really
one.
fun. And I like the little bubbles.
Yeah. And this one's probably the most direct translation, right, of pulling like the color, the style, but the exact shape. So I like that it gave me some variations based on that. So I'm going to keep this one. I really like this one. You get to stay. Sashay, you stay. Wait, is that the right one?
Yes.
Okay. I like that Aaron said he was intertwined with this Adobe Live for Intertwine tool.
Intertwine tool.
Yeah.
Love it. Thank you, Aaron. Alana watching from New York. Rachel in Dallas, Texas. Christelle from the south of France.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
What time is it over there for you?
Yes. Did you just go see Taylor?
We're jealous if you did.
We're jealous. Okay, so we're going somewhere with this. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
I think that I have an idea.
What's your idea?
No, you keep working.
Okay.
You keep working, and I'm going to see if this idea is viable or not.
I'm curious to see. So I'm just going to be redoing these prompts now to match the other one just to show how it can continue to merge these together for us. But what's your idea? I'm so curious.
Okay, so my idea is with this type, I want to see if I can get...
Wow.
I want to see, we can hop over to my screen, sure, why not? All right,
I'm
chat.
going to keep working over here.
We're going to see if we can do this. I want to see if I can basically get a path of this type and then use it to create a brush. So we can like brush this type.
Wow, take us there.
I know, I don't think that it's going to work, but I'm going to try. And what I'm going to do, I really don't think it's going to work. But chat, let's try it. You know what? Here's the thing. We never know. I'm going to make this all one shape. And then what I'm going to do is I'm basically just going to delete the ends of both of these paths, right? So I'm going to open the paths. Right now they're closed paths. And I'm going to open those paths. This is not going to work. We're going to open up these paths right here. And now we are going to, this is so not going to work.
Take us there. You can do it.
Chat, it's just not. Okay. So I'm going to grab just like the bottom of this. So it's grabbing like one side, which is a path. 0% success rate. You know what? Let's keep it going, and we can maybe learn something together in the process. So now I have this, which is not what I want. But actually, hold on.
I'm holding. I'm ready.
Okay. So then if I do this, then I can get the top portion. Okay, this might work. Okay, this might work. I'm so excited.
I have no idea where this is going.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to create let's create a brush that is like a vine. So easy way to do that, chat, and this is just going to be like really, actually, let's create some flowers. So you keep going over there. I'm going to generate some flowers, and then we're going to try to create a brush. So Emily, back to you.
Hey guys, welcome back. I hope you're doing well. Chat, if you're following along, good for you. I'm impressed. Awesome. Okay, I matched the style of these to this asset using the raster version of the generation that we made. And now I'm going to add an offset to this. So I'm going to do object path, offset path, which I think we should do like a cut to of all the times I do path, offset path. I literally do it all the time on live.
Do you know the other way to do offset path?
Yeah, it's in the properties panel. Is that correct?
Yes, and it is non-destructive and will keep your like vector. But we do want two shapes here. So if you use the properties panel, it's just one shape, but we want two shapes here anyway, so you win.
Thank you. I'm glad I passed.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ungroup this though. Sorry, I was making sure these are grouped together. So I'm gonna click on this, I'm gonna right click, I'm gonna click ungroup, and I'm gonna send this to the back. Arrange, send it back. And now I'm gonna use generative pattern. So I'm gonna go down to object pattern, pattern, generate pattern, beta. And these are some previous generations I was doing.
Generate pattern, beta.
Beta. That's how you say it, it's in parentheses.
It's true.
Okay, I thought these would be really fun and kind of are in the right genre and color scheme.
Oh, those are fun.
These are some other ones that I was working on. So some just flowers. And I love that it always gives you options. Like it's not just one, which would still be impressive. It gives you many options to play with and see. I thought that one was really pretty too. But let's do, chat, if you have any patterns that you'd like to see that are flower related, drop them in the chat. But I'm gonna do like a violet lavender gradient with dewdrops. Let me see how many words that was. Okay, I think that's within the suggested amount of words here. And it is gonna pull together some examples for me and some options for us to look at and decide that are fully editable.
And here we're using, I kicked a chord. Here we are using Generate Patterns, great new tool that literally came out today in beta in Illustrator.
Mere hours ago. Ooh, wow, look at this. That's fun. Like a little dewdrop texture.
Ooh, I like that.
I do really like this. Okay.
And again, fully editable. Those are gradients. Like our gradients and all those shapes are editable. If you edit them in the swatches panel, then it will change and update what the actual thing looks like. Pattern looks like. That's what it's called. I forgot what
What is
patterns
that
were
thing
called.
that we're doing? Oh, yeah.
The
Okay,
patterns.
so I went into my swatch panel, I clicked on the swatch that we were working on, and I'm gonna go ahead and click Edit Gradient. And I'm gonna change this to not be so banded. Maybe, let's see, I'll add a point, maybe right here,
Yep.
if it will let me. Point, there it is, cool. And I'm gonna make this one a little bit lighter. So let me go, or maybe just add a different purple to it. I think that's fine, cool. And I'll add one more over here by clicking. So when if I mouse in closer, can you see? Wow, that zoom was really fast. The 10 times difference,
10 times
really,
zoom.
that was cool. Okay, so as you can see, it's really small, but there's a little plus sign next to the arrow tool. So if I click there, it's gonna add a point to my gradient swatch, or my gradient slider. And now I can edit this color as well. I'm gonna make this one not yellow, that was the wrong answer. Change my purple.
Also, small update over here, chat. It worked. Like 100.
No small update at all. That's
100%.
big
It worked. It's
Wait, what
big
did
news.
you do? Okay, hold on. Let me zoom
It's
out of my
big news.
gradient. Let me
Yes.
close my gradient, and then we can jump back. Oh, we're already on your screen. Sorry.
All right, so chat, it totally worked. Here's what we're gonna do. So part of the game is when you walk around, right?
Oh, the game that we're playing, that
The
is
game
the
they're playing,
theme for this.
Yeah, that's the theme for this. Part of the thing is when you walk around, you plant flowers. And so I was like, it'd be really cool if the typography was like the trail of flowers that we have planted, right?
Oh, that would be cool.
So what I did is I took a shape here and I went in to our brush panel and hit new, and we chose a scatter brush. You hit okay there. And from here, we can change the scatter brush to be random on the size. So I want it to be like bigger and smaller, right? Different size flowers. Spacing, random. We want it to either be, really close, kind of randomly scattered. We want scatter also to be a little bit random. Rotation, we want to be completely random. And then we hit OK.
Completely.
So from there, I selected the top path. And if you all saw what I did, I basically broke the ends of this
by using
type.
the scissor.
Yep, by using the direct selection tool and just deleted an anchor point. And then I double clicked in to just select the top and then just select the bottom and put those back down here at a different angle, give it a little bit more of a little more oomph. And now I can simply select this top path and apply that brush that I just made to make a fun little pattern. I'm gonna take it down to like 0.5, maybe we do 1. No, maybe we do 0.4. So a little bit smaller, and the settings are a little bit off, but that's easy. I can come in here and I can actually change these. And right now it looks like the size I want to be a little bit bigger. We can turn on the preview and you'll see it's gonna change that. The spacing is a little bit too much, so I'm gonna pull the spacing in so they're a little bit tighter. The scatter is way too much, so I'm going to go ahead and pull that in quite a bit so it'd be closer to the actual path.
Oh, yep, there it is.
Right? And then hit OK. And then we'll do the same thing on this bottom piece here. Apply that.
Whoa.
And make it the same size. Oh no, did my settings not save? Oh, chat, what happened? -10, 20, yeah. Wait, hold on. Oh, I'm in a text box.
Is it how you have it aligned to the path? Oh.
I got all flustered. All right. Let's try this one more time. There. Oh no, our settings changed.
I wonder if it's just a default.
No. All right, let me save this. So let's go here. Oh, can I duplicate brush? Oh, chat. All right. Anyway, I'll work on fixing this while we go back to Emily, who is editing her pattern.
Okay, so I decided I didn't like the dewdrop. It felt too bubbly and underwater, but I do really like this like mystical star pattern or like ethereal, but I don't like the gradient color. So we have our generations here. I have my swatch panel open. I'm gonna double click on the swatch to edit the swatch. And then I'm going to double click on the background. If I can zoom in. And I'm gonna click edit gradient. And so I'm gonna take out this pink. I think that's what's really throwing it off because everything is lavender now. And so I'm gonna move this up, and then I think these light pinks, I think these can stay. They seem blendable enough. So I'm gonna keep those in, and then I'm gonna change the color of this one though, just because it does seem a little bit pink still. So I'm gonna drag this slider to get a little more purple, a purple hue to it. And I like that, and maybe make it a little more blue. Yeah. Very nice. Okay, cool. And then if I wanted to change any of these stars as well, because they are a repeating pattern, I could direct select these by using A to get the direct select tool. And I'm gonna shift click some of these to make these maybe like a yellow color, because there's some yellow in the flowers. So I'm gonna use this default yellow, and I think that's gonna be okay for us. Actually, let me use this more muted yellow that I have in my swatches. Yeah, that feels like it blends a little better. So I'm gonna grab some of these other ones now that are kind of falling out of the picture because they are on a different gradient. Again, holding shift and using the A direct select tool to edit this pattern that we generated live, which is very cool. So clicking this as well. Yay, now they're back. Okay, and maybe grabbing these ones. Maybe I'll make these a darker purple to get a little more depth going on here.
Yep, and what you could do there is select one of those.
Okay, just a star?
Yep, any color star that you want to change the color of.
This one.
That'll change all the white ones.
I don't want to do that. I'll do this one, this pink one.
Okay, cool. So then with that selected, you can go to select.
Oh, select.
And then same fill color. And it will select everything that is that fill color. So right there,
And
now
then I'll
everything that's
say-
that fill color is the same, and it will change it to whatever you want. So you don't have to go through and select everything individually. You can do this with fill color, with stroke, with fill and stroke, so it has to have both of the same. You can do text, so you can do like font, you can do weight, you can do all kinds of different selections. Really easy if you have a document that's gotten pretty complex, you can go in and really change it on the fly.
Oh, okay. This is good. I
Got
like
it.
this.
Cool.
Click out.
Yes.
How fun. I love that.
Yay.
It's looking good. Okay, I'm gonna add a stroke to this because I'm going crazy here.
Also, as you add that, if we want to hop back to my screen, it worked.
We have an update.
We have an update. It worked. We created some really cool little floral typography here. And what's great is I could get a bunch of different flowers and then add different layers of those custom brushes on top to create this kind of blooming effect. So really fun effect using scripts to use them as paths for a brush. I haven't really thought about using that, but
But you did right now.
We did it.
On live. Very cool. Okay. I'm just adding a stroke to the outside here. This is kind of becoming like a little bumper sticker, I think.
It really is giving bumper sticker vibes.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we also need some critters in here. So I'm going to not use this pattern anymore. Let me kill the fill.
Let's hop back to Emily.
Oh, that looks crazy. That looks cool.
That's cool, right?
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to use the scissor tool to cut this in half. Delete that pen tool, and then complete this shape again. And now, I don't know why this is purple. I guess because I was using purple. I'm going to fill this, and I'm going to do a ladybug.
Oh, the ladybug.
Ladybug. But I do want to make sure that we are not using, yep, you can reference that. I think a purple ladybug will be great. And I want to make sure, yeah, detail is low, shape strength is high, style reference, yep, effects, everything's looking good.
Let's do it.
Generate.
Ladybug. This is very much turning into 90s, like 2000s bumper sticker.
Yes. Bloom.
Yeah, like you would get this out of a little, you'd put 2 quarters in.
sticker thing,
A
yeah.
little sticker thing at the pizza place.
Like, it's a tattoo. No, it's not. It's a sticker. Oh, this is a very, okay, hold on. Sorry, I didn't specify.
That looks like a stinky ladybug.
Cute ladybug.
Yes.
Let me be more specific. What's interesting though is that it didn't adhere to the shape, even though I had shape adherence very high.
I think that if what it's trying to generate isn't matching up with the shape, it will kind of place it into the shape.
I see. That one's cuter.
That one is cuter.
I approve. Wait, this one came with flowers. She came ready.
Oh, she's like, I brought my flowers.
She said, I'm ready for the party. Okay, she can stay.
Yes.
Okay.
I like this one.
I like
this one reminds
too.
me of Francis from Bug's Life.
See, I didn't watch Bug's Life enough.
Oh,
I know.
no.
And then they took it out at Disneyland, so it's like,
yeah,
it'll never happen.
Oliver, yes, with the ladybug emoji. Ladybug's in chat. Why not?
Yeah, put the ladybug in chat. Cute. Okay, so I just filled in that little blank part so we could see it. And then I'm going to delete the rest of these flowers because they don't really match the perspective, even though this ladybug was so kind to bring some with her.
Thank you.
I'll leave this as is. So I'm gonna highlight all of this, and then I think actually it is grouped. What am I saying? Oh, but the new little piece that I added.
Yes.
So I'll highlight that part.
Her collar.
Group that. Yeah, I know. She needs her full outfit.
Little capelet.
It comes on in here. Okay, Andrew, so I saw in the last stream that you were doing that you scaled up your pattern.
Yes.
Do you want to walk us through how to scale up this pattern swatch?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so you're going to select...
I'm going to go back to my swatches panel.
No.
Wait, I also don't have a highlight.
Wrong.
Perfect. Take us there. Okay.
So what we're going to do is we're going to select the shape that we have the pattern applied to right now.
Okay.
And then you're going to hit S for the scale tool. And then you're going to hit Enter. And so that will bring up this dialog box. And we want to have the preview on, and we want to not transform the objects. We do want to transform the pattern. So uncheck that.
That would really
And now
get
when we
you.
change the scale there, it will only change the scale of the pattern.
Wow.
Oh, it looks so much better at a bigger
yeah.
size.
I knew it needed to happen.
Yep.
And I saw you do it on the last stream, and I said, let's walk through that
We
again.
also could rotate it. Ooh, it does look so much better with more detail.
Do you think we should rotate it?
I mean, we can't. I think it's going to look bad, but let's try it.
It doesn't look bad.
Oh, that's scaling.
Oh. Let's start over. Okay, so I have my
Yes.
shape selected, just in case someone was like getting coffee or something.
Just in case.
Pressing S.
Welcome back. Hope you enjoy your coffee.
Then I'm
Here's
gonna
the new
click.
tutorial.
Wait, sorry.
Yep. Enter.
S. Enter. Hold on. I have my shape selected. We're starting over.
Yes.
S. Enter. There it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay, yeah, no, this needs to stay the same. So I'm gonna match this. Oh, 350.
Yeah. So you want to do uniform. So
Yeah.
you can scale things on uniform, but yeah, doing uniform looks good.
And what did you want to scale? You said you want to
You
rotate
don't.
it?
Yes, you don't want to do transform. You do want to do pattern. So you're good now. Okay.
Okay.
And so now you can go and
Now
hit
I'd go to-
S.
Okay.
Sorry. Now you can hit R for rotate,
Okay, I pressed R.
and then
Enter.
hit enter. And same thing.
Transform pattern.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, that's really cool. And I'm gonna uncheck and check preview to see that. Oh.
Wait, that's good.
Okay, now we need to change the gradient. I think just like a little bit.
I'm not mad about it. Yeah. So let's hit OK. Actually, let's hit OK and then undo that.
Command Z.
Yep. And
Why?
then one more. All right. So what we can do is we also can do that at the same time by
In
going to
swatch?
Object
Okay.
at the top, Transform. Very
the
top.
first one.
Yep, first one.
I looked too far.
Yeah, you got it. And then go to Transform Each. So from here, we can turn off Transform Objects,
Just pattern.
just patterns, and now we can change the scale, we can move it, we can rotate, so we can do all those things
Okay.
at the same time in one panel. So if you haven't used it before, Transform Each is going to basically transform each of the objects you have selected. So if you were working on this whole thing and had
Yeah.
everything selected, instead of scaling the whole thing, it would scale each of them individually or rotate them individually. So
Very cool.
really easy way to work with a bunch of objects at the same time.
It's great to have this all in one place, though, because otherwise, yeah, you would be doing it differently. Okay, so
This is turning out so cute.
It's really fun. I clicked the little link thing so that it wasn't the little link thing, the link icon.
Yes.
So that I wasn't scaling it and stretching it or anything like that. I'm gonna press OK because I really like this, but I'm gonna come back to my swatches and I'm going to edit my swatch. So swatch panel is open. Double click here. Here's my swatch. I'm gonna zoom in and I'm gonna click this, the background, edit gradient, and I just still think that this is like too much. Like
Too
maybe
gradienty?
yeah, it's like too heavy. And so maybe this one just needs to be a little bit lighter too. Like I want subtle, you know?
Yeah, you want it to be more shiny than like heavy.
Right. And 3 of this color might be too many of that color.
Ooh, a great suggestion from Upward Creative. Violet will blend maybe some kind of orange to do some contrast.
Oh.
Actually, that's gonna be super easy because we can use Generative Recolor.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let's do that. I was like working with my slider. Okay.
The cool thing about Generative Recolor too is it will work with gradients. And so especially if you have a complex gradient like this, Generative Recolor can be really great. So with that selected, you're gonna go to Edit, Edit Colors, and Generative Recolor.
Generative recolor.
Boom. Maybe we
What
wanna
would
do
you like?
Orange Sunset.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Yes!
I'm not even kidding.
Yes, Orange Sunset. It feels right. So Generative Recolor is going to help us find some color palettes, and then it will actually apply those color palettes to what is happening here in design. So this looks too saturated, but that's fine. We can fix that. We can fix that very easily. So if we like the colors, then we can desaturate it very easily. Do you like those colors?
I think so.
Okay, so then let's go to recolor right next to Generative Recolor.
Right here?
Yes, to the left. That one. And then at the bottom there, the second little circle right there is the saturation. So now we can pull the saturation down just with that slider.
Oh, I was going to adjust the individual.
Boom.
Remember how excited I got that we guessed the exact same thing?
Right. And the second one, the other one is the brightness. So if it's a little too washed out, then you can choose that and pull the brightness down, and we'll give it a little more oomph.
Sad.
So yeah, you play around with brightness and saturation to find the perfect balance. And you can go around and yes, just drag those to augment.
I'm a little bit more in depth here, or a little bit more controlling in my color.
She's specific.
I try my best.
She's not specific, she's curated. That's fancy specific.
You're making it sound corporate.
Yes.
Okay, that feels a little more like dreamsicle, creamsicle, sunset. Okay, but the purple, these need to change. So I think I'm gonna do our, hello? Oh, I got rid of my toolbar, didn't I? Hold on, sorry, I pressed F and that always does something crazy. Okay, I want just this one, and then I was like edit, same, or select?
Select, same, fill color.
Select, same, fill color. Great, and let's make those, not purple, what am I doing? Red.
Ooh, this is gonna be really fun.
I was hoping for fun. I'm glad it's getting there. Okay.
And by getting there, we do have 5 more minutes.
Perfect, so we're there.
We're almost there. I think this is gonna turn out really, really well. And then I think all we need to do next is intertwine, right?
Yeah, and then we're on our way.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna make these actually like red. I think it'd be cool.
Yep.
Cool. Looks good. I'm gonna click out, double click out. Whoa.
Yay!
That looks fine.
The contrast
Okay.
is good. The scale probably needs to change, so we probably need to do a transform each.
Sorry, I keep pressing the F. I don't know why.
No, yes, that's the hotkey. That's how we'll display it at the end.
Yeah, okay, great.
So we probably need to do a transform each, and then like maybe do the rotation and the scale again.
Object transform, transform each. Cool, that looks right.
Buenas tardes. Hello, Joaquina.
Oh, I was like, why are we?
Nice to see you. We're speaking Spanish now.
We're speaking Spanish.
Hello.
Okay.
Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us so much. Bienvenidos.
There you go.
There we go. 200
how's
days
your
of
duo?
Duolingo.
Yeah, how's your Duolingo streak going? Seems like it's going well.
It's going well.
Okay, cool. So we have our objects here. I'm gonna go for an intertwine. I'm gonna select everything and then deselect the background so that I just have the lettering and the flowers selected. Then I'm gonna go to object and I'm gonna go to intertwine and click make. And now, it's thinking for a second because there's a lot of things going on here.
It's a very complex
object.
Let's see what happens here.
Something may have happened. But there are a lot of gradients.
We got it.
Okay, we got it. So I'm gonna zoom in and I'm gonna choose the places that are overlapping and where I want it to hide behind. So again, you're gonna have to look a little closely because now if I zoom in, actually don't, I'll zoom in for you. Anywhere it's showing that little bit of mesh is where it's gonna intertwine or where that capability is available. So I'm gonna click there to bring the letter to the front. I'm going to, let's see actually.
I think leave that one.
Yeah, now I changed the front to back. So that one's fine now. I'm gonna put this one to the back so it's behind. And I kind of drew these out in a way that was gonna put it behind.
Yep.
I'm asking it to do a lot right now. I do have so many gradients and vectors happening.
There's so much happening.
Okay.
And as you can see, there's a lot of like low res, like you can see the stars are a little wonky, some of the flowers are a little bit wonky, and that's because we've been using the Generate Patterns and the Generative Shape Fill to kind of brainstorm these ideas. If we were actually going to produce a sticker, we would definitely go back, clean it up, build it out, and really refine exactly what we want. And so this is a good example of kind of just prototyping really quickly to kind of come up with what your ideas are.
Wait, Josh from Arcade is here. Hi, Josh.
Hi, Josh.
I'm glad you joined. I was chatting with him about what I was going to work on the stream. So here it is, Josh.
We did
happening. Okay, I'm going to bring this to the back. So I want the flower to be in the front. It's looking good. And then let's bring these flowers to the front. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, like
yeah, totally. Because
okay.
It totally has a little.
There's always a part in the design where you're like, is it?
Yes.
Is it?
Oh, and then maybe the tail of the
Ladybug?
ladybug.
who was kind enough to bring us flowers.
Yay!
I'm gonna hide her little feet too, so she's fully back there.
Yay!
She's creeping on out. Look at her.
That's so cute.
Okay, I'm gonna hide this behind the flower. Okay, awesome. This is looking great. How much time? We have 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Let's add a cloud.
Let's add a cloud.
Okay, so I'm gonna use the ellipse tool and I'm gonna build us a shape. I still have my fill on, so I'm gonna turn that off using this little slash panel. But I'm gonna actually turn it with white and black so you can see. I'm going to drag and hold Option Shift to duplicate my shape. I'm gonna size it up. I'm also gonna duplicate this one, and this is gonna give us a little cloud shape here with Pathfinder, merge them all together. And then I'm gonna press the minus tool, which is the hotkey for the pen tool, to delete those paths. So now we have a little fluffy cloud.
Perfect.
Great. We're gonna click on the contextual toolbar and we are gonna say fluffy cloud. And let's check our settings. So I'm gonna keep this on, so it's hopefully gonna pull in some of those purple gradients. Style reference effects, we want the strength shape to be all the way up. Detail, I'm gonna turn the detail down because we want it to be a little bit more minimal. And this looks good, so let's click generate.
And magic. And Peter is saying, I'll have to watch the replay of this since I came late. Yes, please do. Make sure that you subscribe to Adobe Live, adobe.ly/YT. I think it is. I might be wrong. Adobe.ly says live YT. I got close. Adobe.ly/live YT. Make sure that you smash that subscription button so that you can get all the updates for all the content coming to Adobe Live. And it looks like we got fluffy clouds. We did have the style reference on there, yeah.
So we are gonna turn that off. I was hoping it was just gonna pull the color, but it did not pull the color. So, well, it did, but it also pulled the flowers. So
yes. So one more here, and then we created bloom. And what tools did we use today to create this bloom?
We use Generative Pattern.
Yep.
And we use Generative Shape Fill to create all these flowers based off of prompts that we did. Oh, perfect. These are cute.
Yay, I like that one.
Yeah, I think that one's the one. But the cloud in the cloud's pretty funny. Then we used the Intertwine tool. We also used Retype. Are there any I'm missing out? Or,
no, we used a lot
Generative
of
Recolor.
Yes, Generative Recolor too. So
Man.
Tons of tools here.
Lots of tools.
And make sure that you stick around. Up next, we have what is new in Photoshop with our friend Jesus Ramirez. He's going to be coming on and showing you how to edit using the adjustment brush, the selection brush, lots of new tools. And as always with Jesus, he's going to teach you a whole bunch more than what I'm talking about. You're just going to learn all the things. So stick around if you want to learn more about Photoshop, and we will see you in just a few. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
We're going to be creating social media for an event. Open up firefly.adobe.com and then take your little phalanges and you're just going to go. So this is going to act as our prompt and our guide. This is like a nutrition conference, like nutrition tech.
I also typed gibberish and I got a horse. I'm going to be working with a horse.
Look at that horse. Emily will be creating branding for an event based around this horse.
Yes.
I will be creating branding around the LKG Health and Tech Conference. And what's cool is we are actually using a shared document in Adobe Express, which means that we need to collaborate in real time. We're gonna go to media and let's do text to image here. We're gonna use Firefly technology to generate something. Glowing with lines of code, technology, and then futuristic. Wait, this is so perfect. And let's go ahead and put some type in here as well.
Maybe my horse is sending me cards from vacation. So I'm gonna go like wish you were here.
So grab your image and then you're going to duplicate it, remove background. Then you are going to drag that horse layer above your text.
Yes.
And so now you can put the text behind the apple like this. I have good ideas, Emily.
I'm gonna give it an earring.
And so here we're just using Generative Fill in the most chaotic way possible. We just selected the area and then said, hey, we want an earring here. So I'm gonna do some animations. There are some new animations here in Adobe Express. So I'm gonna have this kind of drift in. Yeah. So we're gonna loop and we're going to go to Bob right here. I'm gonna use Generative Fill and we are just going to generate that apple out of the background. I don't really want to see it when it's bobbing. Select the whole area where that apple would be. So we're gonna hit generate here. I'm gonna go to media, go to videos, and do maybe like blue glow. I changed the blending mode to screen.
Okay.
And when I hit play, it's going to create this really cool orb-like, ooh.
Wait, how did you do that?
The future.
Okay.
The power of Adobe Express.
That was insane. Adobe Express keeps offering me other recommended fonts, and each time I like it, so I've changed it like 10 times now.
So swap. All right. So swap. I am now working on Emily's document, and Emily is now working on my document. I just wanted to add a little bit of sparkle.
Thank you. My horse appreciates that. I needed that.
What you can do in Adobe Express is you can go to Media, and then you can go to Audio. I'm gonna do 90s and just see what happens. Voiceover. Here we go. This summer, bring your horse to the great wild wilderness. This summer, bring your horse to the great wild wilderness and join Barney at Horse Camp 2024. Perfect. Love it. At LKGCon, you can look kind of good. Nailed it. One take wonder. And then we will watch our final creation. At LKGCon, you can look kind of good. Have a banana. Eat an apple. And if you're vegan, have a carrot. See you in 2024. Perfect. Wow. What joy we brought to people who want to look kind of good. Obsessed. So thanks for joining us for the creative warm-up. Bye, everybody.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm here with Jesus Ramirez and he's going to be showing us, yes, hi, some adjustment brushes in Photoshop, but you're going to be doing it from the ground up, right? We're going to be adjusting our settings to start here.
Yeah, we're going to adjust our settings to start. Well, first of all, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Jesus Ramirez. Thank you so much for being with us. I see a lot of familiar faces in the chat. We have Peter, Apruva, Jack, Robert, Oliver, Voodoo Val, of course, on YouTube chat. Thank you so much. Let us know where you're tuning in from. We're streaming from the beautiful San Francisco Bay Area. Actually, this is where I grew up, but I haven't been here in about 6 months. So Adobe flew me right out. I was traveling Mexico, Europe, and then they said, hey, you're going to come and do Adobe Live? And I was like, great.
I'm on it.
So I don't even know what time zone I'm in. But anyway, I'm super excited to be here. Adobe dropped a new release today for Photoshop and Illustrator. And what we're going to focus on this class is the Photoshop new features, including the adjustment brush. So we're going to talk a lot about the adjustment brush in Photoshop. I have a lot to show you guys. Feel free to leave your questions in the chat. And why don't we just jump right into Photoshop? So here we are. We're gonna open up this portrait. By the way, this is a brand new installation of Photoshop. So I'm gonna have to reset some of my settings just to have Photoshop work the way that I want it to work. And that way you can see how some of these features work. So first of all, this class is all about the adjustment brush. The adjustment brush is right here, is right there. What does it do? We'll talk about it a little later. But first, I want to show you guys the 3-dot icon here, which is the Edit Toolbar panel. It comes up and you can place that brush anywhere you want. So I'm going to scroll down and look for it. There it is. I don't like it there. It makes my toolbar just too long.
Yeah.
So I'm going to nest it somewhere else. It's called a brush tool. So why don't we just nest it under the brush tool? You know?
I didn't know. I have the bad habit of never customizing my toolbars, which I really should because this is such an important feature.
And there you go, adjustment brush right there.
Oh, that's
Notice one
great.
thing, it does not have a keyboard shortcut. So you can assign one if you want to.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
But we're not going to do that. So there it is, adjustment brush tool. Also, one of the other new features is the selection brush, which I'm not seeing here. It's going to be here somewhere. It's probably nested under the lasso tool. Let's see. Like I said, this is a brand new installation of Photoshop. There it is, selection brush. So those are the 2 new brushes inside of Photoshop today. They're fantastic features. All you need to do now is click on done, but I'm not going to do that because for those of you who have been watching Adobe Live and watching my YouTube channel, you know that I like to have the banana on my toolbar. It's the best tool in Photoshop. Do you ever use the banana tool?
No, I have no idea what we're talking about.
Fantastic. So all you need to do is hold the shift key when you click on done. In Photoshop, adds a banana on your toolbar. So I like having the banana on my toolbar because you have to have the banana on the toolbar. Let us know in the chat if you have the banana installed. I know that there's a couple people in the chat that have done it already because I've seen it in other streams. So having the banana tool in the chat, that's right, Jay.
Banana in the chat. If you have that feature installed, definitely throw a banana in the chat.
Yeah, throw a banana in the chat. If you want to remove it, don't hold the shift key, hold the Alt key on Windows. That's the Option key on the Mac. I think it's a fantastic prank to plan a friend when they get up to go to the bathroom at school, at work, wherever you are. I think you'll really trip them out. You can also win a bar bet. You can let people, you can say, hey, I bet you there's bananas and coffee and toast in Photoshop. Do you know where the coffee and toast is?
No way.
Press Control K on Windows, Command K on the Mac. The Preferences panel comes up, and then under Interface, you can choose between the different color themes. But if you hold Shift and Alt, the icons switch to toast, and if you click again with Control and Shift, it switches into coffee cups. So there's coffee, toast, and bananas in Photoshop, but that is not the new feature. The new feature is
the feature.
But the reason that I'm in the preferences panel is because, as I mentioned, this is a brand new installation. Another of the tools that I like, not tools, but features I like changing is the highlight color. I don't like the default. I like blue. So notice how the blue on the the layers panel here changes. It just makes it easier for me to see what layer is selected, because if it's default at my advanced age, I can't really see it. So so I gotta have it blue.
Higher contrast.
Another one of the tools that I like having is the overscroll enabled. I just gotta make sure that that's there. If it's not enabled, what happens is when you have the hand tool, you click and drag. Notice that I cannot move it past
I've always
the
wondered
bands.
about that.
And if you press Control K, Command K on the Mac, go into Tools and enable Overscroll. Now you're able to toss that thing anywhere you want. So those are some of the things that I like changing when I first install Photoshop. The other thing I like changing is, I think these are too many panels on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
So what I like to do is I rarely use the color panel. I rarely use the swatches panel. I never use the gradients panel. I never use the patterns panel.
They're gone.
Yeah, they're gone. So this is what I like my workspace to be, and of course I can save it here if I wanted to. And it's already, oh no, it's not saved, it's a new installation, so I can just save it new workspace. And I usually create a workspace called teaching, because that's the workspace that I use when I'm teaching, not working. And I can save, the toolbar menus and keyboard shortcuts as well. And there we go.
Wow.
So
I've already learned so much. That was amazing.
I'm glad you're learning. So the last thing I need to change is from the flyout menu here. You can go into the panel options, and I like having a larger thumbnail just so that we can really see it. Again, at my advanced age, I need to be able to see what's on the layer.
And if you're teaching too, I feel like that's really helpful for people to be able to be close to it.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Absolutely. So we can start retouching now. We're ready.
Let's do it. We're ready. We're strapped in.
And by the way, feel free to leave your questions in the chat. As you guys know, I like you guys throwing curveballs on me and see if I can figure something out. So why don't we get right to it? So what is this new adjustment brush? What is the big deal? Well, the big deal is that you can create an adjustment simply by painting over an image. And when I say adjustments, I'm talking about adjustment layers. For example, the old workflow was going into the adjustment layer icon here and then choosing one of these adjustment layers. For example, curves adjustment. Then we have a white layer mask. With a layer mask, white reveals, black conceals. So this effect is applied to the entire mask, as you can see. If we wanted to create a mask that's targeted to a specific area, we would press Ctrl-I to invert, and then with the brush tool, we could paint with white to reveal, and let me create an effect to reveal whatever effect we want to create, right?
Right.
I know that the more advanced users would say, well, yeah, but that's not really that impressive, like difficult.
Sure.
But for a new user, it can be quite difficult to follow all those steps. So what the adjustment brush tool, whoops, I actually only clicked on the history brush, so it reminds me of, it's this one right here, the adjustment brush. What the adjustment brush does is it tries to take all those steps and put them into one single step.
Oh, cool.
So you'll notice that from the adjustment dropdown, we have all the adjustments here. Take note that the fill adjustments are not part of that list. So solid, gradient patterns are not adjustments or fill layers, or they're not part of that dropdown. So I can just simply choose curves and I can immediately start painting over the image.
Oh, wow.
And it creates that effect. You might be wondering why it was purple or magenta. I have overlay enabled, so I can just disable that and the overlay is gone.
Gotcha.
So then I can now continue making adjustments to my image, and I just saved a few steps.
Definitely.
So how can we use this for editing? Well, we can edit this portrait. It's just a little dark under his eyes there, so maybe I can fix that by going into the adjustment brush tool. And I'm just going to reduce my brush size and just paint over that area like so. And I can now come in and make further adjustments. For example, this adjustment that's initially created is like the default adjustment, so you will probably have to edit it.
I see, okay.
So then you can just maybe reduce this a little bit to try to create a more pleasing brightness around the eye. Now, the one thing I should mention is I'm just gonna make an extreme adjustment just so that this is noticeable. Notice it looks like he has a black eye, like somebody punched him in the face, right? Notice how when you adjust the curves adjustment layer, you inadvertently add saturation to the image. You can see a lot of saturated red, and that usually doesn't look that good. So the solution to that is changing the blending mode to luminosity. I use the keyboard shortcut. You don't have to use the keyboard shortcut. You can just click on the drop-down menu here and choose luminosity. So look at the difference between luminosity and normal. See how it gets darker without increasing the saturation. So that is very, very important. To be quite honest, a lot of the times when you're making subtle adjustments, it probably won't make a huge difference, but I like to make those adjustments. For those of you that don't know me, what I do professionally is I create TV and movie posters. So these are some of the shows and movies I've worked on. So when you're working at that level, you need to have that control and you need to know about these issues. But for the most part, most people really don't. But for those of you that require that level of control, it's really important to know. I mentioned keyboard shortcuts with adjustment layers. So Shift and Alt, which is Shift and Option on the Mac, will get you the main key, the two control keys, and then you can press one of the letters for the different blending modes. For example, M for multiply, and of course it's not working. I'm not really sure why it's not working.
Maybe it's the update.
Oh yeah, it's actually, you're absolutely right, Emily. It's the update.
Okay.
So this is a bug. I'm not really sure why it's happening. For whatever reason, when you're in the adjustment brush, like I am now, the keyboard shortcuts for blending modes do not work. Usually that is the case with, for example, the regular brush tool, because the regular brush tool has blending modes here. See that?
Right.
So when you use a blending mode for that, it might go into the adjustment brush. So I'm not really sure why that is, but if you're in a different tool, notice that I held Alt, Shift, and M, and the blending mode changed to multiply. Alt, Shift, and N is for normal. Alt, Shift, and O is for overlay. It's just a quicker way of changing your blending modes. You can, of course, click on the drop down and just hover over and see the one that you want. But if you're a little more advanced and you know exactly what you want, why take the time to scroll? In the laptop, maybe not a big issue. I'm just scrolling from here to here. I'm just like dragging my finger. But at home, I have a big monitor here, big monitor there.
The whole setup.
Absolutely. So if my tools bar and layers panel is here and I'm looking at the image here, I don't want to have to, just come all the way to this side, click on the drop down, select, luminosity or whatever, and then come back and continue working.
All the way across.
All the way across. And thanks so much, Jack, for posting a link on the chat to my website where I have, I wrote up an article discussing every single blending mode, how it works. It includes the keyboard shortcuts and a whole lot more information about blending modes. We'll talk more about blending modes, but let's get back into the adjustment brush. So anyway, what I wanted to do before I got into that long conversation about keyboard shortcuts for blending modes is choose the luminosity blending mode. Once again, just to reiterate, is that when you apply the normal blending mode and you make an adjustment, it inadvertently adds saturation. And I changed the blending mode to luminosity to remove that saturation. When you're retouching, you want to be sure that if you're going to add saturation, it's because you want to, not because Photoshop is just doing it on its own. So now in this case, I can just really focus on working on, you know, the lighting of this image and, you know, how that darkness is going to appear, right? So there we go. That's one of the things that you can do with the adjustment brush. Another thing that you can do with the adjustment brush is maybe add saturation or desaturates areas of an image. So for example, if this image, oops, we got really close in there. For example, if we wanted to maybe saturate his skin or change the skin tones, we could definitely use the adjustment brush for that. So I can select the adjustment brush, and maybe if I want to maybe shift the hue of his skin tones because I'm not liking it, I can go into hue and saturation and just start painting over his skin. Notice that this adjustment layer gets created. And this is actually the issue that I was having earlier, believe it or not, that right before we started the stream, for some reason, the adjustment brush decided to like no longer paint the selection in there. See that? See
that's a problem. I was wondering, I didn't see it.
Yeah, so we're just gonna roll with it.
Okay.
It's a brand new release. Maybe there's a bug. So what I'll do now is I'll simply switch over into the brush tool. And with the brush tool, I can just paint with white and then adjust the saturation of the image. But that was the issue that I was talking to you about earlier.
Okay, it came back.
It came back. I'm not sure why that happened, but it is. The point is, now that I've made this selection or this mask on this layer here, I can now change the hue of the image and desaturate it and make any adjustments to fix any type of skin tone issues, anything like that that you might see. So definitely something that I recommend doing. Another important thing to note is, I'm going to give it another shot, see if it works. If not, we'll just roll with it. Another important thing to note is with the adjustment brush, we have the Vibrance. Same with the adjustments here and also in other tools in Photoshop. But what's the difference between Vibrance? I'm going to paint here. Notice that it didn't paint. Not sure why that is.
So strange.
It was working just a minute ago, as you saw.
We saw.
Yeah, but anyway, so I'm just going to paint with white on this gentleman here, right? So what is the difference between hue and saturation? Notice that we also have saturation here. Well, the difference with the Vibrance adjustment layer and the hue saturation adjustment layer is that Vibrance protects skin tones and it protects already highly saturated pixels. So when adjusting portraits, a lot of the times I prefer to use Vibrance because it will protect those skin tones. And if there's already a lot of saturation in certain parts of his face, it won't affect it as much. When you use the hue and saturation adjustment layer, you just increase the saturation of all pixels equally. So that is something that you need to keep in mind. Again, one of those little things that probably don't make a huge difference in day-to-day work, but in certain working environments, they make a huge difference.
Yeah.
Any questions in the chat? I don't see any.
No, everyone's just amazed by what they're seeing. So.
Awesome. Okay, so let's talk a little bit, so this class is all about retouching. As you can see, when it comes to retouching, you'll make a minor adjustment with the brush, with the adjustment brush, and then continue adjusting in other areas. But retouching also includes a lot of removing blemishes, distractions. I'm not a fan of removing wrinkles from people because it's a part of them.
Yeah.
I'll minimize them, but I won't remove them. But when you're working with certain Hollywood clients, they all look like babies. And, it's not up to me. They're signing the check, so I do it. But in my personal taste, I like to keep wrinkles. In my opinion, if it's not going to go away in a week or two, then keep it. If it's like a blemish that'll be gone next week, then it's not really a part of them, But
it's a good rule.
It definitely. I'm okay with maybe diminishing certain features just to make the portrait more pleasing. The wrinkle will still be there, the blemish will still be there, but maybe not as intense. So why don't we walk through an example on how to do that? So for me, one of the best tools for doing that is the spot healing brush tool. When you are working with the spot healing brush tool, I recommend that you create a brand new layer and click on sample all layers. Sample all layers. Why do you want to do that? Well, you want to do that because when you make an adjustment, this is going to be terrible. When you make an adjustment, it'll generate it on a brand new layer, so you can get rid of it
Shocking.
if you don't like it.
I see. Okay, so non-destructive by creating a new layer.
Exactly right.
Gotcha.
And if I would have just done that over his eye, even if that was the result that I was going for,
That's true.
if I change my mind tomorrow, I can come back and change it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's always work to work non-destructively, and especially if you're working with clients, because it might look great to your eye, but your client will say, no, I don't like that, reduce it, increase it, remove it, and then you're doing more work now if you're not working non-destructively. So, for example, if I wanted to minimize the wrinkle here, I could decrease my brush size. I like to use the left and right bracket keys on the keyboard to reduce brush size. They're found next to the letter P in North American keyboards. And basically what I like to do is just click. Actually, I'm going to do it the wrong way first. I'm just going to, just do this, right?
Feels like we're emphasizing them at this point.
Yeah, there we go. And that doesn't look too bad, but if you zoom in, besides it adding a new wrinkle here, notice that you can really see how it destroys the skin texture. See that? And, it might not be visible at, here.
But if it's a billboard,
right.
A movie poster,
absolutely.
we're going to see it.
It's you'll see it. So what do? Well, there's a couple things you can do. Number one is, I'm just going to delete this layer and create a brand new layer. Number one is I like to use the modes. These are basically blending modes, right? And the way that I want you guys to think about it is this. If this blemish, distraction, wrinkle, whatever it is that you're trying to remove or minimize is darker than this, is it darker than the skin tone or lighter than the skin tone?
Okay.
So in this case is darker,
right?
Right? So you want to lighten it.
Smart, okay.
And then when we paint, we should, in theory, get a better result. We'll see if it happens. Much better result in the context that we didn't destroy any of the texture. It's still kind of visible, but not as much.
Not at all.
But again, I don't want to remove the wrinkle. I only want to minimize it.
Right.
So what I can do now is press Control-Shift-F. Control-Shift-F brings us into the fade command. Now, this is very, very important. You will not have access to the fade command if you do anything else in Photoshop after applying that spot healing removal. Even if you save your Photoshop document, you won't have access to it. So it needs to be done immediately after you make that adjustment. Control-Shift-F, Command-Shift-F on the Mac. And what does this do? Well, it's got an opacity slider. So notice how I can just reduce the opacity. See that? So now I still have my skin texture. I still have the highlights intact. And when I reduce this, I can bring back the wrinkle. It's still there. You can still tell that it's him, but it's not as intense and not as distracting. And there you go. Before and after.
Can I ask you, so what would be the difference then is if I did that and I didn't press fade, and so then I just used the opacity.
Good question.
What would that do?
Let's talk about that. Well, think about it this way, right? So we just did that to that wrinkle, but look, we have another one. So then I'm going to use the same layer. Control-Shift-F, and then I can reduce it and I can use a different level. So maybe I can go lower on this one, I can go higher. If I would have reduced the opacity on this particular layer, it's a global adjustment, so I affect both. So it allows you to target a single wrinkle at a time, keeping the opacity at 100%, and then you don't have to create multiple layers or affect all the global adjustments that you made. If that makes some sense.
No, definitely.
And see, just by making those very tiny adjustments, the portrait is already looking much, much better. So I highly, highly recommend that you check out blending modes, the spot healing brush tool to make those adjustments. But yeah, any questions in the chat? I only see Sean saying, hey, good to see you again, Sean. I saw you earlier. I don't know if you stuck around for the previous stream with Emily and Andrew, but good to see you in case you are coming back. Anyway, so the next thing that I want to talk to you guys about is, and it's unfortunate because again, I'm having the same issue with the brush tool, which is what I was planning on showing you. I'll explain it just in case your adjustment brush is working on your machine. But basically, one of the things in Photoshop that a lot of people do is change the color of an object, right? Maybe we have this fantastic portrait, but we don't necessarily want to apply use this. We want to change the color of the shirt instead of keeping this gray shirt. We can click on Apply Object, and if everything works correctly, I can just click on this man here to make a selection over the entire object. Obviously, it selected the face, which we don't want, but that's very easy to remove.
Right.
You can click on the minus and paint it away, and it looks like it's working, at least for now. So
you fixed it.
Yeah, it's fixed. Yay. So I'm just going to remove the face from that selection. I could have painted over the shirt, but I figure it would be easier to paint away the face than paint over the shirt, if that makes any sense, right? So now we have a selection of the shirt, and you can see that here. And by the way, I actually made a mistake and I didn't select the right adjustment layer, but that's no problem. What I'll do is I'll click on the Hue and Saturation adjustment layer, click on that.
Carry it over?
Yeah, just drag it right over, and you can just replace it. By the way, just for funsies, if you want to duplicate a layer mask, you can hold Alt and drag it onto another layer, and it duplicates it. And if you want to be super fancy, you can hold Alt and Shift, click and drag, and it duplicates and it inverts at the same time. So
wow.
There you go.
So many tips all in one place.
So many tips.
Let me ask you, so you're not using the preview, like the red preview that shows you what your masks are, you're just masking without watching that.
That's right.
Is that a personal preference, or?
Yeah, it's a personal preference. So I could, here, I can click on overlay, and then just when I'm painting, in theory, right now it's not working, it should show the overlay. I'm really not sure why that issue is happening. But anyway, the point is that in theory, when you hit overlay, you can just paint over it. But usually what happens is I don't really want to look at the overlay because these have specific preset adjustments. So when you paint, you're actually seeing the adjustment. So it's just a personal preference.
That makes sense. Okay.
But some people might be used to the old school way of doing this. The old school way of doing this would be to press Q on the Q key on the keyboard. There we go, the Q key on the keyboard, and let me make sure I'm on the, I expand the panel so people can see what's going on here. So I'm gonna expand the panels here. There we go. So when you press the Q key on the keyboard, the layer becomes red. Why does it become red? Well, that's because we're in the quick mask mode. What does that mean? It means that we can use the brush tool to paint. So with the brush tool active, I can paint on the image now, black to hide, white to reveal. So if I just wanted to select a shirt, I would need to paint with black. So black is my background color, so I would need to make it my foreground color, fill everything now that there's the overlay, then switch the foreground color to white by tapping on the X key. The X key swaps the foreground and background color, see that?
Whoa.
Or you can press the D key for default, either or. That's not swapping, that just, switches them to default, which is black and white. Anyway, so then you can just paint on the areas that you want, and when you're done, press the Q key again, and there you go. So that's what the adjustment brush is trying to do. It's trying to minimize all these steps and just roll them into one brush.
Right.
But again, I'm not sure what's going on with my brush adjustment brush tool today. It was working, and then it stopped working, and then it was working again, now it's not. But anyway, so what I did earlier, and I'll do it again just to show you guys, is with my portrait selected, I'm just gonna click on Apply to Object. When I do that, I can hover over the image and I can select the background, see the pink overlay, I can select the foreground, and actually, if I click and drag, I should be able to do the shirt now that I think about it. So let me see if that works. Click and drag a box around the shirt, and there you go. It did the shirt, so I didn't have to do it the other way. See, so I'm learning already, and I made the same mistake. So I need to create a hue and saturation adjustment layer, and I will duplicate that and put it there. Also, I'm just going to click on that layer, hold Shift, click on the top one, and just hit the delete key and delete this one, just so we have a clean layers panel to work with. So there we go. What we're gonna do now is change the color of the shirt. You can click on colorize, and then you can make any adjustment that you like. Now, this is a real tip I wanted to show you guys, since this is a retouching class. We only have one slider to control the lightness. If we wanted to make this darker, it really doesn't look good because it completely destroys the highlights. And if we wanted to make it brighter, it really doesn't work because we destroy the shadows. Why is that? Well, we have one slider controlling all those different tones. What if we can get 5 sliders to control all those different tones? Well, we can actually do that. How do we do that? Well, we do that by creating a curves adjustment layer. So I'm going to create a curves adjustment layer. And now, oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Even better. Not a curves adjustment layer. Just so it's more visual, we'll do a levels adjustment layer. So we have our 5 sliders here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now we can control the gamma, which you can think about contrast. And for the nerds out there, I know it's really not contrast, but it's easier to explain it that way. And highlights and shadows and how dark those highlights and shadows will be, right? So we have 5 control points now, but you'll notice that it's affecting the entire image. And we don't want that. Well, we can do 2 things. We can duplicate this mask and put it on there and say yes. So now these adjustments are contained to just the t-shirt. So now we'll notice how we can get much more control over the shirt with shadows and highlights and create a much more realistic result by controlling all these different sliders. But the problem is that we have one adjustment layer, or I'm sorry, one layer mask controlling everything. So if I change my mind and decide to change the layer mask, I have to do it twice, or I have to duplicate it again. Too much work. I'm lazy, I don't like working. So what I'm gonna do now is select both layers by holding Shift and clicking on both.
Yep.
Control G to create a group, and I can just put the layer mask on the group. So now everything inside of the group will just use one layer mask.
Perfect.
So I can make adjustments to the color of his shirt, do whatever I want, maybe even make it into a black shirt. We'll try to do that, just try to adjust it so that we can get
that looks so much better.
a result that you want. There's no way you would be able to do all that just with the one lightness slider. So pro tip to make color changes in Photoshop. If you really wanted to, you could change the blending mode to luminosity here, but not gonna make a huge difference. It'll make a difference. And then you can change this one to color. So the color blending mode takes the hue and the saturation of the current layer and the luminosity of the layer below. And obviously hue is just hue and saturation is just saturation. Hue is the color and saturation is the intensity of that color. So yeah, this is how you would make a fantastic color adjust or color replacement or color change in Photoshop. Is that a question?
No, chat is having a comment or a conversation with themselves.
Oh, fantastic. What's the conversation? I'm curious now.
Honestly, I'm not quite sure.
Fantastic.
Peter has a question.
Oh.
How do you get rid of the halo around the shirt?
Good question. How do you get the halo around the shirt? Well, that you have to go figure out exactly what's causing the halo. And in this case, it looks like it's just the sharpness of the mask does not match the actual image, so you will have to do a lot of fine-tune adjustments here. So with the brush tool, I can come in the mask here, probably feather. Feather means blurring the edge of the mask. So having a hardness set to 0, or I don't know, we'll guesstimate and say 12, and just kind of come in there and then just, figure out what the right, color or angle, or I'm sorry, sharpness would be, and then just, do it manually. Unfortunately, Photoshop is not that good at matching the blurriness of, and actually you can see that the area that I painted is already getting rid of that line there.
Yeah, that looks better.
Another thing you could do, to be quite honest, you could create, if that will take you a long time to do, right? You can just kind of cheat with Gen Fill. So you can use the lasso tool, or actually, why don't we use the brand new selection brush, if I can remember where I nested it. I think I nested it in the example under the lasso tool. There it is, lasso tool. So you can use a brand new selection tool, and I'm just gonna paint along the edge here. Just paint along the edge. And then click on Generative Fill, leave it blank.
Interesting, yeah.
And yes, this is again a brand new installation, so I'm agreeing to everything.
It's always good to have a fresh agreement,
That's right, yeah, just make sure that I agree. And we just give it a minute here. By the way, nothing as a presenter, nothing takes longer than that thing.
Right, yeah.
But see, it just gave me a brand new edge.
Oh, that's
right?
so nice.
So.
And it looks great. Each option, yeah.
So whatever you want to do, I think that was Peter. Yeah, Peter. So whatever you want to do, you can just spend time doing the fine tuning if you want. To be quite honest, that's what I have to do for my work. Everything needs to be modularized and editable. So I will have to spend the time. But again, for most projects, who cares? And this will work fine, right? So there we go.
Wow.
Definitely looks much, much better. Another we're talking about retouching and Gen Fill. This is actually something I use Gen Fill for a lot when retouching now. It's for like little imperfections. For example, I get a photo of the talent, actor, actress, and they have an issue with their hair like they do here, what I can do is use the selection brush and I'm just gonna brush away the things that look pretty bad, you know, like that right there. And hopefully Photoshop can just give me better hair without having me retouching it and trying to make it look good. This is usually the first thing that I do, right? With some situations, I definitely have to go in there and do everything manually, and it is what it is. But my first try is do this to see if I can save some time. So I don't really like how his hair's sticking up in that part of his head. So I'm just gonna go Generative Fill, leave it blank, click on Generate, and we can see what it does. By the way, notice that there's a tip every time that box comes up. Read it. You might learn something new.
How has Generative Fill really changed your workflow? I mean, this is a great example, actually, but
well, little things like that. Not for like big, huge things, but for the examples that we've seen so far.
So cool.
But as you can see, his hair looks
great.
so much better, and just pick the one that looks the best. You know, that one's fine, or you know, this one, or if you don't like either of these, that's fine. A lot of times, what happens though is like, you know what, I might like this part, but I don't like this part, so then I might come here and then just do that, you know, and then just kind of like generate over half of the generation and like half of his head or whatever, you know, just to get something that works for me. So there you go. And we fixed his hair. He looks so much better. Oops, sorry. Anyway, he looks so much better.
Yeah, give us the before and after.
Absolutely. Oh, by the way, keyboard shortcut right there. So I accidentally painted over the image, and you can just press Control D to deselect, Command D on the Mac, and it gets rid of it.
There you go.
If I were designing this, I would have used the Escape key, because the Escape key, as you guys know, is my whoopsie daisy key. So if
Escape.
So if you accidentally open something up, whoopsie daisy, Escape.
I didn't know that. That's really helpful.
So anything that you're doing, whoopsie daisy, Escape. See that? Like if you select anything, there'll be a blue outline of focus around that. And sometimes if that focus is enabled, some keyboard shortcuts won't work because Photoshop thinks you're trying to apply it to that box. Whoopsie daisy, Escape. So escape. It works for everything, but it doesn't work, unfortunately, for the selection tool.
Everything but the one we were on.
So Control D, Command D on the Mac to deselect. But feature request, just make it work with the escape key with everything else.
You heard it here. We have a request. Carol has a question for you. Do you let them see you doing this? I assume like editing their hair or like the talent. Would you let them see this?
Well, so I'm going to speak specifically with the work that I do. A lot of the times when I get the photo of the talent, they'll say, hey, his hair looks bad here, that looks bad there, and I have to, so I don't know if the talent saw it before I got it.
You hope not. You're like, let me just.
But then I obviously have some discretion with like, oh, you know what, there's a flyaway here, let me get rid of that, you know. So in my case, I don't know, but my assumption is no.
Yeah. They're not sitting with you while you're editing their photo. Yeah,
right, absolutely.
That'd be a lot of pressure.
That would be a lot of pressure. So the other thing that I wanted to talk to you guys about, and actually I'm going to kind of backtrack here a little bit. So earlier we were talking about, and I deleted the layer, but that's okay. We were talking about how I was making adjustments to the curves adjustment layer, and we're going to keep our fingers crossed and see if the adjustment brush is with us now. Nope, no, it's not. It's fine. So it created the...
We miss it.
Yeah, we miss it. That's so weird. I'm going to have to I'll figure it out, and I'll let you guys know why it keeps doing that. But it's definitely not that I have the minus selected. It's definitely not the opacity and flow, because those are fine. Let me try with the overlay. Nope, overlay doesn't work either. So yeah, there's something going on. But anyway, so what I'll show you guys is with the brush tool, when I paint, and I'm going to try to quickly recreate that same effect we did earlier to kind of brighten his eyes. Obviously, that's too much, but you know, like we'll just call that good, and we won't even worry about adjusting the blending mode. But what I wanted to show you guys is that a lot of times you need to create multiple points to like really make sure you fine tune the image, right? Like without this point, the shadows are too bright, so we need to darken those shadows. We need to make more adjustments, and then obviously we need to come into the layer here and then remove that adjustment from areas where it shouldn't be, right? So maybe it shouldn't be. And by the way, I just tapped on the X key to swap the foreground and background color. And you know, maybe it's too, maybe we don't need it above his eye, right? And we definitely don't need it, you know, on the eyeball and all that. maybe just in the bottom, right? So there you go, much better. We'll call this good. But what I wanted to show you guys is that at some point you're gonna start working with a lot of points on the curves adjustment layer. And going back to the example I mentioned earlier, if you're working on this and you're really like looking in and fine tuning your image, and then you have to scroll all the way to the other side to just, you know, just do one of these guys, just a little, you know, it might take forever to do that if you have multiple monitors and all that. So just use keyboard shortcuts. So if you use the plus and minus keys on the keyboard, notice how it just goes, the points select up and down, right?
Wow, yeah.
And then like when you select the one that you want, you can use the up arrow key, down arrow key,
like a
left,
video game.
right, exactly, to make those really fine-tuned adjustments, especially if you're someone who's on the go often, you're editing on a plane or a bus or a car, you don't, you know, with the trackpad or mouth.
That's a really good point.
You'll be all over the place, right?
Oh, wow.
So then when you can just say, okay, I need to adjust the shadows. I'll press the minus to go down the list and, you know, make the shadows brighter or darker or whatever you want to do.
Smart.
Just up and down that list. Also, maybe not the best example, but I'll show this anyway. Let me just enable some of these other adjustments, right? The other adjustments that we made. So like we made the shirt adjustment and the color and all of that. So I just made this adjustment to his face, but let's just imagine that this adjustment was for the entire image, right? Let's just pretend that this is what we want. But oh no, notice what happens. The generative fill adjustment that we made is above that adjustment, so it doesn't look good. What do? Well, we can definitely drag that layer up.
Right.
Or we can use the keyboard shortcut, Control right bracket key, and it moves the layer up the layer stack. See that?
Yeah.
Control left bracket key moves the layer down the layer stack.
Easier.
Or Control shift right bracket key all the way to the top.
Ooh.
Control shift left bracket key all the way to the bottom. So these are the like little shortcuts that if you learn, you'll save a ton of time.
Yeah, chat,
and you
take
can
notes.
still charge your client for 5 hours of work, but you only do 2.5.
That's the math. Chad did have one question of where is the shortcut to Gen Fill, which I believe is the toolbar, correct? The contextual toolbar?
Yeah, the contextual toolbar. So basically what we did in this example, and I'll do it again just to show you guys, is you don't have to use the adjustment brush. I find the adjustment brush very useful for Gen Fill, but the adjustment brush, let me use a different photo. I'm tired of this photo. Let's just use something different.
A new one.
So I was just in Rome a week ago.
Wow.
And, you know, there's a lot of tourists in Rome, so you can use Gen Fill to remove tourists from a photo. And the old workflow was to use, you know, the lasso tool. You would come in here and then you would, you know, lasso
this man.
You know, this man and maybe some of the people in the background. By the way, I like removing people from the background in sections for two reasons. Number one, the resolution issue. If you make too big of a selection, you might get pixelation, you might get blurriness, and it won't look good.
Right.
So smaller selections is better. Also, if you do a large selection and the generation looks great on one side but not the other, you know, you're kind of stuck.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah,
right.
So you're gonna have to gen fill the other side anyway. So in smaller sections, you pick the one that you like best, move on, pick the one you like best, move on.
Smart.
So anyway, so this is the old workflow, right? Lasso tool, make a selection, click on Generative Fill, and generate. And that was the answer to your question.
Perfect, thank you.
It's right here. The new workflow is using, or at least my new workflow, the one I prefer, you can do whatever you like, is the selection brush tool. And with the selection brush tool, I'll use the bracket keys to adjust my brush size, and I can very quickly come in here. And, you know, I'm using the trackpad now, but at home I have the Wacom tablet, and, you know, it's just much easier to control with the mouse, whatever you prefer, right? There it is. You just make a selection really quickly. If you're unhappy with the results, you can click on subtract, and, you know, subtract the areas that you want. So in this case, it was fine. I wanted to keep that in there. I just wanted to show you that you have that option. If you want to use a different color overlay because you're working with an image with magenta, you can definitely switch it over to blue or whatever color that you want. But I'll keep the magenta because that one's the one I like for this image at least. And I can just click on Generative Fill, leave the prompt blank, and generate. And that will generate pixels that should, in theory, match the background. And there you go. Fantastic results. Look at that. You can just pick
our options.
Yeah, pick the one that you like best. And they're all really good for different reasons.
Yeah.
You know, that one's fine. I was happy with it. And then you can just, you know, keep doing that over and over again. Notice that I didn't really have to switch tools or anything. I can just come in here, paint over this guy here, and there we go. Click on Generative Fill once again, and boom.
And so it was okay that you were on the Generative Fill layer when you made that selection, right? You didn't have to go back. Okay, I didn't know that.
That's absolutely
helpful
right.
to know.
You can just keep going, and there we go. Is this good?
Wow.
I don't know. Yeah, this is
Show me
pretty good.
options.
Yeah, I don't know how you feel, but I think that one's
No, they look great.
probably pretty good. And I mean, I'm gonna do a larger selection now just for the sake of time.
Yeah.
But as you can see, you can just quickly remove people from a photo. I don't know. Should I show you guys the old workflow? I don't have the files ready, so I would need to go and search for them. There are in my computer somewhere, but maybe I'll leave that for next time. The old workflow was long, and you needed to take multiple photos.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
The composite type.
Basically, right. Yeah.
Interesting. You know what's really amazing is that it's matching up all of like the brickwork and like the lines in the background,
Exactly.
which is insane.
It's so fast, and I don't know.
Fast.
Those people are witches, the engineers.
That we love and are really grateful for.
Yes, thank you. I thank you for adding that. I meant it in the most loving possible way. There we go.
Wow.
And then you can just, again, pick the one that looks best.
That is amazing.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Look all realistic.
They all look really good. And obviously this is not exactly now that, this is that wall really there? Probably not, right? But
right, I was wondering.
If this is like a background for something, or maybe we're gonna add a text box here or something, it really doesn't matter.
Right.
I think the future will be super cool where it knows that this is Rome, and since it has so many different references from it, it would know what to put.
That's cool, right? Because you could be changing history here, right? If you replace part of the building and then it looks a certain way, but
yeah, super cool.
Amazing.
The other thing that I wanted to show you guys when it comes to you know what? I'll show you this too. Usually what I do, by the way, is I put everything into a smart object to work non-destructively. For those of you that don't know, a smart object is a container that can hold one or more layers where you can apply non-destructive adjustments, distortions, filters, and transformations. What does that mean? It just means you can keep changing it, and it's cool. You can always go back. You don't apply the change forever. But what I like doing is going into the camera raw filter, camera raw. And there are so many cool features here, like the geometry tool. This one here, I usually just click on auto and see if it fixes the perspective, and it does. See that? See, because I was with my cell phone and it's got that weird perspective, but then when you hit the A, it just makes it seem so much flatter, right? Isn't that cool?
Wait, what does the A stand for? Adjust?
Automatic.
Automatic. Okay, I can't read that far.
Automatic. Now, if it doesn't work, because it doesn't always work, you can click on these little lines here, and you can just kind of trace, like, okay, there you go. That one's supposed to be straight, and this is supposed to be, and it just does it for you,
That is so
there we go. So before and after. Press OK, and then you can continue making any further adjustments to your image. And the cool thing is, everything's in a smart object, so I can double click on the smart object, and it's there.
Oh, wow.
And maybe I can bring the people back if I wanted to for whatever reason, save it, and and there it is.
Wow. So it recomposited it. Or no, it didn't. It did. Did it recompose it? No, it just adjusted the.
It brought the people
layout.
back, and it kept the camera raw adjustment.
I didn't know that you could open camera raw on a non-raw image.
Yeah, you can. It's the camera raw filter.
So it's not camera raw, but it's the filter.
It's almost like the camera raw.
Okay.
Almost. Almost.
Interesting.
There's certain,
you're blowing my mind
5%,
here.
5% differences, or give or take.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on the
that
exact
seems like the
number.
Right
Yeah. By the way, I just did something that I do instinctively without even mentioning it. So for the kind of work that I do, we should theoretically shouldn't leave any masks that we don't use, because if I hand my file over to the next designer,
what is this? Something's missing.
Well, not only something's missing, but what if you inadvertently paint over it? Ooh. And then that changes the design, now people have to figure it out. But by removing that mask, you can't paint over it.
That's smart.
Yeah. Anyway, so I have a habit of doing it, so I just did it.
That's a good habit. Thank you.
Without talking. Here's another pro tip. Now that we're talking about pro tips.
Give us all of them.
So we're gonna go back to our guy here, and let's just talk about retouching again. So, and you know what? We'll same example just so that I don't confuse you what I'm trying to show you. A lot of the times when you're working, you might create, you might make an adjustment like this one, and then, okay, that looks great. I'm not going to worry about fading. But you know what? I really want to get on that smaller detail here. Let me see how that works. So you'll come in and you'll paint, and okay, this is all looking fantastic. This is great. Oh wait, how does that look in the overall image? Okay, that looks cool. Let me go back in here now and fix this one. Okay, let me see how that looks in the overall image.
You're having to zoom in and out.
Okay,
right?
cool.
Yeah.
So you get the idea. So Photoshop has this fantastic feature. If you go under Window, Arrange, at the very bottom, you'll have a list of all your open documents. I only have one open document, so there's only one thing on that list. So, and you click on that, and looks what happens. You get the same document in 2 windows. Let me repeat that. Same document, not a duplicate, not a variation, not a link.
You have it open twice.
It's the same document open twice.
Okay.
If you're at home with 2 monitors, you can drag one and put it on the other one, and then you are working really close on one or zoomed out on the other.
So they'll keep updating?
Exactly right.
Oh, that's cool.
So then, but in a laptop like I am now, what I like to do is go into Windows, Arrange, and you can select either 2 up vertically or 2 up horizontal. For this case, I think 2 up vertically might work better.
Portrait, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So then what I can do now is zoom in here really close to his wrinkle, make sure I get exactly what I want. And then on this one here, using the space bar, just drag him to the center. You know, there he is. This is what the overall image looks like. So now, when I paint, notice how it will automatically update on the other side. See that?
That's genius.
So then you can just work, you can continue working. You're looking at how the entire image is adjusting, and you're not really worried about anything else. You know, you just, okay, it looks great on the full scale image.
Right.
And I know that I'm getting the right details because that's what I'm targeting. So it's a fantastic technique that I highly recommend that you all use. And actually, just to show you, like for example, like that nose hair right there, it wouldn't necessarily come out with this tool because we have we have it set to lighten. Remember we talked about earlier, is a distraction lighter or darker than the skin tone? At the time it was darker, so we're lightening. So now if it's lighter, we go into darken.
That makes sense.
And sorry about that. And then we just reduce the brush size, and then we just get rid of that, and it looks fantastic. And now I'm doing the opposite. I'm not destroying the highlight of the texture in the shadows. And there we go. Before and after. And you can see how it updates on both the zoomed in version and the zoomed out version. So yeah. Actually, another pro tip, if you wanted to, well, my Photoshop is not happy right now.
It's too many windows.
If you want it, yes, probably what it is. If you wanted to, you can hold Shift and tap on the space bar, and you can pan on both images at the same time.
That's crazier. Wow.
Yeah.
Chat had 2 questions for you. They were wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the overlay setting on the adjustment brush.
Yeah.
And then also, how did you open up this side by side?
I'll answer the second question first. How did I open up the side-by-side? I'll just quickly go through the entire process just so there's no confusion. If you have a window open, you can go into Window, Arrange. At the very bottom of the Arrange drop-down, you will have a list of all your open documents. I only have one open document at the moment, so there's only one option. But if you have more, then there'll be more options. When you click on it, you'll open that same document. Again, to reiterate, not a different document, not a duplicate, exactly the same one. So what you do to one, you'll do to the other. When you have the 2 windows open, you can go into Window, Arrange, and select either 2 up vertically and horizontally. Earlier I chose vertical, I'll choose horizontal now, and then just put some one on top of the other. You know, if you're working on a landscape, this is probably a better choice.
The orientation.
Yeah. And the other question was, what? Can I talk about it?
It was about the overlay setting of the new brush. So I think the blending modes of the adjustment brush.
Right. Okay. So let me, where am I at? Here you go. Adjustment brush, overlay. So the overlay is here, and unfortunately, again, I'm having the issue on this particular computer. And usually what that happens, what should happen right now, you know what? I'm going to, if we just wait a second, I can turn off, disable, just close that Photoshop, and I have somewhere in here I have the Photoshop beta. So Photoshop beta is working, and then that way I can just show you guys. We just have to wait and open it up for just a second. And by the way, you guys have access to a Photoshop beta as well.
Chat has a really important question. Does anyone know Photoshop better than you?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Chat says no. Chat.
I know people who know certain areas better than me.
No, you have done pro tip after pro tip. You're incredible at this
Thank
program.
you. Bert Monroy's, yeah. So Bert Monroy is my Photoshop hero. The very first book I bought on Amazon was Bert's book. Bert is Photoshop user number 6, if I'm not mistaken.
No way.
Ever. Yeah, he wrote the very first book on. He's been using Photoshop since Adobe bought them from the Knoll brothers.
Oh my gosh.
So I think Bert started using Photoshop, if I'm not mistaken, version 0.66 in '89.
Not even one.
Not even one. So way before Adobe. And then he co-wrote the very first book on Photoshop. Now, Bert's a good friend of mine. He lives not too far from here, Berkeley, California. Check out Bert Monroy. He's got a lot of older stuff on YouTube, on LinkedIn Learning. Bert Monroy is a fantastic artist. So yeah, definitely check him out. So yeah, Bert knows a lot more than me. But anyway, so the question was overlay. And let me see where the adjustment brush I didn't nest it on the on this one, but it doesn't matter. And when we paint, oh look, it's working here. So who knows?
We wanted beta the whole time.
Yeah, so who knows why we were having that issue. But anyway, so the question was about overlay. So when you have overlay enabled, when you paint, you can see an overlay. What color is the overlay? It just depends on what you have selected. And in this case, I think it's just that red. But the point is that the overlay is always there, so I don't like it. I just like to not work with the overlay. And what you can do if you want to is just simply select any adjustment. Doesn't matter which one it is. So we'll go with exposure this time. And when we paint, I mean, that's not an overlay, but I can see where I'm painting.
Right.
So I personally don't need it, but that doesn't mean that you don't have to.
Yeah.
That you don't have to use it. You can use it if you like. I've got this. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Purva, I think it says. Sorry, it's kind of far away and I can't really see it.
No, it's hard to see.
Yeah, but yes, he did a huge, giant Times Square painting.
Oh, cool.
Actually, since we're talking about Bert and we're almost done, I just want to give him a big shout out because he's like really a Photoshop master. Bert Monroy. That's him right there, Mr. Bert Monroy, and he's talking about this image. So it's all done in Photoshop, 100% all done in Photoshop. And oh man, I wish I could zoom in. But anyways, so you can like zoom in really, really close, and you can see like the people on the windows. It took him like 2.5 years to do.
No way.
It's really, really incredible. And he has all these different paintings that he does. Here it is. There, and you can see like like the detail of the M&Ms that are like in a stand somewhere in the background.
Wow.
And people's watches, and like even the reflection in people's eyes. So he's really, really good at doing that kind of stuff. And I don't know exactly where it is on his website, but there is a painting that he did, this one right here, of France.
Oh my gosh.
And you guys, I'm trying to see if there's a way I can zoom in. You can't really zoom in, but that right there where my cursor is, that's me.
No way.
He put me in one of his paintings, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so,
what an honor.
Yeah. So he said, hey, come to my house. I got to take a picture of you. And I was like, okay. So I went to his house. So he put me there. Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's the kind of work that Bert does. So I'm glad you brought him up. He deserves all the shout outs in the world. Let me see. How much time do we have? Oh, we don't have much time.
Last minute. Yeah. No, you're wrapping up nicely there.
Fabulous.
Well, Jesus, this has been amazing. You have shown us tip after tip and walked us through all of the latest and greatest in Photoshop. So thank you so much for being here and for everything that you've shown us.
Thank you so much, Emily.
Yeah, it was a pleasure.
Yeah.
Cool.
Ditto.
We are doing photo retouching with Photoshop and Firefly.
So first, open up your photo, and there's filter and neurofilters, and this is literally amazing. Let's just see what the colorize does really quick. This is what it does automatically, which is, it's so cool because I've never seen my grandparents, like I don't know what they look like. So I'm like, oh, this feels a little bit more real. You can change the coloring here and like the profiles. And what I like to use is like the paintbrush tool. It's like color replacement.
Okay.
So this is like super easy. So if I just wanted to do the blue, you just Alt and then like use the key dropper to kind of drag around where you want. So I kind of want this blue. You just kind of color away. I love this tool, the color replacement.
That is amazing.
I really like the camera raw filter. I just like kind of like tilting it, right? Make it more straight. Also too, like since there is this glare, we could probably try to fix this using Generative Fill. I'm just gonna see what it does. We have a few different ones. I kind of like this one the best.
I do. Yeah, me too.
So this one, you go to Smart Portrait. Already can pick up the faces. Here you have like happiness, facial age, hair thickness, and eye direction. And so let's do her. Oh, see? Oh, that one did it really well. We can kind of move on to actual retouching.
Awesome.
Let's do some actual stuff because here, right, his face is totally, it's ripped apart. So I feel like a trick for using Generative Fill is to kind of do it in sections. So sometimes I kind of like to take the clone stamp tool, which is on your left, and just kind of like almost make like little paths to kind of separate it. Also the remove tool, that one you just like highlight. As I love this tool. This one definitely helps with photo restoration. That's when I would use like Generative Fill right here. Let's just see what this comes up with.
This is the whole face being selected.
Oh, that one looks so cool. Like, I feel like it did the nose and mouth so well. I love that. Like, I just got rid of like that crack so easily. Neurophilters have a lot of like restoration stuff.
Okay.
So if you're like new to restoration, I would go here first. So they have the colorize option, but also there's the photo restoration. So this is like the scratch reduction. Let's see. Oh yeah. So it kind of does it automatically.
By the window.
But yeah, then you just kind of continue doing like either like the remove tool, if you don't like it, the Generative Fill. It's really nice. And it's kind of fun. Now that I have all these photos that I can send to my family, you know, it's awesome.
Hello! Welcome back. My name is Ellie. I'm here with Andrew.
Hi, everyone.
And we are going to have so much fun today. We are going to be walking through some of the new features, and we're going to be making a really fun marketing campaign and showing you how you can incorporate all of these new things into your workflows.
Yes. So, chat, we need your suggestions right off the bat. We're going to be creating a marketing campaign for an 80s video game. So we're doing like a retro video game that's coming out now. I need a name. I need a name from you, chat, of what is the name of our video game that we will be creating today.
Okay, I feel like names, that's like the hardest piece for me of anything.
Oh, always.
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 But once you have a great name, I feel like it informs everything else. So yes, please drop names in the chat. Please also feel free to say hello, let us know where you guys are watching from, and feel free to ask questions as we go along as well.
Yeah, so let's hop in, and where I always like to start is with Adobe fonts. Fonts are always a go-to to kind of get us started with the campaign, and I know that I want to go to like 80s pixelated, and so I'm going to try to type in pixelated here, and it's probably not going to come up with much. Pixelated. It probably won't come up with much here, but I'll be able to kind of sort and walk. Actually,
I mean, I love that first
hold
one.
on. Yeah, chat.
Surprise.
I need names, chat. So if you're watching on YouTube or you're watching on Behance, go ahead and put your name suggestions in the chat, because I think that like we could use this pixel script, but it needs to be like, it depends on what the name is.
Yes.
So I'm going to go through and I'm just going to activate any of these ones that I like, that I think look good. And I also can come back here to browse all. And I think that there's actually a filter for like retro ones.
So when you are selecting that add family, that's going to put it into your Creative Cloud library, and you're going to be able to access it on any program.
Yep, whole thing, and anywhere that I want it, it will be, which is really cool.
So amazing.
And I didn't even open those or look at them. I just hit it because I was like, yeah, I'll probably want that eventually.
Okay, we have our first name suggestion. Keys says Paste Invaders.
Paste Invaders. I don't mind that. I think that's kind of fun.
Don't mind it. Let's get a few going. Wait, no, sorry. I mean Pasta Invaders.
Okay.
I like
Apple
that.
Crunch. Why are we so? Are we hungry, chat? Okay.
It is lunchtime for us.
Pencil Warriors. I'm not mad about Pencil Warriors.
Oh yeah, 8-bit Pencil Warriors. That's fun. I know it'd be fun if it's like somehow Adobe themed.
Yes, I like Pencil Warriors. Let's go with Pencil Warriors.
Let's do it.
I haven't seen you in chat before either, so hello.
Welcome.
There's a lot of letters there. I'm sorry, I'm not going to take a guess. I don't want to butcher it, but thank you for your suggestion. Pencil Warriors is what we're going to go with, which does probably mean that I want to use this one, Hydrophilia. And so I have these. So let's say that I
characters.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
This is what I've started on, and I'm like, oh, this is a fun idea for the campaign, some like art direction, but I don't want to spend the time doing all the finals. I want to be able to pitch the concepts and then go back and like spend the time actually working through things. So what we're going to do is we are going to use some tools today to help us speed up those workflows to create a pitch for our client of just some ideas. But the first thing I want to do is I want to show you how to do this really cool text effect. So Hydrophilia is the font, and we are, what's the name again?
Pencil Warriors.
So Pencil Warriors. So we're gonna bring this up and let's do Pencil Warriors. Yes.
Yeah, seems right.
And there we go. There's our font, Hydrophilia Iced. Yeah, cool.
That is awesome.
All right, so we've got Pencil Warriors, which is the font we want right here. And for now, let's just show you how to do this really cool text effect. So I'm going to change my leading there. And then I want this to be nice and big, but I also want it to have like this like zoomy effect to where it kind of has like, you know, like the like dimensional
like it's kind
pullback.
of coming towards you.
So what I'm going to do is I am going to outline this. And then I'm going to put it in the center and then maybe move it up just a little bit. We are going to copy, Control-C, and then edit, paste in place. And that is going to paste it right on top. And because this is such a pixelated version of the font, I'm going to add a stroke here. And we're going to add a stroke of this red. Let's use this red here. And we are going to put that on the stroke, put it on the outside, and then maybe just do it. I think 20's too much. Let's do 10. So now I have this like separate version. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy, paste again, and then I'm going to shrink it down. So I'm going to shrink it down and then maybe pull it back here. So right now it is shrinking both the stroke and the fill. And I'm going to select the stroke I have here as well as a stroke in the background and go to Object, Blend, Make. So it's made this blend not very good, but I'm going to select it. And I'm going to change the blend options, blend options. And this time I'm going to do specified distance. So this is going to put a distance between each of the repetitions. So I definitely want a little more because I want to have that like retro effect that I think that's getting pretty close to what I want. Let's do 200 and call it a day. So let's hit OK. And then I also maybe want to have this go to like a different color.
Right.
And so we're going to select the back one. Come on. Come on. Come on. Select. Select. There we go. And I'm going to just sample maybe this orange that's over here. Oh, I sampled the fill color. So if you ever have that where you use the eyedropper and it selects the fill color, if you hold shift, it will fill the stroke color. Yep. So I think that that looks a lot better. We're going to pull this to the back. Okay.
Fun.
Right? It's gotten better. I'm going to move this up a little bit so it's not
yeah.
as intense. I like it.
I love it.
All right, so I'm not mad about Pencil Warriors. And if I wanted to, I could fill this with white. It's probably going to look pretty crazy. Let's see what happens. I'm not mad about it.
I feel like it's a little harder to read, but I don't mind it.
It's a little harder to read. You're right.
I mean.
No, Ellie wins.
I just like that it almost looks like they're like the little characters, but then they're also the words.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
And you know what? What we could do is, let's do this. Let's do this. So I'm going to bring the white text to the front here, and we're actually just going to fill these. So I'm going to fill it with that color, with the stroke color here, and then also fill this in the back with the same color that I have.
Yes, Sin says it's giving Star Wars.
Oh, yes, very much. Okay. And you know what? Let's do a couple more. So we're going to go and I'm going to change these blend. And this time I'm actually going to do blend options, specified steps. So that will help us a little bit more to do more steps here. That's what we wanted.
Love, yes.
Right? That's a lot better.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I love that.
So we got Pencil Warriors looking
So
good
fun.
for our title. And now what we want to do is we want to kind of start making like some elements to go here.
Okay.
And Humphrey asking, what time are we streaming? How late are we streaming today?
We are streaming until 1 p.m. Pacific time, but there's another stream after that. So stick around. At 1 o'clock, we're going to be making custom patterns.
Yes, with our friend Emily Poulin
Yes.
and Emily. And Ellie. Ellie and Emily. Ellie
very
and
similar.
Emily. That's a good warm-up. Ellie and Emily making patterns.
Enunciate.
Yes. So we have this here, and I want to kind of show the client, hey, here's the final art that I have, but then also like maybe I want to put some other elements on here. So let's say that I want to do a planet. And if you've been watching earlier today, you saw that we have a new tool that has just come out today that is called Generative Shape Fill. And so we're going to use Generative Shape Fill here to create a little planet that has a ring around it. So we're just going to make very simple outline of a shape and then use Generative Shape Fill. And what we can do, ungroup those real quick, is I'm going to select this shape and then I'm going to go to Generative Shape Fill. And from here I'm going to do pixel planet with a ring around it.
Okay.
We can also set all kinds of different settings. So we're going to do here, we want it to be tight, which means it's going to stay to the shape pretty closely.
Yeah.
I'm going to take that down to the middle. Detail, minimum. I want it very low detail. And then over here, I can actually do a style reference. So I'm going to choose an asset and I'm going to style reference this little blue guy here. Effects, I want it to be geometric and flat design, I think are good options. And then our settings, we can also change if we want color presets, any of that stuff, which we don't want right now. And so we're going to hit generate.
And that means that it's like going to create something that looks theoretically similar to the little blue guy. It's going to take that into account.
Yeah, and it will help us kind of expand what we've already created to be able to pitch the client to say like, hey, look at all these things.
Really quickly versus having to like create all of these yourself.
Yep. Cool.
That's fun. And it really got the style.
Yep. Oh, I love this one.
Cute.
Okay, that's fun. And last one.
So it's giving you different options there.
This one is the best for me.
That's pretty good.
And so we can kind of
really
push these through. And again, this is just a really great way for us to concept out, to kind of work with the client, say, hey, what do you think about these ideas?
Yeah,
and
this is the direction we're going.
Yep, absolutely.
Should we continue this direction or are we off track?
Yep, especially working with kind of this pixel-based stuff, it
Yes.
can take a long time.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Next, maybe I want to do some stars. And same thing, let's go ahead and use a shape and try to use the new Generative Shape Fill. So I'm gonna do a star here, and here's my little hack, is I come in here, I create a diamond, and then I go to Distort and Transform, Pucker and Bloat, and then take that in just a little bit. Star.
Beautiful.
And then you can scale in.
A little sparkle.
So we're gonna expand that, and there we go, we got a star, and I'm gonna Gen Shape Fill, and I'm just going to do simple basic star. Oops. Simple basic star. We are going to use a style reference, and I'm going to use, let's use this guy right here. And same thing, effects, we want to be very simple, and let's generate and see what comes up. So chat, if you have questions about this, please let us know. And what other elements should we include in our campaign or in our game? Any ideas?
Yes, please send your ideas, send your questions, drop them into the chat. Oh, listen, Lago says I'm trying it out as we speak.
Yes.
Love that.
Okay, and check this out. We have some really cool, like...
Oh, that's a really cool star.
Right?
I love that.
So I love this. I do want to put like a little press start here, right?
Yes.
And let's do this just in white. Yes, this is so fun.
I wish this was a real game.
It's feeling fun.
Can you make it a real game?
So, I mean, any developers out there, chat? Anybody want to help me make it a real game? So what I do want to do actually here is, why is this not in the center? Sorry, that's going to like literally kill me. I didn't align this to the center, did I?
Oh.
Fire me.
There. Oh.
I'm fired. There we go.
Nobody knew. Nobody saw. It's fixed.
And someone's saying, yes, graphic design stuff, pencils, markers, yes, 100%. Yes. I think that's where we need to go here.
Yes.
Is I want to create like a pencil. And so I know pencil is just going to be this kind of shape. And then maybe I need to add a point here.
Sin Lagos is asking, can the reference be something other than another illustration, like a photo? Could you use a photo as the...
I think the answer is yes. I think the answer is yes. I don't know. Let's find out. So let's do this. Let's go to stock. So I'm going to go to stock.adobe.com/free. And we're going to do like 80s arcade.
And it would need to be a stock photo or something you have the rights to.
Yep.
In order to be able to generate from it.
Yeah, we want to make sure that we are using things that we have rights to. Again, Adobe Firefly is only trained on Adobe Stock right here. Yes. It is all, well, Adobe Stock and public domain content. And so make sure you're using stuff. Don't be sketchy, y'all. Use the stuff, and as well as when you are working in Adobe Firefly, and especially working with the Vector Model 2 that came out today in Illustrator.
Yes.
It is trying to provide that best experience for you to help you get your ideas flowing faster.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Well, I feel like the reference is really so that you can maintain consistency throughout all of your work. Yep. Because if you created, you know, one little creature or something for this game and you want to generate more, you want them all to be within that same style, and that's the easiest way to do that. It's just to reference the illustration that you already made.
Yep.
So.
Oh, and this here, chat, is a Illustrator file, but here's what we're going to do. I'm going to open this in Illustrator and then rasterize it, and that way we can have just like a rasterized image. So I'm going to go Object Rasterize here. We don't need it that high resolution, but I'm going to rasterize this and then just copy and paste it. So as if it was just a photo. And actually, we're going to save some time here. Oh, we're not going to save time. Stop. Okay. Screenshot.
Love that. Yeah, it does not need to
I was
be
like, I don't need to rasterize this
quality.
craziness. Yeah. So we have our screenshot here. And so let's say that we want this to be a pencil. So let's do here, and let's do 80s neon pencil. We want it to be, sure, kind of loose. We want maybe medium detail. And then from here, we are going to use that style reference to choose the asset, which is right here. So we got that uploaded, yep.
Sinlago says, I just tried it with my photography and it's so cool. I'm hooked.
Yes, let's give it a try and see if we can generate pencil here.
Oh, I want to see what you've created.
And then we'll use this pencil again to create some more of that like pixelated kind of look.
Yes.
I'm very curious to see what happens here.
That
is
pretty cool.
Cool. Very fun 90s.
Yes.
Okay, so then let's do pixel. So pixel 80s neon. I also wonder if I group two things together, if it will pull the reference of both of them. Right? So that it will do...
So if like you had grouped this photo with the illustration.
Yeah.
Let's try it.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's take one of these illustrations. So I like this little purple one that's down here. Oops, come here, buddy. Oh no, and put this down here. We're gonna group these together and then use that as our style reference. Look at all these little pencils we have. So let's use that as our reference. So let's do pixel 80s neon pencil. Use our reference here. It's going to take that whole group, and then let's generate and see what happens. I'll bet that it's going to be more pixelated.
Great trick.
Yeah. Of being able to just group things. So it's basically taking whatever you group. You also can just click and drag. So you can click and drag around it like with a lasso tool and make that selection if you want a different portion of your design. Okay. A little more pixelated, not much, but it is a little bit more.
It's kind of leaning more heavily towards that photo versus the... I mean, that's kind of fun. But.
So I do want to try to get one in there. 80 pixelated, yep. And then I'm going to just set it. Oops, I can't. Actually, yes, I can. I can click and drag like that, and then we can select just that image. It's going to find it for us, and then we're going to generate, and hopefully this comes a little bit closer to like the planet that we were using as well. So we are going to be building out a campaign. We are going to be hopping over into Photoshop, a little bit of Express, and I'm going to show you some, oh, okay.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's better.
There you go.
All right, so we're going to use that one, and let's put this over here. I don't love the colors on this, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here, select the black here, and go to Select, Same, Fill Color, and we are just going to make it into a little bit of a darker purple. There we go.
Love it.
Yes, and maybe it goes this way.
Mm-hmm.
Pencil Warriors. Mm-hmm. Fun. Okay. Love this idea. Probably want to do some more stars, but I don't want to spend too much time here. So, great. Did this.
Gorgeous.
We used the Generative Shape Fill to do some of this. I do want to do, actually, in the background, can we use Generate Pattern?
Yes.
Will you allow it?
I allow it.
Yes. So what we're going to do is we're just going to make a shape here. And I'm going to make a shape that's 1920 by 1080. And we're going to align that shape right there. So we're with this shape selected. Oh my goodness, what a sentence. With this shape selected, we are going to go to Object, we are going to go to Pattern, and then we are going to go to Generate Patterns. This is a new tool, again, in beta today. And we are just going to do pixel, stars, and planets on a black sky. So very easy. We're trying to create a pattern here. We could do a reference or do some styles. And I do want to do flat and geometric. And then we're going to hit generate. And it will create a pattern for us within this shape. This one's really exciting. I love the pattern, and they're usually really good.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, how useful. Like, so useful versus having to create each of those little objects and then build a pattern yourself.
Yes.
It's pretty cool.
Okay, not mad about this at all. It's a little too dense for me, which is fine. So what we can do is, one, I don't like the colors, and two, it's a little too dense for me.
You're so picky.
But that's fine, I know. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send this to the back here so that we can really see it with our art. So it is a lot going on.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
We can double click in, and that's gonna allow us to edit this. That's right. The pattern that was generated, we are able to go in and completely edit. So if I wanted to, I could delete one of these. It is gonna leave a little area, but that's fine. I can delete that as well. What I mostly want to do is select this and then go to edit. We're going to go to edit colors, and I'm going to convert to grayscale because I want it like kind of grayscale in the background.
I think that'll look way better.
So it really stands out. Yeah. I also am going to maybe change the brightness. We're going to edit colors, recolor artwork. And from here, I can change the brightness of this to just pull the brightness down, or we can pull it up so I have some like good contrast. Okay, not mad about that.
Love that.
All right, so we are going to do done here, and it will update automatically in the background. It still is a bit too dense for me, and so what I'm gonna do is just scale. So hit S for the scale tool, hit enter. We are only going to transform patterns, and then just take this way up.
Okay, but how cool of an animation is, like, if that is the animation behind it?
That's such a good idea. And that would be so easy to just make different artboards that were scaled at different sizes.
And then just create a GIF.
I love that.
In Express or in Photoshop. Yeah.
Oh, that's so fun. Okay, I'm going to put a little box behind this just to make sure that we have the space with the type. There we go. What? Oh, am I filled? Is it filled with the pattern? It's filled with the pattern.
It is.
I was like, why does this not do anything? Because it's filled with the pattern. All right, there we go. So we got press start. We got pencil warriors. My goodness. This is already looking good. So let's hop over into Photoshop and take a look at what's new in Photoshop.
Let's do it. Just at what point would you like to mention these posters? Because I want to make sure we don't
the posters!
forget.
I forgot about the poster chat. We have gifts for you. We have gifts for you. Here, slide on over to camera 2. Can we camera 2, Ellie?
Oh.
Is camera 2 here, Studio Manager? No, camera 2's not here.
No.
All right, we're back. We're back. Camera 1. All right, Ellie, what is the deal with these posters and how can our people get them?
So we have special posters for our new launches. There are 4 creatives who've created posters for you, and I believe that the moderators are going to drop their handles into the chat. You can go and follow them and get information on how you can get a poster sent to you as a present.
And you can do that right now. If you're watching live, you can go and get a present sent to you from one of our creators. We have Michael Fugoso, Tina. I'm trying to think of who the other ones are.
I don't have their names.
Yes, but our mods do. Our moderators.
I do. Just kidding. It's at the bottom of this.
Got it.
Sarah Sun, Whitney Kearney. Am I saying that right?
Yes.
Tina Tuli?
Yes.
And Michael Fugoso.
Yes.
So definitely please go and follow them and see their incredible work and also get one of their posters.
Yes.
That is so fun.
Giveaway in chat.
Yay.
And our moderator is dropping them right now. You can see Jack Watson is dropping Sarah Sun. There are a whole bunch of people with poster giveaways. So if you're watching on YouTube, the links are on the way, but our friends on Behance are getting rewarded right now by getting those links first. So if you want to, hop over to Behance. It's in the chat. They are coming to the YouTube chat in just a second. Moderator is going to drop those for you, and you'll be able to claim a poster for you to hang up wherever you like. And they're really cool. I'm not going to show them to you here on stream because it's a secret. You need to go to their profiles, and they have links for you to claim
Amazing.
those.
Love this.
So, new things in... How is my artboards tool? I need Jesus. Jesus, I've lost my selection tool. Okay, we got it. All right, I figured it out. Thanks, Jesus. We were messing with my toolbar in last stream.
He just telepathically.
He did. He got it. I felt it. So the links are in chat. You can go check those out. Make sure you leave a comment and tag Adobe Live. Tag at Adobe Live and let them. Hey, chat. What's up? We're doing a giveaway in the chat. Follow those links. And they are giveaway. There are posters by some great creatives to get you some free content sent to your house or wherever you live. Make sure that you tag Adobe Live in a comment on their video. They've all posted videos about the posters. So go tag Adobe Live and let them know that Andrew sent you. Andrew sent you from Adobe Live. Go leave those comments and then you can claim your posters to make sure that you can get some cool art for your room. All right, let's hop back in. Camera 1. Oh, it was already there. I didn't see a transition.
We're here.
Studio manager's beating me. Camera 2. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to look at a new tool in Adobe Photoshop, and that is really just an updated tool that has been updated to Firefly Image Model 3, and that is Generate Image. Great place to start. Again, if you're just joining us, what are we doing?
We are playing around with some of the new features and showing you guys how you can incorporate them into your workflow. If you are creating a marketing campaign, we're creating one for a 80s video game that we would love to exist. So feel free to drop questions and comments into the chat, share your ideas. But yeah, we're showing how these tools can improve your workflow and make your life so much easier.
Yep. So let's hop in here, and what we're going to do is we are going to do Generate Image. Now this is based on Firefly Image Model 3, released today in Photoshop if you want to go use it. And we're going to start with a kind of background to get us started, just like for an idea of what things would look like. So we're going to go to Generate Image, and then from here I want to do like dark alley with an arcade machine in low light. We definitely want neon. We want like 80s, and maybe we want like floating pixels around it. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Again, we're concepting for like, we could go to a photo shoot, but we can concept for our client and be like, is this like the vibe that we're looking for?
Yes.
We want this to look like a photo. We can look at reference images, and there's a whole gallery here. And you know what?
That's pretty.
Let's use this one.
I mean, it's pretty good.
Let's use the. No, let's try it. Chat. At the sake of this not looking good, we're gonna do it. I'm just gonna screenshot our current art and use that as a reference image.
Is it gonna know that you want a photo?
Who knows?
Okay.
That's what we're about to find out. That's why I was like, no,
I'm curious
but
about
then
that.
also
Like,
yes.
will it know?
So let's see. So I'm going to upload this as our reference image. It is going to check to be like, hey, are you being sketchy? And we're like, no, Firefly, we're not. We have the rights to
I
this.
know you think we're not this talented, but we are.
I know. I'm talent. I am talent. We are talent.
We made it.
Effects here, I don't necessarily want to play around with any of these right now. I don't think I want to do any of these.
There's so many options.
There's so many.
Kind of overwhelming.
Yes. So from there, we're just going to hit generate, and it is going to generate an image for the whole background. This is kind of a base for us to get started with, which will be really easy. And then we're going to use some of the other new tools in Adobe Photoshop for us to show them off for you, but also, oh!
Wait, this is so fun.
It's so fun. Okay, cool. So we got that one. We got this one. Don't like it.
I love that. I love the like placement of it though, because then you could add text in the middle of the second one.
Okay, I like this one a lot.
Really cool.
I'm gonna change this, and I am going to do floating squares, and then let's do photorealistic. Let's do 3D render.
Well, is it better to put photorealistic in the prompt or to select the like style?
It actually does the same thing.
Does it matter?
Yeah, it will actually in theory, I think that this is true. If you do it in Firefly on the web, it does this, so I'm assuming it does it in Photoshop.
Yeah.
If you add photorealistic, it will add the filter to your
Okay, so it doesn't matter
art.
if you... Okay, that's good to know.
Okay, boring. That might be it.
That is pretty cool.
I think this is it.
I like that one.
Okay, so I like
love
this one a
that.
lot. I think this is good. And I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going off the rails here. I'm gonna do one more thing, and that is a structure reference. So I'm gonna use this as a structure reference. And what I try to do when I do structure reference is to convert it to black and white. I don't know if it makes any difference, so don't take this for any means of anything. But I'm gonna convert it to black and white because I think it helps.
Yeah.
When I'm creating a
trust
structure
you.
reference. Thank you.
I trust anything that you say, Andrew.
Yes. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna save this out, and then I'm going to take it to Firefly on the web. So we're gonna do structure reference here, and we're just gonna save this to the desktop as a PNG. So we're saving that, looks good. Let's go over to Firefly on the web real quick and kind of use it in conjunction with Firefly that is in Adobe Photoshop. So as this loads up, what we're gonna do is we're going to kind of refine our prompt and then also pull our structure reference in with that.
So the structure reference is telling Firefly, like, this is the like placement of how we want things. We want it to look like this. And then you're also giving it a new style.
Yep. So we're here.
Perfect.
And let's just put in like 80s arcade machine. Actually, let's just grab the prompt, which is really cool. As you can select this and then open up your appearance panel. Where are we? Appearance panel. Properties panel. Yes? Yes. And our prompt is right there. So even though we did it on a different page or a different area, we can just put it right there and it will come back up on our screen. Okay, so we have widescreen. We want to do right here composition, and this is kind of matching the structure of what we're working with. So we're going to go to upload image, and we are going to use what we have on the desktop, that screenshot, not that one. There we go. Yes, I can do that. I definitely, it is my image. All right, so we have it there. Structure reference, yes, please, got it. Strength, I'm gonna do in the middle because I want it to have a little bit of
freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we're going to hit generate. And let's see what we get here. This could be the mockup that we use.
The suspense.
Ooh, and by mockup we use, we're gonna use another new tool in Adobe Illustrator in just a second to keep this campaign going.
I love
there
it.
we go.
This is amazing.
This is what I was looking for. So I wanted something that was a little more like hyper realistic, and that's, you can kind of use back and forth Photoshop and Firefly to bounce using structure reference.
I kind of like that bottom one because I like the light coming from behind the machine.
This one?
Yeah.
I agree. So let's go ahead and
really cool.
do this. So we're gonna go to download, we're gonna grab this and then open it up in Photoshop. So here is our generated image right here. We started out generating image, and then we are going to use the structure reference that we just downloaded. Where are you? Not that one. Firefly Dark, this is it. Cool. Okay, we're gonna open that up, looking good. And then let's use some adjustment brush. So what I don't love is that the lighting is like the same on both sides, and I need more pink. Like I definitely just need more pink. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use an adjustment brush. And adjustment brushes are right over here underneath the history brush tool. No. Where is it? There you go. Underneath the blur tool. As you can click right there, and then we have the adjustment brush. So what I can do is with my adjustment brush selected, I can use the brackets to like increase or decrease, super easy. And then we can change right here the adjustments. So let's say that I want to do a hue and saturation adjustment. I'm going to do it really big and broad and kind of paint over. And you saw there that it kind of did a little bit of saturation.
Yeah.
But what it did is it made a selection and an adjustment layer for me.
So you don't have to make a selection and then do an adjustment anymore. You can just do it all in one.
Yep. So let's say that I really like this green.
Yeah.
Now what I can do is I can actually just like keep brushing it in over here.
Amazing.
And get some other colors. So maybe let's do a little bit of the pink. And so from there, I can add a new adjustment right there. Let's add another hue and saturation layer. And this one, let's maybe add the saturation. There we go. And as we kind of pull this together, ooh, this is actually looking really cool. I'm not really mad about how this is looking. So we're just gonna keep adding in new hue and saturation layers, and we can kind of just brush those in here. There's a little too much green. So let's brush this in. I'm not mad about that.
They're like green, too much green.
That's cool. Okay, that looks good. And then maybe I want to add in like a little bit of a vignette. And so I can come over here and we're going to add a new adjustment layer one more time. This one is going to be a brightness and contrast. We're going to take the brightness down a bit and take the contrast up. And now I can simply brush in. Oh, why is it
it's
brushing in
also
purple?
Is it still doing the hue and saturation?
Oh, it's changing the hue and saturation because the brightness is going down.
Oh, sure.
Right? Is that what's happening? Wait, I'm very confused.
I mean, I don't hate it. Oh.
Okay, let's try it again. Adjustment layer, and I definitely want brightness and contrast. I want the brightness to go down. Why is it painting in purple? I'm very confused. Chat, any suggestions on why that would be happening? Jesus, we need you. But what I can do is I can actually use the selection brush. So if you go over here, I believe it's under the lasso tool. It's a new brush that came out today, and the selection brush is gonna allow me to just make a selection. So let's say I wanna do a vignette. I can just paint in a super rough vignette here, and then that has made a selection for me. So with that selection, now I can come in and then do my brightness contrast. And then it can bring the brightness down.
There we go.
It's not selecting. Jesus, what am I doing wrong here?
Oh, it didn't select the outer.
Okay, there we go.
Because it looks like it's select.
Oh, it's selecting the hue and saturation. Oh, I'm doing it wrong. That's why. I need to select on, I'm selecting the hue and saturation layer.
You have to go back to the background and then make a new.
Yes.
Is that what was going wrong with the adjustment brush?
Yes.
Okay.
So there, I use the brush, the selection brush there, to just make a very rough selection around. And now I can go in, and if I wanted to do this a different way, I can change my brightness and contrast. And now, yes, I can take the brightness down, take the contrast up.
That looks amazing.
This is turning out so cool.
This is so good.
Okay, so this is already turning out really, really cool. And we've talked about adjustment brushes, we've talked about selection brushes, and we've talked about generating an image. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and take this back into Illustrator, and let's create, oh, I have an idea. Oh, I have a really good idea. All right, chat, we're doing, how much time do we have?
We have like 20
Okay, we need to get into Adobe Express. Okay, so okay, here's what we need to do is I'm going to use not a new tool, but a little bit of an older tool, the object selection tool. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some of these like floating orbs, and we're going to grab these and then put them on their own layer. Ooh. No.
You're still on the, yeah, there we go.
Come back to me. Minus selection. There we go. Nope. Minus selection. There we go. Okay. So I'm just going to grab some of these orbs. Maybe one more over here. And then maybe one here and one back there. Okay, cool. So I have all these selected. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit left click, right click. Sorry. There we go. Right click and then layer via copy. So that is just going to layer all those orbs as a copy. Okay. I'm going to hold Command and click on the thumbnail to grab that selection again, and then use my contextual toolbar to just expand that selection by like 10 pixels. Okay. Follow along here. We're going to turn this layer off that has our gems. And then on the background, we are going to Generative Fill and put generate for nothing. And what that's gonna do is it's gonna remove those orbs from the background. So we'll have a flat background, but I've already subtracted the orbs out to their own layer. So we're basically going to get the floating orbs on their own layer, and then we're going to get the background filled in where those floating orbs were.
Are we animating these orbs?
We're going to animate the orbs and make them float all together in Adobe Express really easily.
I can't wait.
Yes, I think.
We will.
Hold on.
Confidence.
Yeah, hold your hearts close. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and open up Adobe Express here. And what's cool is I'm actually going to use this, start from your content. We're going to start directly from this PSD in Photoshop.
Amazing.
So if this fills, if this generative fill actually works, which will be so good for me if this worked, it's going to be so cool if we can make it happen.
We can make it. We can do it.
Okay.
It's happening.
I believe. Okay.
Let's go.
In the meantime, while this generates, we are going to go back into Illustrator. And what I want to do is I want to create like a cohesive look and color for this. So we're going to select all of this. And then you know what? Let's just do this. Let's go ahead and select all of the colors here. So we're selecting all that art. And then we're going to go to Edit. And we're going to go, I need to group these together. There we go. Oh, no, Andrew. All right. Edit colors, recolor artwork. And from there, we're going to use the color theme picker tool and just tap. And there we go. It will pick up the colors that are happening around this other artwork here. So it's going to pull all of that stuff and recolor it for me, which is really cool. We also can shuffle those if we wanted to. So we can change the color order randomly. And that's going to give us a lot of different variations. I'm not mad about that one.
That.
The pencil got weird, but I'm not mad. So you can do and just shuffle around the colors that you want, and then you also can reset to go back to wherever you started. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
No. Okay, we got it. All right. Second thing that we're gonna try to do, we're gonna expand the selection here by 10 pixels, and then I'm gonna try to just use the remove tool, which is a new tool here, and it is right there, the remove tool. And I'm going to use this like a brush, and I'm just going to brush over these and see if it will remove it for me. We may have, there we go.
Nice.
It's working. So I'm just going to do this way. It'll be a little bit easier. And we won't have to use generative fill. We can just kind of go through and boom, boom, bam, done, done, done. There, and that's all of them, right? Nope, one more over here.
Little sneaky guy over there.
All right, cool. So we have those. Then they come back in right there. Pretty cool. And I'm just going to merge all of this stuff down. So we're going to merge this all into just a few layers so we can use it in Adobe Express. All right, so from here, I'm going to save this as just a regular Photoshop file. And we're going to save this as like arcade thing. Actually... Yes.
Arcade Alley.
I like that. I'm trying to think of the workflow. We are going to take this back into Illustrator actually in a second. Okay, let's do Express first because I want to make sure we cover it all. So then we can go to start from your content, and we are going to go to our Illustrator Alley or our Arcade Alley. We're going to hit open, and it will convert that document for us. We want it to edit the PSD file in a new file. So we're going to create a new Express file. And it will take that Photoshop file, convert it into Express, and then open it for me, mind you, with all my layers intact.
which is amazing. So helpful.
And if I wanted to, I could have done each of those gems on their own layers.
Yeah.
Probably should have, but I didn't.
To animate them individually.
Yeah.
You know?
But I'll show you how to animate it.
Yes.
All right. So let's let that upload for a second.
We have about 15 minutes, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
More than enough time.
Yeah.
So what I am going to do is I am actually just going to copy and paste this into Illustrator for now. Which side do I want this one? So I'm going to copy and paste this into Illustrator right here. Very, very small, but that's fine. And then I'm going to grab my little art that I have here because I want to place this on top of that. Like I want it to be up there.
Oh, yes.
So I'm going to go to Object. We're going to go to Expand Appearance, and then it's going to expand that blend for me just to make sure that everything is looking good and expanded. Let's go ahead and group that together. And now what I can do is I am going to select both of these here and go to Object, Mockup, Beta, and create Mockup. If you haven't used this before, it's going to assess the image and then place our vector art onto the image, which is really cool. All right, we're done here in Arcade Alley. We're gonna open up back in Adobe Express. Hi, camera 2. We're gonna open up back into Adobe Express and check it out. We have our layers here.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. And all I need to do in Adobe Express is come in here and go to Animation, and we are going to do, I don't think we're going to do a fade in. I think we're just going to loop it
they should be
and do Bob.
Yeah. Yes.
Right? And so we're going to take this
How
down.
Fun.
The speed's going to go way down. The intensity is going to go way down. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
That's so cool. All right, so we have that here, which is looking good, but I need to put the Arcade Alley,
Yes.
I want to put kind of on the document here. So, you can see there, it put it on the wall.
Which is not, it's kind of cool for
you know what?
something.
I don't mind that on the wall. So I'm going to leave one of these on the wall, and it's cool because it's also like, see how it's like behind those little things? So I'm going to do this. And then we're just going to change the blending mode here to like, maybe hard light? No. Soft light wasn't bad. Color dodge? No. Overlay? No. Multiply is going to be too dark. Let's go back to, what was the one that I liked? Soft light? No. Where do I have it? Difference?
I thought it was.
Yeah, let's do
soft light.
difference.
Okay.
Okay. So difference looks good there. And then I might add it to like the top here.
Yeah.
So what I was going to do is I was going to go in here and then we were going to move this over here. And it should pick it up onto the arcade machine. There we go.
Oh.
And let's do that. And then maybe, I think this is more important than having it on the wall.
Yeah.
Let's change the blending mode to maybe darken. Maybe multiply. Actually, color burn. Yeah, color burn. Oh, cool.
That is so fun.
So really cool to be able to add your vector directly onto some of your work. Look at that.
Yeah.
So we have it there. So I'm just going to copy this, and a lot of people don't know that you can do this. I'm just going to copy this, go into Adobe Express, and paste.
Instead of doing a replace.
Mm-hmm. And you can just copy and paste directly into Adobe Express. I think a lot of people try to do other ways that they're like, oh, we need to do like a linked object and all this other stuff. Nope, you can just copy and paste. Very, very easy. So we have that there. We want to put the gems back on top. And then I'm going to refresh this page real quick. And how much time do you have? 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Got it. All right. So what I want to do, Studio Manager on your toes, I want to have music, because that's what we do. So I'm going to turn on some sound here, and we are going to use right in Adobe Express. We're going to be able to find some music by going to Media and then going to Audio.
Fun video game music.
Yes. So I'm going to do video game. Why not?
Yeah, let's see what it does.
And let's see what these do. Our Studio Manager's a pro, so I'm sure these are going to work. Oh, there we go. And we got headphones for Elliot. So chat. Here is a little pro tip for you. Turn your volume down if you're learning on headphones right now, because this music is always so loud. I have never played music that has not been loud. So good luck, everybody. Here we go. Oh. That's it.
Very fun.
That's it. All right, so we're gonna put that in here. As we play this.
That's amazing.
You know what this
Look
needs?
at that.
This needs lightning. So what I'm gonna do here in Adobe Express is we're gonna go to videos and we're going to do like electric, I don't know, like bolts.
Lightning bolts?
Yeah, I want it to come from the center though.
Like come out from the game?
Oh, right here. Okay, yes. So I want this, and I'm gonna put this over, and I'm just gonna change the blending mode here to screen. And then I'm going to put it,
oh my gosh.
Right, like this.
This is like.
Yes. And what we're gonna try to do, that I don't know if it's gonna work, but we'll give it a shot, is I'm going to go to this image here, and here's a little hack, is we are going to duplicate this image. So we're gonna go to these little dots, and we are going to, nope. We are going to no. I'm gonna copy and paste it.
Okay. Oliver says, go loud or go home.
Yes. Okay, so we just pasted that in again. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to remove background and see if I can get it to just give me the like middle arcade cabinet. Because I want the arcade cabinet to be in front of... Yes! Oh, that's so rad! Okay, so we have this here, and let's go ahead and play this.
That is so cool.
This is the coolest thing I've ever made in Express.
I mean, I feel like this is not even a mock. I feel like it's done.
This is definitely the coolest thing I've ever made in Express.
That's amazing.
And so let's do one more thing. Let's go ahead and what else can we add in here? So we've shown you generative shape fill. Yes, you go.
Can we just put some of the little characters?
Oh yes, let's put some characters in there.
Little guys.
Yep. Actually, I have such a good idea. How much time do we have?
You have like 7 minutes.
Okay. All right. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take some of these little characters here, and I am going to. Is this gonna work? Is this gonna work? Is this gonna work?
Yes.
Yes, it's gonna work. Okay. So this little guy here, let's do this.
Oh, he's so cute.
Sure. Okay. So we're gonna go here. I'm gonna do that. That's gonna save there. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go to Firefly, and I am going to instead do like alien 80s neon pixelated. We are gonna do a structure reference of that screenshot I just took, which is this little guy. We are going to, structure reference up here. So a structure reference, I want to be that little guy. This is not going to work, chat. And then I want the style reference to be this like 80s like neon right there.
Okay.
We want it to be a photo. Let's see what happens. I wanted to generate like some of the aliens so that I can put them like in the scene, but like in a more realistic way.
Yes.
And see. And if not, we can put them on as stickers very quickly and very easily. I'll give it 2 minutes, or we can do...
That's pretty awesome.
This alien is like, yes.
This alien's like, I'm here for the music.
Yes, I'm here to dance. Okay, that's crazy. We're going to do a stronger match on that and see what happens if we try to stronger match. If not, I'm just going to create stickers, and we're just going to throw them on there as stickers kind of coming out.
It.
Let's see. I love that alien. Oh, okay. No. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put them on there, and that's going to be super easy because I can just copy and paste directly into Adobe Express. So yes, maybe they are just kind of here, like flying out.
Yes.
And maybe animation. These ones also, maybe like they go like that.
Yes.
And then they maybe bob as well.
Yes.
Right?
That is so fun.
Okay, so let's drop a couple of those in there.
Strike a pose, Oliver says.
And again, I'm just copy and pasting directly out of Illustrator. You don't need anything really special.
I mean, that is so handy.
Yep. And what I might do, let's do this. I still don't know if I can do this. Yeah, I can. I'm going to add some dimension. So we're gonna add some like focus where they
Yes.
kind of like
Yes.
blur. Wait, this is the coolest thing I've ever made in Express.
I mean, this is pretty awesome.
I am 0% mad about how any of this is turning out. All right, this little guy is gonna go down in the corner. Oops. And I do like them being kind of like blurred out.
Yes.
I think is really interesting to add that perspective. So grow, let's have it bob. Let's add an adjustment where I blur it out all the way. Oops, not all the way. Okay, not mad about that. This one needs probably a little bit more blur. Cool. And maybe one more down here.
Yeah, maybe further away.
All right,
I like
this guy,
okay, yeah.
and then he'll be a little one. It's kind of down over here. Ooh, and actually, I could probably move him. Let's move all of them behind the moving ones. So let's see where this guy is. And see if I can get him maybe floating behind. Yes!
But should the bottom corner one be in front of
this one should
that?
be in front, yes. Thank you. Ellie is our perspective.
You know.
Okay, got it.
Yes, that looks great.
All right, chat, are you ready for this? Hold on. I need to download this. Wait, hold on. We need to do voiceover. Chat, we have to do voiceover. All right. So we're going to record a voiceover here.
3 minutes.
So much time. All right, so we're going to click on record voiceover here, and then I'm going to just start recording, and we'll see what happens. All right, here we go. Good luck, everyone. This summer, get the must-have game of the season, Pencil Warriors. Fly through space and make cool graphics only in Adobe Express. All right, it's a game that's launching on Adobe Express. I don't know. I kept talking, and that's what happened.
I love it. Manuela is asking, can you copy and paste elements from Illustrator to Express? Yes, and that's how you brought in our fun little guys.
Yep.
Is you did a copy and paste from Illustrator directly into Express. Super, super easy, just like this.
Boop. Done.
There you go.
Easy. I just want to make sure everybody got animated because I do think I missed this. Okay, so something. How much time do I have? Cool.
3.
So I'm going to show my layer timing, and I want these guys to like come in at different times.
Yes.
So I'm just going to kind of space them out a little bit. And I did that by just clicking to show layer timing, and that will space out, no pun intended, the aliens so that they're not all coming in at the same time.
Manuela also says, when will you be having ruler guides on Adobe Express? We need this feature.
Great question. I don't know, but that is a fantastic question.
Send it in. Send in your suggestions.
All right, Pencil Warriors, gonna be maybe behind that guy.
Should that like appear at the
Yes,
end?
I'm gonna have it grow in, so I'm gonna have it
Yeah.
animate. We're gonna have it grow. I'm gonna have it grow very slowly. And then we are going to have that at the very end once all of the stuff is done. All right, chat. I'm going to download this because we need a full viewing experience. All right, hopefully. Oh no, is it going to take too long?
Add some glow to the aliens. Yes, we
could.
That'd
I don't
be
know
so
if we'll
fun.
have time.
Probably not today.
Okay, we're not going to have time to download it either. Okay, chat, here we go. Let me close all these windows, and this will be the end of our stream. Enjoying the one, the only hottest game of the summer, Pixel Warriors.
This summer, get the must-have game of the season, Pencil Warriors. Fly through space and make cool graphics only.
Yeah!
That is amazing.
So the audio is all out of
10 out
sync,
of
but
10.
great. Loved it, loved it, loved it. Thank you so much for watching, y'all. We have more content coming up next. Our friend Emily is back to have some more fun with you, make some awesome patterns. Thanks for
Yes.
joining me in space. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Bye,
See you
everybody.
soon. Bye.
Hey guys, my name is Ashley. Follow along as I design wrapping paper. Every project definitely starts off with a mood board. I like to start off in InDesign. So start off with any size board. Let's throw in some guides, So there's no rhyme or reason how I'm doing my boxes. I'll kind of adjust as I drop photos in. As you see, I'm building the boxes to the grid lines. So when you press W, you can actually have a full view. So here's my inspiration folder. Again, I kind of go through what I find on Instagram, things that just like inspire me and call me. I save them all into a folder. So then when I'm going to build out a mood board, I have something to pull from it. So I think we're done here. We can kind of go straight into Illustrator and start to get some designing. So now I'm just pulling colors to finalize the color story that I want to go with. So that's why I work with Pantone a lot, so that I can make sure that what I see on screen is exactly what I'll get. So now I'm just gonna start drawing shapes and see what pattern comes to life. So I created this kind of cool pattern that I had in my head. I drew a shape just to create a mass. First, you have to group everything that you want to put in within the shape and make sure that it's in front. Select all, make a mask. So let's create a new pattern, and maybe it could be something cool where you have different circles that build out a pattern with different elements within. So far I just selected my circle. So you have different options within the pattern space. You kind of play around with the offsetting. So because this is a mask, you can always go inside and like tweak things, but with the pattern, it's like, it truly is trial and error. I did make my artboard the size of the wrapping paper, which is 20 by 28. For this instance, I could just do an export for screen. It'll save it for high resolution. If I actually was printing this, I would actually save out as an AI file. So here are my mock-ups. But again, I created the design to scale. So if you look at the wrap, this is essentially how the sheet will cover the box. Before I created the pattern in Illustrator, but now I'm just making little amendments here in Photoshop, because now that we're on the live product, I can see where the little holes are. So this is where I drop in all my live elements, the live files. Once I hit save, then it'll give me a realistic view here on the mockup. So I just opened up my fabric wrap mockup so we can see how the print lives across different product types. I open up my mockup. I click my design layer, so once I save out, magic will happen, and we'll see how it looks. Fingers crossed. That looks kind of cool.
Okay. Stay tuned, my friends, for next stream, and see you very soon. Take care. Ciao, ciao.
Bye, guys.
Hello, welcome back. I'm Ellie. I'm here with Emily.
Woo!
And I'm so excited, you guys. This is going to be such a fun stream. I've wanted to stream with you for so long.
I know, same.
And we're going to have so much fun. Please say hello in the chat. Let us know where you guys are watching from. And we're going to be playing around with the new Generate Pattern in Illustrator. And I'm excited. I feel like this is such a great tool, so useful, and we're going to have a great time. Please drop your suggestions in the chat. If you're like, oh, let's do this, let's do that. We want to know it all. Questions as we go along, and we will get to all of those. Oh, Arabella's here. Hello.
The other half of Weekend
The
Creative.
other half.
Weekend Creative?
Yes.
Okay, as I said it, I thought, was that their name?
Yes, you're right.
Awesome. Cool.
You're
Well,
right.
I'm super excited to be here with you finally and to be working together today on all the new Illustrator launches and features. Yeah. So I thought it'd be fun. In our first stream, I did some my first stream of the day, I did some floral typography. So if you missed it, watch the playback.
Yes.
On YouTube on YouTube. And then this is going to be a little bit of a continuation of that flower theme. So we're going to be doing some packaging for seedlings. I thought could be really fun. And then maybe mocking that up in Illustrator using the Mockup beta tool, and just some fun features like that. So
I love it. Yes, if you missed any of our earlier streams, there were so many good ones. You can watch all of the replays on YouTube or on Behance, and those are all available for you.
And Adara, hi Adara. I got to stream with her a couple of weeks ago and it was very fun.
Hi Adara.
And moderating for us, so thank you so much for dropping that in. Okay, so here's our die line. I'm going to start on Adobe Color because I could not decide what color I wanted, so I thought this would be a great place.
This is a great, I forget about this tool.
Right, no, me too.
And it's a great tool.
And then I remember and I think, thank God.
Why have I not been using this every day?
And the best part is it also links with your library, so you can just sync it and then it loads in. You don't have to eyedropper tool and all that, which you can, but very fast.
We're all about saving time.
Yes, exactly. Okay, term, summer, let's do flowers. Let's just give them the exact thing that we're looking for here. Oh wow, look, actual flowers. That's cute. Is there anything standing out to you that you're just obsessed with that we need to be using?
I mean, I don't hate pink and
good.
green.
Yeah,
And maybe
okay.
is it two
flowers?
Of course, it's flowers.
Right. Let's add to library.
Okay.
And then if we decide that it's 2 flowers, then we'll choose something else. So let's do a backup as well.
The one underneath it is kind of pretty too. Or actually, wait.
Show me.
This one.
Done. Yes, I like
love
this one.
that.
That's perfect.
That's
Very
so
peachy.
fun.
Okay, add to library. Great. Okay, so now we have those. So we're going to jump back to Illustrator. Come back, little taskbar. Okay, great. And if I open up my library panel, they should be loading in here shortly. It may take a second since we just did it. Okay, so I'm gonna start prepping my die line. Oh, here they are. Amazing. There's one, and then there's the second one, I believe. No, wait. That's just the first one. We are waiting on the second one.
There, I think at the bottom.
These two?
Yeah.
Yes. Yep, that's orange.
The orange and blue one.
It went backwards. I convinced myself. It was the pink that was throwing me. I was like, is it this one?
I know.
No, it's that one.
I know. It confused me too.
Oh, and it even tells us we can confirm summer flowers if we hover over it.
Beautiful.
So that's perfect. Okay, so I'm going to drag out those colors just to have them ready for us. Oh, hello, mouse tool. Okay, I feel like my mouse is gliding
Do you need the
weird.
pad?
I might. Hold on, guys. I need a prop. Ooh, and it has a little arm support. Wow.
Ergonomic.
I feel better already. Okay. This is more of just for my mental space. I like to just have my colors around. I don't know if you feel the same way, but
I feel like it's also inspiring.
Right, yeah.
To be able to just see them right there and be like, okay, this is where we're going.
Yes, I group those. I don't actually need to group those, but are they grouped? Yeah, I'm gonna ungroup that. And then I'm gonna highlight all of these. I'm gonna hold Option Shift and I'm gonna drag these. And then I'm gonna do the same process, but with these new colors just to get them all laid out. Chat, is this something that you guys do as well, or is this just some craziness that you're seeing right now?
Let us know. Keys and Nate are here. Oliver's here.
Ooh.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, I'm gonna actually move these to a new layer. So the best part, I think, or the most important practice when you're working with the die line is to work either above or below the die line. Don't work directly on it because you don't want to be disrupting that. So I'm going to go lock my layer 2, go back to layer 1 where my die line is. I'm gonna highlight Command C and then lock that one, go back to the first layer, Command V, and go back to the second one, like I said, and repaste that here. And so I'm gonna use this one as the fill for the project. So I'm gonna bump up this, what's it called, stroke. And I'm gonna go Object Expand, and that's gonna expand it into a shape. Sometimes you have to do it twice if it's the stroke in order to get it to the fill.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why, but that's just how it is. Okay, and Pathfinder, it merges together, and then I'm going to ungroup them, And then I'm going to release the compound path, and now I have the filled out version
Beautiful.
of that shape. Yes, and so this is going to give us our fill for our little seed packet.
Kezi, sorry if I'm saying that wrong, and Nate both say they like to add their color palettes.
Okay,
as
good.
Well. So
I'm glad
it's not just you. It's not just you.
Or they're just saying that to be nice, but thank you either way. Okay, I like to multiply my layer just so I can see it around my artboard, and then I might even do an offset path, which I feel like I do once a stream because I always just use it for everything. I'm gonna use round corners. Actually, I'm gonna do like 10 pixels. I think that might be better.
Nate says, I like seeing the idea of locking layers, such a time saver and a headache reducer.
So true, Nate, so true.
Yes.
Okay, so I chose this dieline from the internet, and I rebuilt it, but it's kind of a cool structure. So if you can picture in your mind here, chat, we're looking at it, we're printing it, and we're folding it. So anywhere there's a dash line is a fold line, and anywhere that is a filled in black line is gonna be your cut line. And so this one kind of folds over, right? And then that tab tucks into the back, right?
Yes.
Very fancy. It's not just your average seed packet. This one's a little bit fancier. Almost like a deck of cards, almost, I feel like. Looking at the width now, I'm like, this is pretty big.
Wait. Okay, what if there was a deck of cards that you could play with and then plant?
I like that. But
Like
then
the seeds are inside
right?
the, you know?
Yeah, but if you're playing on the table and someone's supposed to drink, then plants right there.
Plants grow.
Exactly. Great idea. If you want to use that chat, take it and run with it.
So fun.
Okay, so we have our outline here now. Our shape is filled. I think this is just an easier way to move through with colors and things like that. And then we can also use the dimension tool, which is really helpful when using a die line and passing this off to a production company or manufacturing. Well, not that. So I went ahead and selected it from over here. Then I'm going to click this first point, and then I'm going to click the second point. I'm just going to drag off to the side and click. And then that is going to give us how big this is. So this drawing is actually really big. 7 inches is going to be probably too big for...
big.
Yeah, maybe these are really big seeds.
But maybe it's you just...
a multi-pack.
You really want a lot of flowers.
Yes.
You know?
For the entire
It's a
backyard.
Costco pack.
I do love Costco.
I love Costco.
That's amazing. I follow so many Costco accounts on Instagram. I don't want to talk about it.
It's bad. I really shouldn't follow them. And Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's also
100%.
gets me every time.
Okay, I'll send them to you now instead of my husband.
Yes, send them to me.
Okay, so I have the width and the height of it, and then important parts like this fold over piece, it would be important to know. So I would click all the way up here to make sure that it's matching to the end, which is going to give me a little bit of difficulty. There you go. But I don't want it there. So I can drag it, come here, off, so that way it's not on the drawing itself, but I need to click inside because it wasn't recognizing because it's the rounded corner. So go back to the tool there, and then I'm going to click from here to here again, drag it off, and then I would assume, so we have the width, oh no, we need this width too, or this length, because it's a little bit different than the other one. So let me do from this line to this line. And then drag it over, right? So that way it's telling the printer hey, here's the difference between the fold part and the length of it all.
Right.
And you could do that math, but you want to leave less questions
Oh my
than
gosh.
anything.
Who wants to do math?
No one wants to do math.
I have never wanted to do math, so this is
Now you
helpful.
have to.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I didn't do it like that. Okay, I'm going to click here, and then I'm going to click here to make sure that that pink guideline is going all the way across. It's kind of hard to see on the orange. And then I'm going to drag it all the way over here since it wasn't recognizing it, but it's going to give those lines over.
Amazing.
That might be a little distracting on our artwork just for this purpose, so I maybe want to add this at the end. So I'm just going to delete this line if it'll let me. It's not going to let me. All right, it'll sit over here for now, and we'll move it back at the end.
Perfect.
And I would also add it in here, but because we are going to keep designing, we'll just wait to do that part.
Sounds good. We have Sam in the chat. Hi, Sam.
Hi, Sam.
Gabriel is watching from Brazil.
Oh my gosh, welcome.
Thank you for joining us.
Okay, so
fun.
I did this on my first stream, and so I'm going to bring it back a little bit since we're still doing flowers. And this is going to be for the generative shape fill. So I'm going to draw a little petal right here. I'm going to use these anchor points these are the curve, the Bezier curve handles, to draw this into more of a petal shape. And then I'm going to go object, and I'm going to go, where is it called? Repeat, radial. And it's going to make us a little flower.
Beautiful.
How many petals do you think? Do you think that looks?
I think that looks great.
That looks great. Perfect.
So cute.
So cute, right? Okay. Object expand. And then let's merge these together, and then let's fill this. So this is the new feature that was released just today, the Generative Shape Fill Beta. So if you have an outline of a shape, you can type in what you want or just let it fill itself.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna type in, let's do daisy flower.
So helpful because if you were just to type daisy flower, it might not create the shape, the petals, amount of petals that you want. So you can be way more specific about what you're looking for.
You get the vision. You see it. Yes.
So helpful.
Okay, so I'm doing some minor adjustments here. I'm going to choose flat design to kind of match like the style that we're doing. Shape strength, I really want it to match this shape exactly right, like this amount of petals, as we were saying.
Yeah.
And then detail, I'm going to go more minimalistic. I'm like, do I do all the way minimum? I'll do slight minimum.
You can always push it later.
Right.
Yeah.
We could always come back. Okay, and then I'm going to click generate, and it's going to show us some awesome options here. So it probably is going to pull in some of the colors from the artboard already as it tries to figure out what it is that we're asking. So let's see what it does. So someone's asking the reason for doing this. Do we know what that was? If you're asking for maybe it was the measurements.
It might have been the measurements.
Yeah, so again, this is to help just to make sure that your artwork is being printed at the correct scale, and that way when you're sending it off to print to an outside vendor, that they also are very clear on, what are the sizings and where am I cutting this and that kind of thing.
Yes.
If that's not your question, throw it back in the chat and we will figure it out.
Yes, please clarify and we will.
There it was. We both guessed. We were like,
it's cute.
She's here.
I love it.
Okay, it's very cute. I like the shading it chose.
Oh my gosh,
that
me
was
too.
unexpected. Okay, I like it.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous. Okay, so Andrew and I found a little bit of a hack on the first one. If we want this to be our style reference,
okay.
It was having a bit of an issue making the vector the reference, but if we rasterize this, so object rasterize,
okay.
It's going to turn it into an image, right?
Yes.
So now it has a little background. So think of this as, your everyday JPEG, right?
Yes.
That's basically what we did.
So now that can be a reference
yes.
and it doesn't get confused.
You get it. Okay.
Amazing.
Let me grab, I put that on my first layer. I was like, why is it not moving? Come here, come to the next layer. I'm going to grab all of this. I did a little copywriting for us. I'm going to add it here. Oh, that is really helpful too, now that I'm looking at my layers. So dimension adds dimension, which we were on the wrong layer. I forgot that it adds it as a separate layer, which is helpful so you can turn it on and off.
Yes.
So let me grab all these friends. Chat, if this confused you, I'm sorry. Pretend this isn't happening, but let me walk you through it. So we're grabbing the layer, or the items from the wrong layer. So this is the dimension layer, so it should just be these measurements, but I had these other ones on there. So I'm going to Command C, delete. I'm gonna lock the dimension layer, come back to the layer 2, and Command V, and I'll rename this artwork so we stop getting confused. It didn't even remind me that I was making new layers, so. Okay, so now I want to fill these little lily, I looked it up to confirm from our previous stream that these are lily of the valley.
Yes, how cute.
They're so cute, right? And so we are gonna style match these now with this generative fill. So I'm gonna highlight my object here. Again, this is just a pen tool vector object, so I can change this if I wanted to, but that's the object itself. And then I'm gonna click on my toolbar and Gen Shape Fill. But this time I'm gonna write in, what did I say, Lily of the Valley.
Yeah.
And then we are gonna change our setting here now to have a style reference. And I'm gonna choose my asset, I'm gonna move this, choose asset, and I'm gonna choose this. And now it has that as the asset, right? I'm gonna check our effects, flat, minimum, shape, style, great. Let's generate.
Amazing.
Let's see.
Welcome, Peter. Thank you for being here. If you guys are just joining us, Emily is working on creating some fun little flower seedling packets using some of the new tools that released today. And we are generating some flowers right now. Look at those.
I only got a few of them though.
It's trying. It's trying.
Okay, but this one's fun. I like this one. I accept this one.
Duplicate that little piece, right?
I'm just gonna grab this one. So I'm gonna double click inside the shape. I'm gonna triple click inside the shape apparently because I had it. And then let me give the shortcut. Option Shift drag to get those double arrows, and then bring this one up. And I really like the colors that it's choosing.
It's doing really good with colors. Yeah.
They're not colors that I would normally choose, and so I think that's one of the benefits too, is that it gives you something a little different. Okay, let me talk you through what I did. So if you'll see right here, this is saying that this is a generated object. And so I just want the vector itself without having these other versions of it attached to it. So I'm just gonna double click in, click it, or Command C, copy it, and then Command V, paste it outside. So now it's just a free vector. There's no generation around it. It's just its own separate object. Yeah. And we're gonna start placing these on our artwork here. So I think these are looking good. The only thing is that the color might not be
blending.
Yeah. So let's change this orange. Maybe I'm gonna change these dark orange bits. Okay, so I'm gonna go to select, and then select same, and then select fill color. Because I have two selected. Wait, come here. Let me see. Select same, fill color.
Is it because it's selecting the yellow and the orange? You might have to click into it again to get just the orange.
Oh, maybe because it's the generated. That's why it is. It's because it's still the generated object. Okay. So let me steal this away from the generation. Oh, it's still saying it's generated. Okay, I'm going to manually change it just for the sake of time so that we aren't spending time on this. And because it's relatively short or relatively small
it's an easy
icon.
one.
Yeah. So I'm going to use A to get the direct select tool. I'm going to shift click all three of these, and then I'm going to eyedropper, and I'm going to get this darker orange. I think that would be good for us. And then I'm going to grab these yellow pieces, and I'm going to use eyedropper again, and I'm going to grab this lighter orange. And I think this will be good.
Cute. I like that.
Yeah. Good. Okay. And then I might even bring this orange up a little bit. I like the saturation, or like the hue of it, but maybe around there. That might be okay. It's not the highest contrast. Maybe we change the dark orange to the white. I'm like trying to think of how I can get it to match the little daisy. Okay.
The white's cute.
It's kind of cute, right?
Yeah.
Or is it too light?
Maybe.
We'll try for now.
Okay.
We'll see how we feel about it. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna make just maybe like a little bit of a repeating pattern with this and kind of like move it around. Let's see how we feel about this. Or maybe, maybe we copy the daisy exactly. Maybe we do this as the light white, and then we'll do the current white as like
the dark
gray.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if this works.
Yeah, Peter says lilies of the valley are white, which is true.
Oh, that is true.
But we can make them any color we want in our magical world of flowers. But yes, it is true. In real life, they would be white.
Okay. I'm going to take that out for now. So generative shape fill is definitely helpful for getting like concept artwork, right? Like if we were going to finally use this or use this in the end, I would definitely rebuild these.
Yeah.
But for now, I'm just going to kind of clean it up and run through. Okay, this is looking good. You just gotta get everything to match. I feel like that's like really what gets you.
The cohesion is important for sure.
Yes.
And yeah, it's a really great tool for creating mock-ups, for showing something to a client without spending a ton of work on something that maybe isn't the right direction anyway.
Right.
So getting their approval, and then you can go in and build it the way that it needs to be built.
And so this is, and then we get more customized and things like that.
Exactly.
Okay, green is great. This is getting somewhere. I'm loving this.
This
and
is so cute.
Yeah, okay, I'm glad you like it too. I think we're gonna do some color on the panels here. So I'm gonna do a color bar. I wanna introduce the pattern too, but I'm not sure if I want the pattern on the back or the sides. So we're still kind of in process for that. Actually, that's the fold tab, so that doesn't matter. So I'm just dropping color bars right now on the different layers. And then I'm gonna lock this background layer. So I'm gonna come here and press search to find it, and then I'm just gonna lock it so that way when I'm like dragging stuff around, I'm not picking up the background all the time.
Yeah.
You know the vibe.
Yes.
When you're like, why does it keep moving? Okay, I think I might do this red. I think that'll be kind of fun. Cute.
Yeah.
Okay, so that'll be our side panel for now, and then I'm debating, let's see, so this will probably fold all the way into here, right? So we have this like this workable area in the back.
Yeah, just the bottom.
So maybe we'll add another one of these. Back to my mouse. Do you work with a mouse when you?
No, I almost exclusively work with my trackpad, and I feel like that is a bad habit.
No, I think it's a talent.
I have a mouse, and I use it every once in a while, but then I always just revert to the trackpad.
Everyone has their favorite tool of choice.
Yeah.
I'm really jealous of like people who use the like a Wacom tablet or an iPad. I'm like, oh man, that seems like the superior workflow.
I feel like for especially like actually drawing things, it's the way to go.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just bringing these in for now, and then you know what? Let me reflect these to give like a little bit more of like a difference to them. So just in the adjustment panel there, so I'm gonna drag this back over and kind of run that off. So this is the fold part, so that's not even gonna be seen.
Yeah.
Right, that's gonna be like tucked away.
It's gonna be covered.
Yeah, so I'm gonna bring this over. Okay, this is looking cute. What should the name of our little flower company be?
I'm the worst at names. Okay, chat, let us know.
Okay, good idea.
What are good flower seedling company names?
Okay, I used, Fairflex, no, I'm looking for Fair Water. I used this one earlier in the stream, and I like this one.
It's so delicate.
It's so pretty, right? And it has a lot of different glyphs to it, which is really nice. So I'm gonna eyedropper this one and click yes. Okay, so I'm gonna make this one like the description. This is the Latin name.
Wow.
I got from
You're
Google.
so authentic.
Yeah. I speak Latin. Just kidding. No, I don't. I did take Latin for like 1 year in high school, but that was a terrible time.
The magic of flowers. That's cute.
Oh, cute. Okay. Fairwater. So I'm gonna use the Sans version. So this will be like the name of our flower.
I love the Sans version.
Right, it's so pretty.
So pretty.
This is an Adobe font I would recommend. So this is Fairwater Sans and then Fairwater Script.
Gorgeous.
I think they're just very nice together, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wish that this had a heavier weight. Like that's as bold as it
Yeah,
gets.
that would be nice.
So we might have to change that. What would be another good one? Let me look through. Maybe let's filter and let's do Sans Serif and just see what we got. I feel like I zoomed out kind of far. Oh, you guys can see that pretty big. Okay. Let's look for a favorite. There's always Arial, always an option. Oh, that one's pretty crazy. Here, let me move off to the side so we can see it. Back to our font book, Sans Serif. How is that a sans serif? That is the script.
That is, yeah.
I have a question. Let's do, that's kind of cute.
Yeah.
Okay. I do like basic sans. I use basic sans quite often.
That is nice.
That's nice, right?
Yeah, looks good.
Also an Adobe font. Let me bring these back together. All right. This is cute. And then I'm imagining our, you know what? I need to make this like a little bit longer so it can run off the side here. So I'm just gonna use my direct select tool and kind of scale this off. And then I'm going to highlight it and use the brackets to send this behind that panel. So it was a very small difference, but it was right here, tucking it behind that panel. I might even just cut it. Let me use my eraser tool. I kind of just like trim it. Okay, bye. Now I don't have to worry about it. Okay, this is cute. Do we have a name from chat? Did anyone? Magic of Flowers.
Magic of Flowers is the only name we have. And then we have some flower emojis.
Thanks for the flower emojis, guys.
I love those.
I like that, yeah.
Not helpful for a name, but
does
they're
not translate.
Cheering our heart.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, well, Magic of Flowers it is then.
Emily's website. Oh, no, that's not. I was like,
perfect.
Emily's, I was thinking like Emily's Flowers or something.
I like that. So cute, wait, we could do Ellie and Emily. Cute. Or we can do E and E.
E and E.
Sorry,
are we starting a business right now?
Wait, is it happening? A side business? Okay, if you like the logo, then yes.
Yes.
If not, then no.
Okay.
Okay, what do you like in a logo? Let me design for you in real life.
Oh my gosh. I like simple.
Okay.
I like simple. It would be, like, I don't know, this is not simple, but like, can we incorporate a little flower in there? Like, can the ampersand be a flower or something along those lines? Okay. I don't know what that looks like, just throwing it out there.
Okay. I think I see a vision. So I took the ampersand, I brought it off of this line of text. I outlined it using Command-Shift-O. I'm going to take out this part, and then we'll make this like a leaf, I think.
Yes.
Okay, right?
Cute.
Oh, wait, hold on. I need to release the compound path. Okay, so this is cut out using a compound path, right? So we're going to ungroup it, and then we are going to release the compound path. And so it takes out the counters. These are the letter counters. It takes those out as shapes now, and so now we can use them. So I'm going to make this into a leaf. So I'm going to actually go to my library since it's there, change that into like a little leaf shape, and then maybe we'll add just like a little brush. Also, one of my coworkers, her name is Elle, but spelled the same as Ellie.
Yes.
Does that happen to you often?
I go by Elle too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I know, it's confusing.
No, I mean...
Most people call me Ellie, but like I answer to both.
Okay, fair enough,
My parents made it confusing, so...
You know, naming a kid is a difficult thing, I'm sure. So credit to where it's due.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller, and then maybe I'll use this little light green as the stroke. So change out that fill. Okay, a little leaf.
That is so cute. I love it.
We're doing packaging and branding all at one time, so we're kind of just gonna move through this quickly.
You were flying.
And then I had the other counter, which was white. Oh, it's still up there. I lied. It's black. Okay, so maybe we'll make this yellow, and then maybe we will do our little radial pattern trick and just turn this into a little flower.
Yes.
Let's do peach maybe, and then it goes object, repeat, radial, and we're gonna move this over. Was chat saying something funny?
No, I'm just like, I love your like chant for like
I'm walking everyone through it, you know?
How you remember
this, that.
Yeah, there's so many things to remember.
I know, there really are, and to like keep people in the process of like what you're doing.
Yes.
Yeah. What? It's like previewing something that's like not there. That was weird. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Kind of, like flashing it.
Yeah.
Don't know
it's
what
like
that
the little
is.
like.
Yeah. Not sure what that is. A ghost.
It's a ghost.
Okay, this looks a little scary, so I might just make this into an
kind of
actual
looks
circle.
like an eye. Yeah. That looks better.
The leaf worked. This one did not.
Yeah.
Okay. The concept is there. I don't know if this is the execution we really want.
This is the mock-up. It's like we're going this way, but we're not there yet. But
You get the vision.
we're heading there.
Okay, I might add a second leaf because it might be kind of cute. I might just do like this and make it tinier. Yes. And if it's like tiny enough, I think it'll be cute without being like distracting. And then I might inverse the colors. All right, and then I'm gonna use this one. I'm gonna go to my stroke and I'm gonna go back to my library, turn the dark one, and maybe behind. Okay, cute. I'm not mad.
I'm into it.
Perfect. I'm glad we're into business
I
and
think
it's going well. Okay,
I think it's happening.
Okay, good. If it's not happening, you let me know. If suddenly it stops happening. Okay. That's kind of fun. It'll work for now.
It's going. Yeah.
Chat, how do you feel about this? Is it working for us? It's like not quite centered up here, which is strange, but okay. I'm gonna group these all together and then let's give us like, I don't know. I don't want to do like the backwards letter thing.
Yeah.
Maybe we just keep it the ampersand? All right. Let's see. Maybe we do our script. Let's do Fairwater. Oh, I don't want sands. I would like a script, please.
Peter says I like the green leaves.
Thanks, Peter.
Me too.
The vision's there. Okay, I think we're gonna do 2 script E's.
I like that.
This ampersand is a little crazy now. It's like really heavy.
Yeah, it's a lot.
We're gonna balance it. We're gonna add a stroke to the font.
Adara says, me too, I like the green leaves.
Thanks, Adara. Okay, maybe... Adara, how's the weather out there? Are you surviving? She's out in Arizona, and it is so hot there right now. Are you a California native or
I
resident?
am Bay Area native.
Wow.
So I can't really handle weather.
That's fair.
Like weather's just not something that I do.
I just don't.
I just don't do weather.
Ask.
I like to visit weather.
Yeah, but I don't.
And then I like
with
to come
me.
home.
Yeah, and I like to enjoy it when there's no weather.
Yeah.
Okay.
Adara says so hot.
Hang in there. I hope your air conditioning is on blast right now.
I'm not doing well. I'm trying. Peter says the flower seems too dense. Yeah.
Peter, you're not wrong.
It's a good.
Your criticism
good
is accurate.
observation.
And the craziest
We
part
appreciate it.
is that this isn't even supposed to be what I'm demoing. So you know what? We're gonna leave this for a second. I got off track here. So I'm gonna turn this white because I can't leave it alone.
You just got excited about our business, which I don't blame you.
I did. I just love a story, you know? And I'm like, great.
Yes.
We're making packaging. I love packaging. Wait, we're making a story. Okay. It's bad. I almost want to leave it off. It's our placeholder for now.
Yes. We all can see where it's going.
I don't even know if I know where it's going.
It's going to a beautiful place.
Okay.
Someday.
Well, the fact that we didn't launch our business in 10 minutes is a little sad, but that's okay. We're going to carry on.
It's okay.
Okay. So it's going to stay off here. I can't even look at it right now. We are going to do some pattern fill. I think let's do pattern on the back. I think that'll be really fun.
Cute.
And then we can decide where we want to go from there.
Okay,
so
let's do it.
I'm debating if I want to use the shape itself, and I think I do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unlock this layer, our background layer. I'm going to Command C. I'm going to lock it again, and I'm going to Command V. And I'm going to use my trusty eraser, and I'm going to hold Shift, and I'm going to cut across, and now I have this shape.
So fast.
Yeah, so quick. Okay, and now we are going to do some generative pattern making, which is really exciting. Okay, so we're going to go Object, and we are going to go Pattern, and Generate Pattern. So, pink gradient with purple. Interesting. I was generating something else. So let's do white daisies and other white flowers with sparkles.
I love the sparkles.
I thought you might.
I do.
I'm going to try and redeem our failed business venture.
Maybe that will inspire a new logo.
Yeah. You know what? In 5 minutes, it might.
Right.
Yeah, the scale of that logo is really not working that far away. We'll get there, guys.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Adara, my AC bill is high. It's the price to pay to not feel like you're dying in that heat.
It's true. It's true.
Cool. All right, so we are generating right now. And if you guys have been watching today, we've been doing a lot of generative pattern. Oh my God, it's so fun.
So pretty.
And this is the latest and greatest feature in Adobe Illustrator. So it's giving us a fully editable vector pattern. So if we like this one, we can go and edit it. I might try and do some other generations here. So let's do White Lily of the Valley.
I love that it was like, okay, daisies and a half daisies.
Yeah.
Is the other flowers.
It's a partial daisy.
It's
like this one has like 2 on the top. It'll get there. Have you played around with this much yet?
I haven't yet.
Okay. It's mere hours old, so
I mean, it is. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I am excited to play with it, though.
Oh my gosh. It's beautiful.
That is so cute.
It's so fun. Okay, so we have 3 options here.
Oh, no. I like them all.
I think I like that one.
Yeah. I like that one.
Wait, I do like that one too, though. Chat.
I like them all. Oh, no.
What's your favorite? They're really cute. Okay, these are great options. You know what we can do? We can also bring this over and maybe just keep other options.
Just in case.
I love, though, how specific it got. Like, it really knew what I was talking about.
Yeah. I think that one, that's the simplest one. And
this one?
Isn't it?
Yeah. The other one that I kind of like is this one. I like a little bit of the
little yellow
flat
in
detail. There. Okay, we're going to do that one.
Okay.
You're gone. All right, here's this one. All right. The only thing is that
Nate says the second.
Thanks, Nate. Okay, the only thing that's interesting is that this pattern is technically upside down, right?
Right.
So, okay, I think it's select object. There was a way that I was just messing with this.
Yes, Peter says those patterns would also look great as a box liner, which would be
right.
so
Yes,
cute.
That would be so cute.
So cute.
Oh shoot, I was just messing with it, and I think it's transform. That's what it is. Transform each. Whew. I sweated it for a second there.
Let's go.
You know when you're like looking and you can't read anymore, and you're like, I swear it's on this panel.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna rotate this around, and then we're gonna bring the scale down. So let's scale it down to like 100 maybe. Okay, maybe 150. And so I have this linked right here. If I uncheck this, it's gonna get crazy, right? If I go like 200, then it's not gonna scale proportionally.
Right.
We don't want that, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna bring this back to 150, and then I'm gonna lock it so that we can't do that. I think the scale, I can't decide if I want it to be a big pattern. I feel like I want it to be small.
I feel like a tiny bit smaller.
Yeah. You have a good eye. I trust it. Does that feel about right?
I just like seeing more flowers. I like that.
It makes sense for the application too, right? Like you don't want to see just part of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
cute.
That seems like the right direction. Awesome. Yeah, I feel good about this. Okay. I'm gonna click OK. It looks awesome. Okay, and then if I want to change the colors of this to match more of our colors, I can go over to my swatches panel, and I'm gonna double click into this pattern here. Amazing. And then I can click on these objects if it wants to let me, and I can change the color. So let me do, so is that our green?
Yeah.
No, it's doing the whole.
Oh.
What's interesting is that it looks like this is built as like the whole
Oh,
object.
it made all of that into one?
How is that possible? Ungroup. I fixed it.
There we
Okay.
go.
So it was grouped. So I'm gonna change. Yeah. Okay. So I think what we're gonna do is we can go, edit, redo color. Oh, it redid it. It undid it. Okay. I want to do like a full recolor of it, but I think it might act a little funny inside this pattern. So let me do just the background then. We'll change the background to our orange. And then, oh, actually, I may have already kind of fixed it.
I don't hate that.
I don't hate that either. You know, sometimes when you work inside a pattern, though, you're like, how many layers in am I?
Yeah.
It gets a little confusing. But for the sake of time, chat, I'm just going to come in here and change these out in a very
will it do
manual.
select same?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Should we try it? All right.
I don't know if it will, but
no, it should.
I feel like it should theoretically do it.
You're right. Okay, yes, it did.
Okay, good.
I got nervous. You just want to make sure, you know? Yeah. But then I missed this one. That's weird. Maybe it's like slightly
Maybe it's
off.
like, yeah.
Okay.
I hate that. I hate when it's like
right?
2 pixels
just one
away.
off.
Yeah.
Okay, so then let's do this one to select same, and let's do fill color, and let's change that one to the dark. So this must just be like a little bit of a different shade.
Yeah.
Of
it'll do that where it's like just so slightly different.
So let's keep it that dark one, and then oh, I didn't do select colors. Sorry. Did I? Let's see. Select same fill color, and now let's do the dark. Okay.
Yeah.
And just this one is still a different color. Interesting. So you could also do this in generative recolor, but I want to be specific about which colors that I want.
Right.
And so I'm just going to do it manually. So I think these are pretty much locked in. There's like a few pieces here and there that are like a little bit off still. But this pattern's so cute.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's really
If
cute.
I was pitching this to a client, I would be like,
This would be cute wallpaper.
Yes, so cute.
So cute.
Okay, and now it looks like it rotated it back on us, which is okay. So we're gonna go object, transform, and then transform each. And now it had our settings, and now it's back. Okay, love that. Cute. So this is our little back pattern. Oh, should the pattern actually be like a darker color?
Oh,
maybe. You know what I'm saying? Like a contrast color? Oops. Okay. No worries. We're gonna do it again, guys. Okay, I'm gonna click into my shape, and then I'm gonna go back to my swatches. I'm gonna double click on the swatch, and then I'm just gonna change the background. So let me do select. Oh wait, yes, select. Same, fill color, and let's do the red color maybe.
Yeah.
Ooh, too Christmassy.
The blue, is that too?
Oh, blue and orange. That could be cute.
Could be fun.
You're like, honestly, too much pressure. Okay, I think it looks good. Let's do that.
I like it.
Okay, fun. Then maybe let's change these sides to be like the green color. Oh, didn't mean that. Meant the green. Okay, and then we're gonna do it one more time, guys, just because I know you can't get enough of it. Transform each, reflect it, scale it.
It's gonna be really cemented in after this stream.
I mean, isn't that what we're here for? Learning new skills. So I love it. Oh, what did they say? Flower, seeds, and spells. Oh, spells.
Flower, seeds, and spells.
I don't know about spells. I don't know any. Do you know any?
I wish. Maybe we need to learn some for our new business.
For our design, it might make
for our
make
potions.
Faster. I love that. Are we also doing potions? Flowers and potions?
Well, I just feel like with spells, like
no, definitely
potions go along with that. Kate says this is such a cool feature. I'm going to be playing with it until midnight. Aww.
You do it, Kate.
Seeds and spells. Cute.
That's cute.
That is cute.
Okay, I cut the background because I want this to also be the blue now. Oh, I guess that's gonna ruin the contrast. Okay, fine. Green.
I like how you argue with yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
It's a decision-making process, you
yeah.
know?
Oh, yeah.
I
Absolutely.
Did I make it too far back? I did. It's looking so multiplied. Okay. The better thing to do is probably actually just drag the artwork under the die line so that we don't have to multiply it and it keeps the color like more true.
Yeah.
But to each their own, you know? Okay, then I'm gonna delete this to kind of keep that side cleaner. Okay, now we lost that. Maybe we make this then the light pink. There's a vision here. Don't worry. It's happening.
I see it. I see it coming together. It's just a process.
It's a process of getting there.
It's a process.
Okay, and then maybe this will come down to the dark green that we have up here. Awesome. Okay, this is coming together. I like it. So we have our little front of the valley. We have our Emily. Okay, we're just gonna type it out. We're gonna do Ellie and Emily. We're just gonna have like a logo that is set type.
I love it.
Okay,
simple. Good. Simple is better. I mean, I feel like I tried to do too much with the ampersand.
No, it was me.
No.
You don't have to take that.
No, I feel like it was my idea and I'll take responsibility.
I keep trying to sample the color, the blue color, because I just
and
want
it's
it.
Like,
and
no.
it's like, do you want the whole pattern? I was like, thank you for asking.
I mean, it's a great tool if you did want the pattern.
Yes.
I love that you can do that.
Okay. So. Ellie and Emily. Oh, I gave you an eye.
That's okay. It happens.
I'm sorry.
You know what? Right. Every day.
Whenever
I get a coffee order, that's what it's fine. It's fine.
I'm making it worse.
I'm used to it. No.
Okay, cool. Lily of the Valley. This will be like the little thing, and then this will be, maybe we'll just do another little like box here. And we'll round this one, and maybe this will be the bright red. I feel like it just needs to be on here somewhere.
I like the red. It's
yeah,
fun.
you need to highlight somewhere.
Mm-hmm,
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. I want arrange, bring to front. Love it. Okay. I feel like I also want maybe some pattern fill on these sides. So let's do, I don't know if I've never done two at the same time, so let's see what happens. I just want simple stripes. Simple stripes with one flower. Let's see what happens.
Okay. Nate says seeds and teas. So we could add teas into our, which actually really goes with flowers.
Yeah, right?
Right? Like
tea is flowers?
We sell them before they're made and after. Like, you know?
Yeah.
Make your own teas from the flowers that you grow from our seeds.
Oh my gosh, we just made like a circular business. I'm proud of us. We don't have a great logo,
I love
but okay, that's fun.
Cute.
I kind of like that.
I like it.
Okay, then we could do recolor. So let's do edit colors, recolor artwork, and let's do. I changed my little thing earlier. I want to do this way. I usually do advanced options. Do you ever do it this way?
I don't, but I feel like it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
To do advanced.
I'm gonna try and choose a blue that's like similar to a blue. I should have like grabbed our color codes. Ooh, cute. Okay. Does it really have green in there? Oh, I guess it does have the green in there.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you can copy. I don't see it changing in our color yet. Oh, there it is. Okay, great. I was like, wait a minute. All right, I'm going to make this green a little bit closer to our green. Our green's a little bit more yellow. Mm-hmm. Do you have a favorite flower?
Okay,
That was a big question.
Well, no, the reason... Okay, so I did a stream with Hank last week.
Yeah.
Or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was. And we were talking about favorite flowers. And I said, I love the flowers that are like, they're poppies and they look like the fried eggs. They're like the
oh my gosh, I love those ones. Yes.
But I don't know the name of them.
No.
And I didn't know it on that stream. And I obviously didn't go home and look it up because I still don't know it. So
give us a Google right now.
Okay.
It'll be a little trivia. Chat, do you know what we're talking about? Because if you don't, these are going to blow your mind. They're so pretty. That's how I describe them too, like a fried egg.
It's a
poppy, right?
I don't know how to say it.
They're also called a fried eggplant. I love that.
They're so pretty.
Yeah, wow.
I feel like I don't have a favorite because there are so many flower options, but like this would be up there for sure.
Okay, I love that. Yeah. We'll accept that answer. That's a great answer.
What are yours?
Honestly, the Lily of the Valley is my current favorite. I think it's
so cute.
It's like unreal that it's actually just grows, you know? It seems fake, but it's not.
No. Honestly, there are a lot of flowers like that where it's like,
right? Like, how'd you do that?
How do you exist?
Directions. These aren't actually directions. This is a little bio that I found about the Lily of the Valley, but it's going to be our directions for now. Okay, very fun. I love it. Cute. Okay, so this is kind of a basic outline of how I would approach doing some packaging for the seed packet. I still don't know about this color though. I think maybe this is the wrong color.
I know.
I think maybe we should do a shade of this. Where's my little color guide?
Yeah, maybe there's just too many colors going on.
Yeah, right? I feel like that's just kind of how projects evolve. And as we do this live, you know, you get to see it happening quite quickly. Okay, maybe we do it all. I did like the green though.
I don't mind the green.
So if this folds over, let's like give a little demo. So when this folds over, right, it's gonna sit like this.
And I think that looks really pretty.
It's so pretty. Oh, it sits lower than I thought. Oh no, it doesn't, because it's partially hidden behind that.
Yeah.
Okay, so it probably sits like
should go into
there.
the tab there.
Yeah, right. So it probably sits like right there.
Pretty.
So cute. Okay, so this sits nicely, and this is in the wrong place. So we'll move this down. Maybe scale it down. Beep. Tiny. So cute. Okay. I think this backside looks cute, and maybe move this one up.
Yes.
Love that.
So good.
So fun. The front, and then it needs like something like down here maybe. Yeah. Okay, maybe this comes up. Have a little logo interaction for us. This is cute here. You're seeing the vision? We're liking the vision?
I'm seeing it.
Okay. Maybe this is the bright blue too. Yeah. Okay, then maybe it says like contains 10 seeds. Wait, how many seeds does this Costco?
I mean, in a box that big.
365 seeds.
Yes, one for every day.
Yes. Perfect, we'll do that. Contains 365 seeds. Plant 1 daily per calendar year. Is that how you spell calendar?
It sounds like a prescription.
It is. You want to be happy?
Take 1 seed daily.
Okay, fun. Maybe it's like 365G. I feel like it always gives the weight. Each seed is 1 gram.
Yes, of course.
Okay, great. The math is there. Cute. I'll bring this down a little bit, use our space better. So fun. Okay, we need like one more flower right here. Do you know the name of another flower? I don't know if it's going to be able to generate that flower. We could try.
I mean, you could do a poppy.
Oh,
just
fun.
a general
good
poppy,
idea. Okay, perfect.
You know?
So we're going to do Generative Fill beta right here. We're going to put in white poppy flower. And then let's make sure our settings are the same. Style reference, we're still referencing that one. I think that's okay. Sounds great. Let's generate.
Peter, how to plant your seeds.
Nice, Peter. Peter, you've been hanging out all day. Thanks for watching our stream.
Peter, thanks for being here. If anyone is just now joining us, Emily is designing a really cute flower seed packet. Did it just do the same?
It did. I think it took...
It thinks that that's a poppy.
No, thank you. Try again.
That's so funny. But we had so many great, fun streams today, sharing new features in Illustrator and Photoshop. So please go back and watch the replays. If you missed those, you can find them on the Adobe Live YouTube channel or on Behance. Wow, it's like really, it's like this is the best I can give you.
It said that's what you wanted, right?
That is.
Okay, let me try one more time. What? Did I spell poppy?
I wonder if the shape needs to be different.
I wonder if it does. Okay.
It's just like.
It said I did what you asked. What more could you need? Okay, let's do smaller maybe. So I'll bring.
Or what if it's more like a tulip shape?
Oh, okay, kind of like
just so like let's do we do a tulip to give it something different because a poppy maybe will look too similar to the daisy.
Yeah, that's
now
fair.
That I'm thinking about it.
Now that as the botanists and florists that we are.
Yes, as the expert.
Okay, I feel like a tulip, right, is kind of like
it's spiky.
Spiky.
It's going. Peter says it's a very nice design.
Thanks, Peter. All right, reflect. I saw someone talking about printing costs. Are they concerned that this box is going to be too expensive to print? Sorry, guys.
Our flower shop is doing so well.
Business is booming.
We can print whatever we want.
Our business, the logo may not be done, but we can do whatever we want. All right, I'm just building this with shapes right here. Okay, spiky but cute.
I love it.
Kind of looks like a little...
It looks like a little crown.
Yeah, it does.
On a head. On a very round head.
All right, let's see what it can do. Okay, because it's not the best, okay, we're going to do tulip. What's not the best is my shape, I mean, so I'm going to pull down the shape strength so that if it needs to take some creative freedom, it absolutely can.
Jacob says it's a business write-off. Yes. All of the printing.
All the printing.
Yes.
And my design fees for that amazing photo.
Yes.
By the hour.
By the hour, of course.
Good thing it took 5 minutes, so. Okay.
Business is blooming. Jacob.
Who wrote that? Oh, Jacob. Nice.
Wow.
He's in the room.
Okay, wait, I love this.
Which one?
Oh, gosh. Wait, go back. Go through them again.
Wait, you like move it off. Wait, this is so cute.
Wait, what if that's our logo?
What if we start
That's like
over?
our little, like...
I don't know where it's getting this, like, egg shape situation.
Yeah, I don't like that, but I like the rest of it.
Okay, I like this a lot. Okay, yeah.
That is so cute.
Perfect. It's coming up here. Wait, let me zoom in. Who am I playing? Okay, let me bring this guy up. This is a good reference, maybe, of like what we could do with our logo.
Yeah, it could be refined.
Definitely. And then maybe we'll just put a full circle behind it because it's getting a little lost.
Yeah.
Cute.
Love it.
Okay, I'm gonna align these, group these, and then maybe we bring back our
Yeah, Peter says I'd lose the leaves, which maybe it is a little complex. So it can be worked on. It can be
Peter.
It can be adjusted.
Fair water. Okay. I'm determined to make these scripties look nice. I don't know if they do.
They have to happen.
Or do you like that one? Do you like the swirly or non-swirly?
Maybe the non-swirly.
Non-swirly. I mean, we could do one of each because there's two, but
that is true. They don't have to match.
All right, I'm gonna add the stroke to match a little bit. I'm gonna make it like really tiny, so it's just gonna be like a subtle little like.
Yes.
It reminds me of the GE logo, like slightly.
It really does.
Like, I'm like, wait, is this GE? No, it's not. Wait, is it? It might be.
I mean, it's pretty similar.
It's the typeface. Okay, and let's make sure these are aligned. I'm gonna group
Nate
them.
says a bit of Star Wars is happening in that flower.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's the side part, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what the, like, Rise of the something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean,
I have a Disney pass, but I don't know anything beyond that. Okay, cute. This is fun. I like this. All right, let's zoom out. Let's see our pattern. Let me put this pattern back where it belongs because that was just for demo purposes. Love it. And then maybe we will, what should we add on this top pattern or this top piece? Maybe we do.
That's the top, like, so when it folds down.
Yeah, maybe this is the title of the, so like I'm thinking like if you had like a whole box of flowers and like you were reading.
You're wanting to like look, like flip through them.
Then you're like, oh, because we're gonna have so many because we're selling so many.
We're gonna have a lot, I mean, Costco of flowers.
They buy in pallets, so there's gonna be so many. Okay, Lily of the Valley, and then maybe we'll put our little like double E logo.
I love it.
I think it'll just be
Seeds of Rebellion.
I wish, yeah. Is Val still in the chat? Val's not in the chat. She knows everything.
I did not see Val.
Okay. Okay, looking good, looking fun. All right, let's see. I'm gonna bring these off so we can get a little clarity on our
Kirkland's
artboard.
finest.
I do. Do you know Kirkland's a real city?
Is it?
In Washington.
Is that what it's named after?
Yeah.
It's just, really?
Yeah, we went to visit. Oh, this one's so pretty. We went to visit our friends in Seattle, and I was looking at a map, and I was like, I'm sorry. It's like, is Kirkland just here?
That is amazing.
Who knew? I want someone in the chat from Kirkland. Anyone in the chat from Kirkland? Okay,
Jacob
cool.
says I was just there. That's
in Kirkland?
Close enough.
Jacob, were you in Kirkland proper?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a small world.
Chat, we got a yeah. I don't know if you can hear our studio manager.
Jacob says yes. I was there.
But he was there. Okay, I know you were just working. Was it with Andrew?
Yes. I was.
But when you did a mock-up with pattern, did it work?
Did we do it with the pattern?
layers.
I think we just did it with the text.
That would make more sense.
Did we?
My layers panel isn't showing.
I should remember. It just happened, but there was a lot going on in that stream.
There was a lot, and then you were suddenly in like an 80s club situation.
Yeah, it was awesome. We have about 5 minutes left.
Yes. Okay.
I feel like it should work with a pattern though.
Let's see. Sometimes it can get a little goofy.
Yeah.
Are these just not on the same layer? They're not on the same layer. That's why. Okay, there you go. Okay, so I'm gonna select both of these, and then I'm gonna go to Object, and I'm gonna do Mockup Beta, Create Mockup. Yeah, I think it's not gonna. Oh, wait, it did it. It's going. It's really crunching the numbers.
It's slow.
I think it's harder because it's like a pattern and not just a vector. Like it's a vector pattern.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure.
It kind of loses it a little bit. But it just changed it a little. Okay. So I'm going to do like 2 more for us and see if it'll kind of work out in our last few minutes here. Oh, I want no pattern, no fill. Okay, let me come back here. I'm going to grab it and go like this. And then I'm going to go Object, Pattern. All right, what kind of flower do you want to see?
Okay, let's do tulips.
Tulip.
Since that worked out
What
well
color?
for us. Let's do orange.
Let's
the fastest design ever, says Peter.
Yeah.
It's pretty fast.
It is pretty fast. So this is like little like fabric swatches.
Cute.
You know? Yeah, I think after we're gonna expand our business.
I feel like we're gonna do interior design.
Okay.
Along with like
a tea house.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wait, it's so cute.
Wait, I love it.
Wait.
Oh, I like that.
No, it's that one. That's the one. I like it. I love that. Okay. Jacob, name a flower. He's not listening anymore. All right. Lilies? Okay. We have a suggestion. Let's do, what would complement blue and orange? Violet?
Yeah.
Violet, lily, flower. A swatch for each of us.
Oh, I love it.
Chat, thanks for hanging out
Cute,
today.
like art prints too.
Yeah, right? I could love that. I could love that. I do love that.
I could, but.
Ooh. Wait.
Wow, an explosion.
Are they so pretty?
Oh my gosh. Oh.
I think this one.
I like that one.
The first one. Yeah. Okay, and then I might even just do like a little, oh, nope. Always with the fill again.
It wants to keep going.
It needs to.
Wait, why did it take it away?
Oh, I Command Z'd?
Oh no. There we
go. Go away. Sorry. Come back, I mean. All right, we got 3 minutes left, right?
3 minutes.
Okay, I'm just gonna add, I think I can overwrite this. I'm gonna come back to my libraries. Hello, library. I just want to be clear that I am indeed pressing library. It's just nothing is happening.
It's not your fault. We know.
I'm gonna eyedropper from over there.
We know.
It might be easier. And then we'll do orange. I'm gonna steal one of our oranges, and then the purple over here. Do I have a purple? We have a blue.
Close enough.
Perfect. Okay, and then maybe we'll just do a little tie in here, and we'll say Lily of the Valley. And then tulips. I want to keep generating these patterns. They're so fun.
I love these patterns.
Tulips. And guys, we'll let you know officially when we open our tea salon.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Lily. Is that just like a normal lily? Like
I think so.
Classic.
Like a tiger lily.
Ooh. Classic tiger lily. Gorgeous.
I don't know if that's accurate, but
I don't either.
It feels,
but it has spots.
I feel like it works.
Yeah. I'll give it to you. I think it's right. I'm gonna kind of like match this purple here. All right, we got 1 minute left. Let me give the overview. Chat,
amazing.
We made this box after many out loud thought processes. We have come to this little die line. We did generative pattern and generative shape fill. And that's how we created these flower shapes and then this beautiful pattern. And then we used the dimension tool as well to lay out this die line and make sure that everything looked good there. And then we came over here and we did some mock-ups in Illustrator using the patterns that we generated directly in Illustrator and mocked them up onto these little fabric swatches just to give another little application. So, been a really fun stream. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you so much,
Yes.
Emily. It was so fun. And thank you guys all for being here. Please subscribe to Adobe Live so that you can catch all of the amazing content coming up and go back and watch the streams that you missed earlier. If you weren't able to join us for those, tag us on Instagram at Adobe Live, and we will see you guys soon.
Bye, thanks.